Harlan, Chris from Cook. Copy that.
Welcome back, guys. Welcome back. Just trying to adjust a couple of things here.
Training air attack, air to ground command.
Alright. So, welcome back. I hate doing this. Whenever I cut people off, some people just don't come back.
Departing. Helco has the fire. We'll be back at 14:30.
I'm going to put it on pilot view.
Second on the move one. Angelo Fox, air attack 5-2 on National. Departing Bobcat. Bobcat Helco has the fire. 10 minutes back to San Bernardino.
Alright, welcome back. Anybody who's here? I'm going to set this up so we can see the pilots moving around here. And got this secondary kind of a webcam deal. And I may have to move this over here. Yeah. Let's set it like this, and I really have to run. I lost track of time talking to y'all, and I really enjoyed it. And unfortunately, I have made someone angry at me. Sorry, you know, I'm gonna explain. Sorry, I'm late. I wish the people at my place would know how to work this, but I can't really leave them instructions and tell them, hey, this is how you keep the channel going. So unfortunately, this computer will run by itself, even though people are here. But I'd rather leave this going than not. And so I'll be back probably within the next 12 hours. And if not, then I can still monitor chat. Hey, welcome back, Lurk. And you seem like a respectable person. Are you ready to receive the gift of power? Because I'm ready to bestow it. The people who are here in chat and active and enthusiastic and not jerks, those people I turn into moderators. And so, yeah, you try to be, yeah. So, you know, I can't do this without the mods. I can't do this without people helping me out here. And if you look at my description, there is all kinds of links for people, especially to CalTopo and this and everything. And so you can direct people if they have a question to those links that I have set up. And then, you know, you don't have to do any of this, but, you know, if you wanted to. But I mainly want to give you the power to ban anybody being a jerk. So I'm about to put in the comment section my chat rules. And, you know, anybody curious or something talking about conspiracy stuff, it's okay if they're just curious, you know, but that can't be the topic of conversation here. And nothing divisive, nothing political, no arguments. Epic, yeah. Oh, yeah, you deserve this. You deserve this. So here, you're now mod. Please use your powers only for good. Only for good. This is a family-oriented thing. Like this is supportive help channel. This is supportive, helpful information. And let me move this here. Where's Mount Wilson? I don't want to zoom. You know what? I can rescale the window. Yeah, I can rescale. I'm just learning OBS. I don't know if you know anything about it. Like, I sometimes say, help me. Help me. But let's try transform fit to screen. Alright, now I can adjust the scale to something like this. Or just back down the scale. Yeah, I want Mount Wilson in there. So, this looks weird. I don't necessarily want the top to be there. Yeah, so what I want is like this. And I want it like this. There we go. Alright, yeah, so if anybody's cursing you out, being a jerk, coming in here when I'm gone, no quarter. Fire at will. Hey, Sherlock. Sherlock knows. He'll show you the ropes. Anybody being a gloating jerk. Do you believe in global warming now? To the victims who are traumatized, you know, they don't need that crap. This is questions and answers. Some people come in here saying, is my house standing? Where's the fire at? I'm evacuated. Is my house standing? Where do I go? Where's the evacuation center? We do not entertain some crap. Yep, Steven. Yep. So, occasionally a jerk comes in here and that's just babbling and raving about some sort of a conspiracy or communist or something. None of that, none of divisive talk is here. Or somebody says trash talks or a politician or something. None of that here. Blaming the other side, none of that here. No politics. So I'm just gonna put the rules. I mean, the rules speak for themselves. In the chat. I have to do this every time. And there's a drinking game, but nobody reads chat, so nobody notices that. I mean, nobody reads the rules, right? So, he has to say tango, tango, tango. Alright? Not just tango, tango, but tango, 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 and then you can take 3 shots of milk. Because I don't drink. I can't promote drinking. So, of milk, get your vitamin D, or half and half. But if the pilot here, day after day, if he says tango, 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 that's the 3 shots. So, and if anybody says masticator, that's like 2 shots. Anyway, so that's the chat rules. They're in the comments. And, thank you so much for being here, guys. But I do have to go, and I'm sorry. Yeah, and, okay. Hey, Rebel. Dang it. I'm just going. Where were you earlier? I had a really cool stream, man. I missed you. Thank you for promoting the channel. I can't believe, I think you're a big part of it, but I got these emails saying that I got like 38,000 views. I'm blown away. YouTube's algorithm is also promoting me by itself too, to people who are interested in fire. And so I'm just blown away. I'm just blown away, guys. So, but thank you. Thank you everybody who shared the links and spread the word about me. I hate doing this, but every 12 hours I have to restart a stream because YouTube will throw away my videos more than 12 hours old. So, but thank you so much for being here, everybody. And I was just kind of wrapping this up because I've got to go help somebody with evacuation stuff. So, and the people here milling around the room don't know how to work this, but I told them just don't turn my computer off, everything will be fine. So, Sherlock says, I looked at the image, and I think it could be either a line in the image because that's the direction the satellite is moving, or light from the fire. Oh, okay. So, yep, you got the new power, Steve. You got the power now. Did you get the wrench? Because it's not even showing me that you got the wrench. So, but then again, it doesn't always do that. But anybody being a super jerk, I mean, there's the curious, and then there's the combative jerks, you know? So, no question is stupid, but people ranting, this is not the place. Unproven stuff, you know, theories, this is not the place. So we only help here. So I'm going to leave on the pilot chatter here. And I have to go. So I'll be back within 12 hours, I believe. And if not, then I'll tell you guys, because I have my phone and I can go ahead and participate in chat. But since I won't be here and my roomies here don't know how to work this, wow, and they're still remodeling next door, I'll just mute the microphone and you guys won't hear it. So, sorry about this, guys. I gotta go. And I think the next few days the stream will be a lot more exciting, because that's when the weather turns for the worse. The California heat wave comes in, the winds come up. That's when everything... Geez, what is going on the other side of that wall? That's when everything kind of turns for the worse. So, just fingers crossed that they can do all their prep work and keep it from being as bad as it could be. You know, fingers crossed. That I have auto updates now. I have auto refresh, so that webcam, yikes, that webcam should not go down now. I'm pretty proud of that. So here we are. Thank everybody for being here. I will return in approximately 12 hours. Thank you so much, and my links will tell you all about the fires. Just read the description of the video. You can get your updates the same way I do. And behave, everybody. Have a good day, and have a good one, Rebel. I'd love to discuss more stuff with you at a later date. So, thanks, everybody. Stay safe, please. See you next time.
For me to turn around, I haven't seen where you're at, but I definitely want to come back down to clean it up for you guys. I'm at the knob with the 5600 elevation marker on it, correct? And let's patrol 22, zone 13, changing location, roger 27. Handle copy, 1206. Echo, here we go. Hold here for a minute so you can go fill up some tanks in Tango Tango. Mike, 39 Golf on command. Mike. Hey, I've just informed you, I've got an inmate that was hit with a rock and has a softball contusion to his chest. He is currently doing well, but the captain is moving him back to the bus. I wonder if I can get an ambulance to respond to that area to evaluate the patient.
Copy that. Inmate of 39 Golf, IWI, in stable condition, moving to the bus on Chesborough. We will get ALS to assess.
Be advised to have at least an hour hike back to the bus. The captain's going to move the crew slowly and get him back. The buses are located at the end of that road where it meets the block.
Copy that. And what is the identifier for the crew that the inmate is on?
Kane, crew 5. Also be advised that TAC is very spotty in this area. I've been trying to call him for a couple of minutes and unable to raise him on TAC. Did get a hold of him for a short period of time when he told me he was moving the crew member and the entire crew back to the bus.
Copy, McCain, crew 5. We'll handle.
Did not seem that it was extreme urgency. He didn't feel the inmate needed to be flown out, but would like him evaluated before turned over to CDCR.
Copy that traffic. We'll get him evaluated. Command.
Branch 5.
Did you copy that traffic with a minor injury to 39 Golf?
Affirm. As a squad en route to their collection point.
Not yet. I'm going to go through communications, get that handled.
Alright, go to Rick.
Bobcat Communications, Mike.
Mike, Bobcat Communications, go to traffic.
Bobcat Communication, Mike, with an IWI. Minor injury off of crew 9339 Golf. Rock to the chest. We need to get an evaluation from a squad and ambulance to their buses. ETA 1 hour hike back to the buses. Break. Bus location will be on Little Rock Truck Trail, south of Mount Emma. Little Rock Truck Trail, south of Mount Emma. Identifier is crew 5. Leader is McCain.
Copy, crew leader, McCain.
Mike will meet them at the ALS units at Chesborough and Mount Emma, the mouth of the dam.
That's Chesborough and Mount Emma at the mouth of the dam.
That is correct, and we're operating on VFire 26.
Copy, VFire 26.
Bobcat communications, North Base
Last unit calling for Bobcat communications. Your volume was low and unreadable. Confirm identifier.
Bobcat communications, North Base Med Leader. How do you copy?
Low, cannot understand identifier.
Bobcat communications, North Base Med Leader. How do you copy me now on the mobile?
North Base Med Leader, loud and clear.
Bobcat communications, North Base Med Leader. I copy all that information direct. I have Squad 434 and RA-14 here at Valeyrmo. 4124, I'm sorry, on that squad. They'll be heading to that location now to rendezvous with Mike and the injured party at Little Rock, south of Mount Emma, to meet up with Crew 5. They'll be responding from Valeyrmo with about a 20 to 25-minute ETA.
Copy that. Can you repeat the ambulance and squad numbers?
Squad 4124 and RA-14 from Valeyrmo.
Copy that. That's squad 4124 and RA-14 coming from Valeyrmo with a 20 to 25-minute ETA to meet Crew 5 at the base of Chesborough and Mount Emma at the mouth of the dam.
That's affirmative. And just confirming, Mike was the contact person there at that arrival location?
Yes, Mike, and the name is McCain.
Angels, Patrol 35, all G, in service local area. Angeles, Patrol 21, Zone 3.
Go for Mike.
Mike, looking for the safety that's assigned to your division.
One citation issued, recreating inside closure. Violation notice number when you're ready to copy.
You're out down there, that's the Catway, but it got a little narrow off to the, or it got steep off to the right. If you want to try to improve that, pioneer through there, just watch your right side though.
366. Be clear of public contact available area 25.
And I copy. 1224.
Mike from Bobcat Communications. Go for Mike. For LA County Dispatch, we have a flare-up near someone's property. I got the cross streets when you're ready. Okay, go ahead. It's going to be Linda Mesa Road and Juniper Hills Road. It's a large mulch pile that's flaring up. Copy, Linda Vista and Juniper Hills. Affirmative. Valeyrmo, Bobcat. Contact, over Bobcat Communications. Distribution Alpha. He has a contact with damage assessment personnel. In Distribution Alpha, he has a contact with damage assessment. Reach out to Division Alpha and ascertain whether he's made contact with the damage assessment personnel. That's affirmative.
Charlie Hotel down that slope a little bit. Wanted to provide a little bit of feedback on that spot. It is real sparse under there. It looks like it's just a heavy that's continuing to smoke. And she was right when they said the threat was minimal off of that one.
Damage assessment personnel.
You just got a little bit of smoke popping up about mid-slope on the ridge.
Contact communications, copy.
We're keeping a good eyeball in here. The stuff you guys are working is the major smoke producers, and we're fortunate it's at the elevation it is with the ground fuels being so sparse in there. Angels that are 11, admin cone 12, area 11. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. 12:36.
Response, Elko.
McCain 4, go for Mike Mike training on V4. McCain 5, go for Mike Mike trainee on V4.
I'll get back to you with those GPS coordinates.
Elko, we're back over top here, and we're a little bit low volume on the last go around. Would you mind sending again? Low volume, I got there. Across from where he has to drop it down in that big rock top. The one you talked about there.
McCain 5, Mike Mike trainee on V4.
Yeah, we'll give it a good look. I do see a couple of smokes in there. Good news is that there's it's very sparse in there. The fuels are very sparse. On the open ground. You, I think you're on the ridge above where they've been working, so you can look down at the big rock pile. That one that looks like a heavy, it's kind of tucked into the rocks, and just past that second smoke. Sound about right? Do one more lap around this, give it a good look.
Mike, McCain 5, V4.
McCain 5, go for Mike Mike, you're a little bit scratchy.
GPS coordinates.
McCain 5 for Mike Mike trainee on V4. They're the ambulance and squad heading their way into the reservoir right now.
One Alpha trainee from North Lookout on 26. That's because I have to make it for contact. Mike McCain 4 in the blind. Latitude 34.4374. Longitude negative 118.0021.
Repeat the 34 degrees, please. McCain, crew 5, Mike Mike on V4. Golf, Mike on V4.
39 Golf, go ahead.
Are you covering any of that traffic from McCain Crew 5 about the Latin Long?
Negative. All I heard was the 180-degree mark. I did not hear the 34-degree mark.
Yeah, copy that. Is he still walking out, or is he asking for a hoist?
I did not hear that part. Let's see if I can get a hold of him. McCain 5, 39 Golf on command.
5 on V4, how do you copy?
Scratchy but readable.
Anything because it's in that rock pile. It looks like a down log and starts doing its thing. And then just on the far side of it, you see that smoke piling up. That's another one in a rock pile. Lots of open ground around it. Should be a threat for you.
Hoist to remove the injured patient.
Don't need a hoist. We're creating an LZ so the helicopter can land.
Can you repeat the GPS coordinates? Golf, can you repeat the GPS coordinates?
Point 4374. Longitude, negative 118. Point 0021.
I have 34.3474 by 118.0021. Confirm. Golf.
Yeah, go for Mike. We copy those GPS coordinates 34 degrees, 34.3474 by negative 118.0021, and they're requesting a helicopter to land to transport.
It's real broken. I can't get any other information than that.
I copy that. Let's try one more time and ask for an update on patient status.
Main 5, 39 Golf. Can you give me an update of patient status?
Inmate has chest pain with difficulty breathing and an irregular heartbeat.
Mike copies that traffic.
9 Golf. McCain 5 says patient has chest pain, difficulty breathing with an irregular heartbeat.
39 Golf, Mike copies. Thank you.
Alpha, Jack. Golf 3, go.
Mike, Bobcat Communications.
Bobcat Communications, Mike trainee. Confirm you copy the traffic with McCain 5.
That's affirmative. We got a different lat long though. I can read it to you when you're ready.
Go ahead for Mike trainee.
It's gonna be 34.4374.
Bobcat Communications from Mike trainee, copy. That's what we heard from McCain 5 and was repeated back differently. So if we could start a requested helicopter for transport to 34.4374 by negative 118.0021. They're creating a landing zone. Ground contact is going to be McCain 5, and we'll upgrade the patient's status to yellow. Break. Additionally, showing on the map, it's going to be on the truck trail off the fire's edge.
Bobcat Communication copies. Requesting helicopter. Ground contact is going to be McCain 5. Landing zone is going to be on the truck trail outside of the fire zone.
Bobcat Communications from Mike trainee. Additionally, section 14 on the map.
Bobcat Communication copies. Section 14 on the map. The tactical channel is going to be V-Fire 26 to contact McCain 5.
Bobcat Communications, Mike trainee, copy. V-Fire 26 will relay to them as well. They may have difficult comms going V4.
Bobcat Communication copies.
Mike, McCain 5 copy the traffic. Jack 26 for tactical.
Alpha training.
Bobcat Communication.
Good question. No, we do not, but we'd like to request damage assessment personnel for electrical wire street at Mount Wilson location.
Copies requesting damage assessment at Mount Wilson location.
Up there will be at the cafe, and then from there, Alpha the Hopper will be able to grab them and show the location we're talking about.
Copies.
Alpha Valeyrmo Comtech. What command frequency are you on? I just got off the phone with them, and they are on Santa Anita right now. They're working their way back just because they gave this contact with you.
On the Bobcat incident, all units on the Bobcat incident stand by for working in IWI, priority traffic only at this time.
Attention all units. Priority traffic only until IWI is completed.
Bobcat Communications, Branch 5 Safety. Just remind everybody to go to CalCord.
Communication copies, run on CalCord. McCain 5, Bobcat Communications. McCain 5, Bobcat Communications, B4. Golf, Bobcat Communications, V4. Bobcat Communications, LA Blue 6.
9 Golf, Bobcat Communications. Can you relay a message to McCain 5? Air rescue is en route. McCain 5 is going to be the ground contact, and they're going to utilize CalCord when the copter's overhead.
Copy. We'll try to relay communication on CalCord. That's 39 Golf on command. V4. Golf.
McCain 5, V4, did you have traffic?
McCain 5, 39 Golf. Helicopter is en route. Communication will be on CalCord. Confirm.
McCain 5 copies CalCord.
Bobcat Communications, LA, priority traffic.
Go for Bobcat Communications.
That lat long you gave us puts it in the middle of the ocean. Need a correct lat long. We'll get back to you here.
Hailing Bobcat Communication, identifier only.
LA Communications.
LA, Bobcat Communications. The lat long is going to be 34.4374. Long
LA ASAP.
Bobcat communications from branch 4, try 117.0021. Station G, catch up from branch 45, try 117.0021.
Bobcat communication copies 117.0021. Golf, Bobcat communications.
Communications 39 Golf, go ahead.
39 Golf, Bobcat communications. Please confirm with McCain 5 the correct latitude and longitude.
Will do. I have looked it up on Avenza, typing in that Latin long we had already gotten, and it does show correct. It's on Little Rock Truck Trail.
Bobcat communication copies Little Rock Cup Trail.
Golf on command. Bobcat communications, branch 5 safety.
Go for Bobcat communications.
Yeah, just relay, since there's confusion with the GPS, just have them hit the dam and then follow the truck trail south and they'll run into them.
Bobcat communication copies. The original lat long that we got is the correct lat long.
Agreed.
Bobcat communications.
Bobcat communication 39 Golf, go ahead.
Disregard that request to get the lat long from McCain 5. The original lat long is correct.
Copy, thank you.
On tack. Checking your status over there, see how that plan was working. Able to get to any of those smokes to put any work on them? Let me know if you need anything. 7-1, Zulu. If that was you, you were scratchy. Just checking your status, make sure you guys found everything all right and got in place. Copy. I'll make it your way to tie in here pretty soon. Thank you for the update.
Los Angeles.
And Elko.
Zulu on tack.
At Helco, Angeles. There's a medical rescue at Teen Portal and Little Rock Canyon. Compass 22 will be going into your CFR.
Said County Copter 22 will be inbound for medical rescue division Mike in Little Rock Canyon.
Copy.
And Frank, elevate so much to get Tanker 37 Sierra Division Golf, contact Golf 3D.
McCain 5, Bobcat Communications V4.
Moving up the hill a little bit, but if you guys, when you're ready to move up here where that line crosses the road. It's got a couple of stops up there down by Silverfish Trail. You guys can just check that area, keep eyes up where we're catching.
Copy, we're en route right now. Do you want us to hold there for the next few hours?
That's the firm. I'd like to just stay and keep eyes.
Bobcat Communications, Mike trainee. We can try and relay info to McCain 5 if you like.
Mike Trainee, Bobcat Communications. You're going to get LA County, Copter 22.
Copy, we're talking to Helco right now. Copter 22.
That's affirmative.
The wash or confluence there, right on the southwest side of the pond.
Planning ops training command. Operations training command.
Planning ops trainee, you calling?
Got a Type 6 engine that just stepped in. Wanted to see where you wanted them.
Needed for Zulu or Juliet, let's put them up in Delta.
Send them to Delta. What's the reporting location?
On up to drop point 77. Delta operations training, copy. You got a Type 6 coming up. The reporting location is drop point 77. Delta, do you have a designator on that Type 6? That would be the Carson engine, engine 611. 611, copy. I'll meet him at 77. ops trainee, operations trainee. Barry, we just got done with the recon. You looking for an update? Planning ops trainee, operations trainee.
Planning ops training.
Hey, I got an afternoon update for you. Are you ready to copy? We'll start with Division Golf. The fire has reached Dar Creek in Section 2 at the furthest south fork there in the stream. Got down in there in the bottom, and there's water, and they're working, helicopters on it, and it's not really doing much. It's just kind of skunking around. It's some heavies that rolled down the hill, and it's going to have to work pretty hard for it to come out of there. On the north aspect in Section 35 of the fire has backed down pretty close to that the trail there that you see that runs through Section 35. Division Golf resources are in place. They're coming up with a plan to deal with the fire once it gets down at the toe of the slope. They're looking at potentially putting some retardant across that knob that you see there in Section 35, tying in the two dozer lines with retardant across that knob. The north side of that knob is heavy timber, so they're wanting to keep the fire from getting into that to alleviate spotting potential.
Golf Hotel is fueled and returning to the fire.
Foxtrot carry, Blue Division Foxtrot, boots are on the ground, walking the fire perimeter. We identified a couple of helo spots in Division Foxtrot for troop transport, but the belly that cleaned up in Section 35 yesterday was looking pretty cold. We found one smoke on the fire edge, and it was in Section 35, the southeast corner of Section 35, and there's a vehicle parked right down below it on the 5N04.3 road. Division Juliet, north of drop point 86. There was a little bit of heat down in the drainage there in Squaw Canyon, and resources were at scene. Helicopters were currently working it, so the direct Camline construction, and walking the fire perimeter continues there. South of drop point 86, Gary, on the south side of Mount Waterman. The isolated heat that you see on today's off IR map is currently being worked with the helicopter, and there's a crew tapping that isolated heat that you see there in section 29. From there, Kerry, we dropped over to the west to drop point 80, and we flew that fire's perimeter there from drop point 80 down to Cogswell Dip. There was no smoke showing, and so I'll update the map of this evening when I get in, but no heat, no smoke. And that's been patrolled by air for 3 days. From there, we moved down into Division Alpha, flew up to the base of Mount Wilson, patrolled through the firing operations from last night. Below Mount Wilson was a couple hundred feet of depth in the areas that would consume. And then over on the north side of the West Fork drainage, there was good depth, 300 to 500 feet in most places. There are 4 fingers that potentially could need some cleanup, but currently there's no threat to the line, the control line there, Highway 2. And the swap over on top of Barley Flat was looking good. No smoke showing in reports.
Also, drop point 82, the first swap we had going down to confirm with the division. We're going to black line that, or if anyone's been boots on the ground.
Talking about the piece that goes out to the west from drop point 82, or the piece that goes to the south towards drop point 80?
That goes south, drop point 82, right down just drop point 80.
I'll touch bases with Division Delta, but we flew that, Gary, and there wasn't anything showing. I'll confirm with Delta that's been walked, and when they get in this evening, they'll update the map.
1 Charlie Golf, come over and give you a couple for this end. Sure. Break. Golf finish. I'll go. One Charlie Golf back. Put a couple of drops in the bottom of the door. If he's looking real good, I'm going to borrow him to build some snack case, and then he'll be back to you, alright?
Engine 611. Okay, we found a good spot with a good area of concern.
Golf, McKean 5, V4.
Five, 39 Golf on V4. Golf for branch 5, go ahead. Golf on V4.
McKean 5, V4. How do you copy?
Scratchy, go ahead.
You can relay to CDC. The patient's going to go to Antelope Valley Hospital.
McCain 5. Continue to hike back to your bus.
Bobcat communication copies traffic going to Antelope Valley Hospital.
McCain 5 on V4. Continue back to your bus. I'll contact you there.
Buddy?
Engine 12, engine 315, engine 316, LPF engine 54, engine 310, engine 336, water tender 10, water tender 34, patrol 12, patrol 15, battalion 11, battalion 31, respond to brush fire, location area 14 automatic gauge zone, I-5 south, south to 138, timeout 1339.
Off of the Howard spots en route in Old Valley Hospital, 4 minutes en route.
Bobcat Communications, Mike on V4.
Go for Bobcat Communications.
Hey, I understand that you copied the traffic, one patient en route to Antelope Valley Hospital. The IWI is concluded.
Bobcat Communication copies. Does McCain 5 have any other needs, or can we cancel squad and safety?
We can go ahead and cancel squad and safety.
Bobcat Communication copies. Bobcat Communications.
Bobcat Communications Squad 4124, copies direct. We will also let AR-14 know as well.
Bobcat Communication copies. Break. Safety 5. Bobcat Communications. Communications.
Communications from Safety Simonian on V4.
Safety, go ahead for Bobcat Communications.
I copy that traffic. I'm en route to AV Hospital now.
Communication copies.
Responding to brush fire, automatic gauge zone, cancel, LA County Hospital,
One patient transported to Antelope Valley Hospital, IWI concluded.
Copy. Break. Communications, Branch 5. Can you make that announcement? IWI complete.
Bobcat Communication copies. Break. Attention all units. IWI concluded. Resume traffic.
Copy, scan. Landing ops. Branch 10 on V4. Area 4, available area 11. Flying 11, copy the cancel.
Copy cancel.
Hello folks, I'm back temporarily and then I'll be back for good in a little bit. I just got a random alert on my phone. This is a airplane that has just squawked, is losing altitude, has just gone to emergency status. So I'm going to switch that airplane because it's in the same area. So that craft is November 626 Frank Tango. It's around 9,000 feet right now, and go to only selected, and it looks like it may be trying to land somewhere down here. So let's see, where's the nearest airport. Sorry, this is a little unrelated to the fire, but since this plane is in the area, I'm curious and I'm watching it, so maybe you guys want to watch it too. These usually are just nothing, but I have on Flight Radar 24. Yeah, thanks, Lurk. This happens pretty frequently, but there are updates you can get when planes squawk to emerge. They switch their squawk to emergency code. So he's squawking 7700. So I don't know much about airplanes, but he's at 8,400 something feet now. So and let's zoom in. where is the nearest airport? Current altitude is around 8,000, and he's looped. So, see what happens? I mean, there's a lot more airports out here than you would think. Let me click on this guy again and go to map view. What is this? So this is the other airplanes in the area now. So I'm watching the altitude. It's not showing in real time like it is on my phone. On my phone, he's dropping down to 7,300 feet now. Left Bakersfield. It's a 29-year-old aircraft, an American General AG-5B. Now it's 7,000 feet, and he's circling around again. But he is squawking 7700, which is the emergency frequency. So, I wonder what the nearest tower would be. But right just moments ago, I got that chime on the phone. So current altitude is 6,400 feet. This could be an orderly, oh dear, I just hit a bat on my windshield, or it could be, oh no, mayday, you know, I don't know. If I knew what airport he was making for, I would switch to the, we could switch to that frequency. Does Buena Park have an airport? Let's show airports. Airport pins. Yeah, okay, so actually that is what an airport is. That airport is Fullerton Municipal. Let's see if I can get that tower. The tower would be walking him through it right now, if theoretically. Chimp 6 is an Ontario airport or San Bernardino, yeah. So he may be circling to drop altitude to come land here. 5,200 feet so far. So I'm just going to Google, what is it? What is the word I'm looking for? Fullerton Municipal Airport. He's going past it. And dropping 5,000 feet now. Air traffic control. I don't know if he's going to be handed off to somebody else. So he's gone. Oh, okay. So that's a misunderstanding. Is recorrecting itself. His transponder location. It's just randomly dropping on my app his altitude. It's now under 4,500 feet, but you can see that the transponder lost him for a second and had to recorrect where he's actually at. So he's making perhaps for Fullerton. Yeah, there's and now it's okay. So it's recorrecting him. He seems to be circling that place. So let's get to AirNav. What's a good website that has tower and control? I just want to play the current frequency. Okay, listen to air traffic control. He's at 3,400 feet now. Liveatc.net. Okay, let me switch. Airport code. So you just Fullerton Municipal. Search. Sorry. FULL is not currently. Dang it. So it's not covered by that. This is FUL. KFUL. FUL. Sorry, Liveatc.net doesn't have that coverage. KFUL. If anybody's got it, hey. He's at 2,800 feet according to this app. Squawking 7700. He may be circling to dump fuel. I don't believe you're allowed to do that above a city. But yeah, I mean, that usually they would be directed out to sea first. But I do wonder, you know, what would you do in that situation? If any of the pilot types know, where's Malcolm? Where's Malcolm and Mr. Aviation? So, or just circling to line up for the airport. 1,800 feet. So this is kind of interesting to watch. Most of these are absolutely fine. You mean to burn fuel? That could be it. Just burn a little or coast down. He could be just trying to troubleshoot. 1,600 feet. Could be trying to troubleshoot the issue and pull up, you know. Although at 1,500 feet now, that's unlikely. And also, we can't be assured that this is his exact location, because this program is interpreting. Okay, see, it corrects itself. His true location was over here. It's showing below 1,000 feet, 700 feet. That little thing right here, this is the airport. So he could be making his final approach. This is the airport. It's 200 feet, so he must be landing. Yeah, look at the transponder, like not being sure where he's at. 100 feet. According to my phone, 50 feet. Hey guys, he landed. He landed, and don't pay attention to this. This doesn't mean he's off the runway necessarily. He says his calibrated altitude is less than 50 feet now. So when they lose transponder signal, I mean, assume he landed, but yeah, he's at the end of the runway. That was, wow. So calibrated altitude 0. But this happens a lot with this app, is taxiing and stuff. He could immediately be turning like that, but this app sort of calculates where they're going and guesses until they get the next transponder report. So when they're taxiing and turning, thank goodness it's still turning. If it was a crash, it wouldn't be moving, right? So yeah, see now it's turning. So seems to have landed and is taxiing away. Phew. Yeah, so, I mean, that's the nature of this predictive program. And if it didn't predict, there would be not very many smooth flights, you know. But, yay! Maybe they're all clapping in the tower right now for this guy. Yeah, if you have Flight Radar 24 app, I mean, it's better than here, what I'm showing you. This is the this is the actual web view, you know, the website view. On Android, on iPhone, it's better. And so, look, it shows him off runway on Commonwealth Avenue. I highly doubt that. He's about to recorrect again. Yep, boom. You know what, let's listen to LA County. They're talking about something, but yay!
30 minutes, thank you.
Man, that sucks, to squawk emergency over the LA general area. And glad he made it with all this air traffic. This is some of the busiest air traffic in the world, and you know, yeah, that's not where you want to have an emergency. That's for sure. So anyway, back to looking at oh, there's the Vertol. So the Vertol's in the house. So, but yeah, I have it set up on my phone so I can hear general emergencies everywhere all over the world, from France and this and that. One time there was an emergency and it looked like somebody crashed in the English Channel. And I zoomed in, and there's a tiny island. I was like, what? So that was the only bit of English soil that the Nazis occupied, or sorry, the Germans occupied World War II apparently. I forget what it's called. So there's the Sikorsky, the Vertol, the Bell 205A1, the Bell 407. So the bulk of the activity is at the central part of the fire. They still are trying to save Paradise Springs and keep it from moving over towards Big Pines and Wrightwood. And now there's a lot of activity we're seeing on the other side here. You can look at the hot spots up on the map in the upper right hand corner. And so, you know, they're trying to catch it there. And right now they were saying something about Mount Wilson a minute ago, but it was more like a problem with lunch and some sort of damage happened. And I was looking up and somebody was hit by a rock at the chat. Is that what happened? Oh, Chimp said that's approach altitude, right? Yeah. He's heading for the mall. Yeah, it's just, never mind this. I'll just taxi over to the mall and park there and go have a Sabaro's pizza slice at the food court. Oh, and a gyro. Man, I want a gyro. Does anybody deliver gyros? I need it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I need one. I need a teriyaki lamb and beef mix gyro with some tomatoes. Yeah. Dang it. That was, my local mall had that at the food court. So if he has a larger plane, he can go to South John Wayne, right? Yeah, I didn't know what type of plane. Fullerton's has a short runway. Hey, Chimp 6, you sound like you're very familiar with this. Yeah. Lurk says, I fly RC planes, helicopters, way too scared to really learn how to fly. I know. RC, at least I'm not in the thing when it crashes. Yeah. In the future, when everything's automated and cars drive themselves and planes drive themselves, people will wonder, like, really? Depending on whether or not you crashed, was whether or not you, like, pushed a stick too hard down or up? Really? And they'll be like, wait a second, you mean back then pilots could stall themselves by pushing a stick the wrong way or pulling it back too hard or the wrong pitch? Didn't they have the technology to go to the moon? Why didn't they fix it? And then people in the future will shrug and say, we don't know. So we're the last of the Mohicans as manual flyers. So, alright, so they just stopped talking, but I swear that they said something about doing something at the Mount Wilson, damage to the Mount Wilson food cafe. Anyway, but who got hit by a rock? I'm scanning up while in my absence. Oops, rock to the chest, ouch. At least they said it was minor. Really? I hate hearing first responders getting hurt. Whoa, what happened there? So, yikes. I gotta go out of the room for a few minutes and I'll be right back. Do tell me what happened there. And we do continue to listen to the pilot chatter by the Bobcat fire here. And I'll be right back. Give me a few.
570, Helco, air to ground command. It's 6 Golf Hotel's having a little issue with his bucket. He's going to go see if he can get it rectified. We've got helicopter 530 is going to be on order for you guys, so it just might be a couple minutes. Order should just be a couple minutes out.
Operation. Operations branch 10 before. Cell signal and give us a call. I'll call you in about 20 minutes if that works. Division Alpha, operations training. Division Alpha, ops training. Training, go.
drop point 75. Telco ready to come in. Available type 1 orders out of Fox Field for Division Golf. Okay, Telco.
Branch 5, Tango Tango trainee on command.
Tango Tango trainee, go for branch 5.
Is there a place we can meet?
I'm up here on the tube of the drop-off point the other day where 81 Gulf jumped off.
I copy that. I'm on Big Pines heading to Finner.
Give me a shout when you get close. Maybe we can meet there at the top of Big Rock before you drop down into Finner.
Hey, copy.
Here's a better question. Were you going to go down the bottom or come across the top?
I'm coming in the bottom. I can come up and meet you at the top.
Give me a shot when you're close.
Bobcat communications. Mike. LA County Dispatch is reporting a flare-up. I got an address when you're ready.
Nope.
1040 Paiute Road.
0450 Paiute Road.
Thank you.
Alright, I'm back for the moment, and we do see some Bambi bucket drops going on here at the Bobcat fire. At the Bobcat fire, let me turn that down. But I do want to see what's going on with other aircraft, perhaps working on other fires. So I think I'm going to take a little glance around. If you're just here, I can answer questions about fires and give you the updates. I'm kind of situating here, trying to prepare a meal and juggling phone calls, but if anybody has, as always, any sort of question, what's this fire doing, what's happening here, put it in chat and I will read you the latest update.
39 Golf, branch 5 safety, on command.
For 39 Golf.
Yeah, so my understanding is the person that we flew out was not the one with the rock. Does the one that got hit by the rock still need an evaluation?
Whoa.
Contact with my captain, McCain 5. I've been trying to get to a high spot. Hopefully I'll have communications with him in a few minutes.
Yeah, sounds good. You'll probably have to do another IW as we cancel the squad and ambulance.
Yikes.
Safety 5, Mike on V4.
Alpha Delta side much, so if you wouldn't mind on your way in, just doing a quick lap around those guys at the Wilson. Division Foxtrot, we've got helicopter 530, helicopter 1 Charlie Hotel, both working. Ground contact for 530 to be Creek 7. He's working out of Cogswell.
Yeah, if I could talk in between them. So what we're hearing is an emergency situation where either a civilian or a firefighter, my chat mods say it's a firefighter, actually got hit by a rock. And they said that they were air evacuating him with an air ambulance. However, they just spoke up and said, no, they said the guy hit by a rock is still there. They evacuated somebody else who was injured on the Bobcat fire. So we're listening to LA, but we're looking at the aircraft activity at the August fire right now. I had to guess, it's probably just some sort of unstable ground. Maybe, you know, that's steep terrain. By the Bobcat fire, there must have been a rock fall.
Zero Hotel Tango, or is it one hotel or 6 hotels? Back on Golf 37 Sierra, 1520, timeout. Ground contact, Task Force 704, 1 Charlie Golf, also on scene. Zero Hotel Tango, ordered. Well, 1 Charlie Hotel till the end of the day to fill the tanks. About 1 Charlie Golf, 1.1 to 1.5.
Tango 51 Charlie, go on V4. Hey, can you come up Big Rock Canyon and bring 3-year engines? That's A firm, give me about 20, I'm up on Holcomb Ridge. It's going to take me a bit to get down, but yeah, I'll get you 3 engines there. Yeah, A firm, we just need to investigate. We got some smoke just across the creek. Copy that.
One had checked out, now they're checking back in. Also, we've had Sheriff Air 5 that came up to Farm Flash here from
Forward 4125, do you copy? Verbal. 485 and 4132, let's just continue with the hot spotting mission, and I'll see if I can get you some extra work.
Flight 30, back to base.
Gonna see if I can
Return to base, Compal.
see if any of these copters are air ambulances.
Yeah, firm. Yeah, if you're attached, go ahead as well.
So far,
Copy, thank you. I'll meet you guys there. It's probably 20 to 30 out.
if they're done.
A little bit of overlap with 6 Golf Hotel having a bucket issue, and then we had a little bit of a delay with 530 going. I just want to make sure we get that going. So copy 73 uniform as the guy still.
Probably 30 out. Copy that. Just have them come up Big Rock Creek. You'll see it on the right-hand side.
No real notification from the division until we made contact with them. Actually, I think the back range 4 made contact with me and said that there was an IWI, but there was no follow-up.
traffic from Tango Tango Trainee. Once you get on Big Rock, I guess you'll see them and some smoke across the line.
A little bit weird on the onset. Normally you get a call from a division at least identifying the IWI so you can pay attention in there, but it came through bracket and it was just kind of a little bit backwards. I think that's about what we got.
You guys back at 1800.
1800, we'll finish it up.
Okay, so I'm going to mute that a second. What we were...
Up Big Rock Creek Road.
Okay, I'm going to...
Bird dog you.
Battalion 44 will bird dog you. Whoops, I accidentally muted that. I have no idea what is bird dogging. Hey, Mr. Aviation, glad to see you. So, if I can get a word in...
Your golf is back at TP80. No plan for aerial ignition or anything like that as of right now.
Hang on.
Yeah, no pending mission.
And we'll be sending out to the southwest.
Alright. Dang it.
Batch, you guys just head back and get base and we'll let them know you're out.
I keep thinking they'll talk about...
Got a pattern when I arrive, I do dispatch. Or, yeah, you're right, outbound does dispatch, so I'll check in with them though.
Oh, come on.
Hold
Ah! Alright, guys. What we were listening to... Jeez. Is an air evacuation, an air ambulance ride for a guy that got hit by a rock. And so they were talking about that.
1745.
Never fails. Ah! Nope.
Yeah, and we're all back on the ground.
That'll be good, then maybe we can work some of the shady, shadowy stuff up to the end. And but yeah, plan on 1745, and if we're all done sooner, then we'll all depart.
Alright, so they go silent for 20 minutes, but the moment I want to brief people, blah, 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 blah. Sorry. So, the reason I was just intently listening on that is we just had some weird stuff happen. So, right before, first of all, I was AFK for a bit, and I come back, and they're talking about somebody being hit by a rock. Someone says, is that a civilian? It's up here in chat. Or is that a firefighter? And they said,
Go ahead for Mike.
Informational, I've been in contact with McCain 5. They did have a second injury, but he does not need to be medically evaluated per the captain, and so no need for an additional response.
Copy, no need for additional response, thank you.
whew.
Branch 5 safety copies as well.
Alright.
Bobcat communication copies. No need for an additional response.
Can I talk now? Jeez. That can be so frustrating. So, okay, to finish up what I was saying. So here I go AFK for a bit. I sit back down and chat's full of chatter about, oh, I hope that guy's okay. Somebody was hit by some sort of a rock. And they said, is that a civilian or is that a firefighter? And somebody said, we think it's a firefighter. And so I was like, oh, geez. So the next thing that happens is there's a squawk of 7700, and which is the emergency squawk code. And so I flipped back there, and if anybody wants to know, the timestamp for me when I stopped talking about it is 2 hours and 15 minutes in the video. You'll have to then rewind from there, but looks like the emergency landing went okay for that unrelated aircraft. Let's tune in for a second.
Chief, what's your location?
106th Street and Juniper Hills.
Yeah, I copy. I'll be there in 5.
Copy, I'll stand by.
Okay, so the next thing that happens is, I'm assuming that while I was gone, that guy was evacuated, right? Air ambulance kind of stuff. So here we are. We watched the emergency landing of the unrelated plane that was in distress that was nearby. And so he seems to have landed at Fullerton. We couldn't get air traffic control to... we couldn't find an air traffic control ham radio operator that was tuned in there. So I usually use liveatc.net, but it didn't have the airport covered. So we did watch him actually touch down on a runway, and then we watched him taxi. So I assumed that was not a crash. So, but if anybody wants to see that, that is at the timestamp. I stopped talking about it 2 minutes and 15 minutes into the video. So after that, I'm thinking, it's going to go back to boring stuff. Then they start talking about air evacuation of an injured party, and they were talking about the guy hit by the rock, and then air medic, I guess it was, pipes up and says, no, the guy that we put in our ambulance was not the rock guy, it was a different injury. And so then I just tuned in, trying to figure out if the guy injured by the rock was going to be evacuated. And we just got our answer that there's somebody else with a different injury and it doesn't need attention. And I think they already took care of the guy injured by the rock. So thoughts and prayers for our brave firefighters out there getting injured on the job. This looks like there were just 2 at the same time. And there's already been a fatality here. This is a deadly fire. And so it's not over yet. But it looks like I can't find any tankers working the fires today. It's just a bunch of helicopters. But I continue to search. So we continue to listen to the Los Angeles area major event. So that's the pilot chatter by the Bobcat fire. And I think it's still offline, the one covering Northern California, which is so frustrating. But I do see that there's more Bambi bucket work with on the August fire. So I'm going to try to figure out where the tankers are. Same thing with the same thing with the North Complex. I just see copters and scout planes. Jeez. Enough of that. So there's
530 out and 73 uniform replaced.
okay, whatever. I'm struggling with this constant volume bar to keep it level and keep it from blowing our ears out, but they keep having very low transmissions and very loud transmissions, so I'm struggling to do that. But yeah, Mr. Aviation, while you were out, you missed all this action. So I can't actually find any fixed wing, and I keep looking for any sign of the global supertanker, and I don't think it's taken flight today, or since the 22nd, so let's look. Yeah, it hasn't taken off since the 22nd, according to Flight Radar 24. So, this is a bit disappointing, but maybe the tankers are moved elsewhere. Maybe they're helping knock out Oregon fires or something else. So I'm going to keep zooming over the fire zones, and I'll do a manual search for the actual tankers. I do have their registration numbers, some of them. So, it just could be some other reason why they're not operating, but it beats me at the moment. So, if anybody has questions about the fires, I can read you current updates. And for the most part, things are quiet today. They continue to do Bambi bucket stuff over by Big Pines, which has been fun to watch. And Sikorsky's are out there. There's a Vertol out there now. And no sign of the Sky Crane, but that was pretty cool. Okay, we've got a PC-12 shook off from... PC-12s are scout planes, but I don't see any action, particularly over the Oregon fires either, which is normal because it's pretty drizzly and rainy right now. So probably Paisley in a 242 fire would have the action if there was any. This is Condor 26. I have to know more about this plane. What is Condor 26? Came out of Reading. No aircraft type, no registration, no serial number information. So Condor 26 is a mystery plane or craft. Huh. Where did it come from? Reading? And it's going towards could be lining up for approach for Portland. So could be going to PDX. But yeah, Mr. Aviation, you should have been here. At least it's recorded and you can go back and watch it. So, but I do not see the tankers aloft today. Where are they? It's a normal flight going to Boise. Lots of scout plane action. Lots of Bambi bucket helicopter action, especially over by Mount Wilson. They just may have totally crap weather.
Air attack.
I mean, look at that haze at Mount Wilson.
Assume Bobcat air attack and hell goes back to base.
Vision Alpha training, Bobcat.
Go for Alpha training.
Damage assessment ETA is 1 hour.
Any air attack, air to ground command? Air back to fire in Alpha. Below the 2 on the north side of the drainage. Now it's backing down in the deep part of the drainage, and I'm sure you guys got cross canyon lookouts, but coming straight over it, it's kind of in the bottom, in the lower part, and just the heavies down the bottom. I mean, there's still probably some potential if we're to get a wind on it, you know, an up canyon or a cross slope wind, but right now it's just back end heavy in the heavies. Switch map.
Worth noting, if anybody does rewind my video, when you're done watching a segment, hit the live button to go back to live. I can tell when people randomly say stuff in chat where I've spoken about that an hour ago, that they forgot to hit the live button to go back to my current.
Right next to section 35 marker.
Shepherd Slope, he just said. By the mile 35 marker.
Cross the knob, find it into the existing retard, and to the edge of the river.
Hey, that's a sky crane.
Okay, got it. The doze line on the north side of the knob is the primary line, but going from retardant across the top of that ridge to maybe hold it a little bit before it backs down to the doze line. Is that correct? We'll take a look.
Yeah, we have some special aircraft here. Sikorsky CH-54 Tari, T-A-R-H-E. I don't know how to say that. I don't know if you're in the house, Mr. Aviation. But then there's a Vertol, which is a wannabe Chinook. Just kidding. And a Sky Crane, an S-64E. And I think they're both Sky Cranes, the CH-54 and the S-64E. That's pretty cool. Be right back, guys. I'm trying to arrange some food. If you have any questions about any of the western fires, I still am covering those. We've been listening to pilot chatter as they drop water on the Bobcat fire, and they're having trouble over here somewhere in the Juniper Hills with some sort of a new smoke signal or a new smoke visible. And so they've been talking about, getting over to it, and it's in difficult terrain. I believe it was over by Juniper Hills. They're still focusing on the Little Rock Reservoir area, saving Paradise Springs and Big Pines, and the stuff at Mount Wilson seems to be just going okay. But we're not seeing any fixed-wing tanker aircraft, so they must be at a different location. So I'll be searching for those a little bit later, since I wrote down a list of registration numbers and aircraft. So unfortunately, the 747, the global supertanker, has not taken off today. It hasn't taken off since the 22nd. So it just could be windy conditions, which are beginning to occur across California, are prohibitive, or for some other reason. They could be somewhere else slamming the fire in, say, Oregon, but I just checked Oregon. I don't see them either. So I'll try and get to the bottom of that. Oh, hey, Mr. Aviation says they should really consider updating their fleet of chopters to the newer S-70s. But then again, I don't know how CAL FIRE's funding is. I would guess abysmal. I just would hazard a guess that it's abysmal. There's so much talk about wildfire firefighters getting the total shaft that they're pretty much on minimum wage and food stamps. So that's just not. That's what Torin was saying. The ex-firefighter. City firefighting jobs can pay well, but as far as the wildfire budget is, that's one sign that it's probably abysmal. So some of these planes are National Forest Service types as well. CAL FIRE doesn't have jurisdiction over all wildfires in California. That's blowing my mind. Sometimes they share jurisdiction on a fire, and other times it's split between 3 different counties, and their official people and sometimes Forest Service types, feds are in charge. So it's a confusing mess. And it probably could do a simplification, just a simplifying, unifying sort of one agency that just deals with all the Western fires, that would just work, be functional, no communication issues, share the same maps, share the same data. And they also have a weird system of rotating people out every 21 days, even if they intimately know the land. And you do see a whole bunch of guys getting up in front of the board, pointing at maps, saying, "Oh, Mount Pignot or Pinion or Pinois. I'm sorry, I don't know how to spell that. I don't know how to say that." Wow, you just replaced the guy who grew up there, who's been there for 30 years. That kind of stuff just is unsettling to me. I'm not trying to be critical. I'm trying to point out what I think could be some very things we can fix.
To the Blue Ridge IP 9500.
Yeah, also, because mistakes, we learn from mistakes, and this is not criticism. This is, constructive, if it's any kind of criticism. A lot of this stuff is just preventable. We are seeing, firefighters having radios that don't work, and maps that are different from each other's, and critical delays. Different agencies that are not plugged into the same map system. I've seen firefighters sit outside of a building in Clackamas County, and they waited 48 minutes for the power company to come and turn off the power. To me, that's just unacceptable. They got lost on different roads and didn't know there were barricades. So they just weren't sharing the same maps. We're seeing that same thing at the pilots here on the Bobcat fire. One pilot is saying, "Let me get a flashlight and get my old map out because I don't have any data." So one incident command wanted to send a pilot a map and couldn't. "I don't have any cell phone coverage data out here." This stuff is just unacceptable. This is LA. Go put more towers up there so the first responders can share maps. This sort of thing is just crazy. He kept flipping through paper maps saying, "Well, I have a map, but this peak isn't labeled. So from this mountain, how many peaks north, and is it to the slightly northeast?" And so they sat there for about an hour, just one guy trying to talk the other guy into labeling the right peak. And this kind of stuff is just nuts. I just wonder, since there's so much waiting for power lines to be shut off, why don't we have a way that firefighters can do that themselves? Because when we saw this historic wind event, the firefighters were dealing with down power lines all over the place. 58 started in Washington County, and 58 different power line fires started in Washington County in a series of 4 hours. And then I keep hearing, there's more than 1 hour of delay before the power company could get to all of those. They can't be everywhere at once. So whatever our system is right now, let's just say it's not working. And we have the technology. There should be a button. Firefighters should have a tablet and look at it, your Android, iPhone, whatever, and push a button to turn off power with their tablet. They should have that kind of power. They should have special keys or something. So I'm just kind of dismayed. We're still pretty much in the 1950s. As Mr. Aviation and others were pointing out, and Malcolm, the pilots' radios sound this bad because they haven't really been updated since the 50s. So I'm sure we could have noise reduction, like AI programs built into the dash, maybe just filter it through your tablet. A lot of pilots have a tablet and they actually stick that up in the cockpit, and they have their maps that are 3D, and they're looking at the other planes like this, kind of like in Flight Radar 24. So if we have to, why don't we just have little boxes that would have some sort of a nice technology where they plug in their headset here, then plug it into their
Bobcat
cockpit,
communication.
and would have clear transmissions that filtered out noise. Because time and time again, hey, your radio is broken up. Why don't you
At the cross streets when you're ready.
say again? Call me on your cell phone.
Murphy's Lane and 126th Street East. Yeah, copy that. Murphy Lane, 106th. 126th East. Copy, 126.
See, that's a good example of his mic broke right there, and they would have, if they didn't make that correction, that would be a totally different street, right? Big difference between 126th Street and 26th. So this is where they're at, and so they keep putting out hotspots. I believe that's Valeyrmo. And so they keep, the Juniper Hills, in between Juniper Hills and Valeyrmo. So it looks like more like it's Juniper Hills here. So they do keep monitoring and patrolling. The fire devastated this area. You can see it, but just as somebody not in firefighting, I'm very dismayed by so many missed opportunities to just quickly pounce on a fire, quickly pounce on a hotspot. And they have said stuff like, I've been monitoring this for 3.5 weeks every day. Your transmission was broken. I couldn't understand it. I advise, if you can hear me, to go west down that road. About 25 minutes you should reach cell phone service. And why don't you call me on your cell? This is unacceptable. I mean, in these hills, there are these giant towers right over here by Mount Wilson. You can almost see them off screen here. And there's crystal clear AM and FM radio. But for the frequencies that first responders use and the pilots, it's all garbage. And there's no cell phone service and there's no data. But this area keeps having massive fires again and again and again. So they should probably just spend the money to put up some repeaters, put up some first responder stuff. You know, if we can afford that for AM and FM, we can do it here. It's just absolutely mind-boggling here. You cannot just wait 48 minutes to respond to a fire. In 48 minutes, your house is burned down. The difference between a house fire, like saving the house, is they have to respond usually within 5. And the same thing goes with a wildfire. They can see it, like these scout planes, they can see it, but trying to get anybody to understand them in time has been quite a struggle. So a little bit of investment like that, a little bit of investment, and we would save millions of dollars in firefighting.
Achieved to a spot where you have cell service. Can you give me a call? Calling now.
Wow. I'm not making this up. Just, wow. When you get to a spot where you have cell service, give me a call. It's just.
Yeah, I'm up by Paramount. Probably 45 minutes to get back to you. Delta. Dozers hit a guide wire that cannot be removed on that road, so it's only ATV passable. So we're going to have to stop pushing there. I'll catch up with you when we get back up.
That is another thing I don't understand as a layman, as an outsider. Chimp 6 says, the governor announced just before the fire started we were buying new Firehawk S-70I helicopters and C-130 airplanes. Some have been delivered and some are on order. That's another thing. Why do we have to buy these? We have a gigantic trillion-something dollar defense budget. This is a national security issue. This is absolutely the greatest threat to us. We're not currently particularly threatened by invasion by any other forces right now. And yes, we've got to keep, we've got to keep a good defense up. But, Edwards Air Force Base is over there. Why don't we just get what we need for free? This is a national security type of an issue. This is doing more damage than a bombing raid would have in World War II. Like, if the Japanese had been able to send bombers over to LA, this is the kind of equivalent kind of damage they would have done. And so I'm wondering, why doesn't the military just say, here, have some craft? They don't have to be brand new. Why does each state have to pay for it? It really is a national issue. I mean, the people in New York telling me that they're choking on the smoke, everybody in the entire country is going to be fitting the bill here. This is our taxpayer dollars being flushed down the drain because of preventable fires being started by things like power companies. Sorry, I should wait until the investigation concludes, but so far, SoCal Edison is cooperating with the investigation that maybe their power lines caused the Bobcat fire. So I'm just wondering, why do states have to buy this stuff? I bet a lot of them are just sitting there at Edwards. Why is there particularly a difference between firefighting aircraft and military aircraft? If the point is to defend the country from damage like, say, a bombing, when a wildfire does the same damage and kills the same, like, roughly the equivalent amount of people as if war, then maybe we should mobilize military. And maybe stop paying the firefighters minimum wage. The military is helping out with the reconnaissance. That's good. I think that's great. But, like, when all the 7 tanker planes were grounded last week because of that idiot that flew a drone, like some random civilian idiot, flew a drone at 6,000 feet from the top of Mount Wilson and grounded 7 tankers. Hey, Edwards Air Force Base, you want to figure out who that was with a search and destroy mission? That's what I think would have been a good idea. We know that ISIS/ISIL, whatever you want to call the terrorist group, has been loading explosives onto drones and throwing them at our troops. So we better have defense against finding civilian drones and knocking them out of the sky, or even better, giving them a signal to return home from where they took off and arresting the idiot with the drone. I mean, right up here is Edwards Air Force Base. In fact, they could have scrambled from any base around here and figured out who that idiot was. I was looking at some history, and a couple years ago, the same thing happened in the same place. An idiot went up to Mount Wilson and grounded airplanes. So this is actually happening, like, year after year. Maybe the same idiot. It may be the same person. So, I mean, there's Edwards Air Force Base right here. They could have pushed a button and scrambled, and that would have been a great exercise. Let's just train our military to protect the United States from some of these things. I mean, especially the Air Force would be great here. Maybe the Army can have a military training exercise by quickly putting up a barracks for civilians. Like during wartime, you have to move into an area and you have to kind of make a miniature city for your infantry. Why aren't we doing that to house the evacuees? I don't know. I'm just thinking that this could be great training. And I don't understand why states have to now there's less money to fix the bridges and the dams and the power lines and such, and trimming back the trees away from them and getting rid of the invasive fire-promoting weeds. Now there's less money for that. Each one of those Firehawk S70Is, aren't they more than 22 million bucks? Let's see. Yeah, let's see how much a Firehawk costs. Okay, that's 15 million, the base price before modifications. And so after modifications, verticalmag.com is saying that each one of those will be costing, yeah, up to 22 million bucks. So, yeah, I'm just dismayed. Why did we have to buy those? These are not the attack ones. They are fitted out with water/chemical tanker firefighting versions. Exactly, so they're modified. And California will own and control which fires they are used for. Just, you know what? Let's just help each other across the borders. Let's be Americans and not just, you know, California is a richer state than Washington and Oregon, and that shouldn't determine who gets the best gear. It should just be owned by anyone. And you know what? If there's a hurricane in Louisiana, send them over to help. You know, if there's a wildfire in Colorado and they're available, send them over to help there. Some of this stuff is just making me pull my hair out with frustration. So, but the silver lining here, this is not complaints. I'm taking notes. We could change all this, and that's what's good. We could have one firefighting agency for all western states, and one set of group of people, you know, one group of people putting all their data in one spot. I'm really dismayed right now. The way it is you have to go to each individual. I have 67 tabs open. You have to go to each individual state, and not only the state, the individual fire department that's working on this individual fire area to find out evacuation areas, evacuation info. There is no one website for each state where you can find evacuation info. And that's why the millions of links are there in my channel. I started this broadcast because I was originally helping people find out where to go and if they needed to evacuate. I was helping them figure out evacuation plans and teaching, you know, fire survival, as well as reading weather reports and such. Just because it took me 3 hours to figure out where somebody should go between Lynn County, Marion County, and Clackamas County. There was no one website. So I found out the information that Clackamas County, once the wind event began after Labor Day, Clackamas County first got their stuff together and made a map, an evacuation map, and they had an evacuation order thing. But I had to go to the Clackamas County Fire Department Twitter to figure that out before they had their map up there. I expected that, boom, because of this crazy wind event, somebody in Marion County, the state capital, would just make one website called Wildfire Evacuation Info for MarionCounty.com or something. And then it would be like, here, Oregon wild information, you know, something like that. And then click your county, here's all the info. Here's all the road closures, here's the evacuation, and then here's a map of where the fire's going. That doesn't exist, and nobody did that. I mean, I took web development courses, just design courses, and there's software where even somebody with no clue on how to build a website, like Weebly.com or Squarespace, you can have an information website like that up in 4 hours. It still doesn't exist today. So I have 67 tabs open. I have Clackamas County Fire Department, City of Estacada. I have found out all this information from InstaWeb plus CAL FIRE. And then other information from Medford, like City of Medford. And then for evacuation information here with the Bobcat fire, it's actually LA County Sheriff's Office, which for some reason will put up there's no copy and paste info. So I had to hand type it because LA County Sheriff's Office has a JPEG, an image of the flyer that they scanned for evacuation info. So I had to sit there and type all that information, and it took me 20 minutes once I got it to put it on my channel because I couldn't make it large enough to be viewable on my monitor. So I had to right click it, save as, it becomes a JPEG on my desktop. Then I opened it, then I magnified it. Then here's what I did. to get everybody the information for evacuation because I couldn't read it over the air live because it was a JPEG. It was too small to see. So yeah, the good news is that I am a harsh critic. That's because I care about people's lives. That's because I lost a family friend in a wildfire right before the Paradise one the year before in a Santa Ana Winds event, and then Paradise happens and I nearly lose my brother in the Paradise fire in another Santa Ana Wind event. And we're just seeing this happen again and again. Then I almost lost my other brother in the lightning fire event, and everybody keeps telling me they had no idea what to do. There was no one place to get information. They were going to places like Twitter. Nobody should get evacuation information on Twitter. Twitter's kind of a cesspool of rumor mill, and half the information is wrong. None of it is checked and verified. Sorry, it can be used for good like official sources, but once people are on Twitter, they can be fooled into thinking that they're on an official site pretty easily by a joker. So that's not a good thing, you know. So there should be real official websites, real, you know, why can we not delete the Facebook app and the Amazon app off of our phones when we buy the phone? But yet no phone comes standard with one emergency information app. There should just be one federal agency that has all emergency information that you can't remove from a phone, so you can't disable the emergency alerts. So it gets pushed to you. So if a tornado is coming to you, if a flash flood is roaring towards you, if a fire is on its way to you, if an earthquake has just been detected and you need to take shelter, it's 45 seconds away. Which is true. You can detect earthquakes like that. They run through a fault, but it takes them a while to get to you. Why do we have to have Amazon and Facebook on our phone, but we don't have anything like that and it doesn't even exist? That's what I'm wondering about. But the good news is we can fix this. I'm taking notes here. And we have the technology already. We are still stuck in the 50s, though. You know, we are really stuck in the 50s. You know, the two people that died, they were getting ready to evacuate at Berry Creek. The elderly couple that died, didn't have correct information on the status of the bear fire. They saw containment information because they Googled that. 50% containment, so they thought, oh, that's much more containment than yesterday. We don't have to evacuate. We'll check it in the morning. And so they went to sleep, and they were not alerted by any sort of app or any sort of phone call that would have told them to get out, or any sort of app that would have said asterisk high winds in the forecast. That would have made the difference between seeing containment versus high winds in the forecast. Containment could go down. You know, so they decided that to go to sleep, and they had no warning. And so they were found dead in their vehicles as they didn't make it very far. And so did the other 10 people that died there. And I believe at one point they had 25 missing people. I'm not up to date on the death toll of the Bear Fire or the North Complex, but, you know, I bet they had Amazon on the phone, though. So I'm just dismayed, but this is easily fixable if we demand it. So a lot of these wildfires are just bigger and larger than they should be, because there's communication problems between people seeing it, and there's more than an hour's of delay before anybody can get over there with a plane to drop anything on it, these little spot fires. So that's one thing that we can fix. So I keep taking notes here, but I just thought this would exist already. I just thought that my job that I'm doing now wouldn't have to exist. You know, I have a million links and I ran out of characters, but in order to find out the evacuation information for all the western states right now, all 3 of them are on the coast, you have to click approximately 63 different websites and have to know where to find it. It's individual counties, it's individual fire departments, individual sheriff's office, individual things like you can't, like for California, you can't just trust CAL FIRE. I thought CAL FIRE was the end all one-stop shopping for different fires. It's not. I've gone to CAL FIRE and clicked on fires, and they say, "Oh, it's not in our jurisdiction, so we don't have any info." Oh, okay, get it? What?
Angeles Forest Highway near Big Tahunga. 28 Cal, it's going to be a Honda Civic, unoccupied.
Okay. Wow. Something about... Yeah, I'm turning that down. Something about meet at Mount Wilson for a face-to-face about the planning operations for the days, something like that. But you can see here the problem with the crackle. I mean, there's like technology for streamers that will clean up your audio for you, right? If you pay $100 and you plug your microphone into it and then out the other side it goes into your computer. If we have that, then why don't our pilots have that who are trying to report these fires? I just did, you know, I'm kind of wondering, why am I able to see these maps from hundreds of miles away, track the airplanes, track the fire from space? You know, I've got satellite images here, and I can see hot spots, and I can tell you where the hot spots are in the last detected in the last 10 minutes. Oh, there's a hot spot detected from space. In orange color is 60 minutes ago or less. The gray is 6 or 12 hours ago. So I can tell right now by looking from over here in Oregon that they've had a hot spot right there in that area. But when they don't have data, when they don't have cell phone coverage out here, they can't see what I see. They're relying on these radios for somebody else to tell them, and they can't hear each other. And then even some of the pilots that have been saying stuff earlier today, like, over there in that ridge, there's a little bit of a smoke. And I'm just randomly pointing an area. It's kind of tucked back there in the ravine. Can you see it? And the others are like, well, where exactly is it? And he's like, well, I'm trying to describe it to you. And they're like, well, I don't have data, and your radio's crackly, so why don't you fly over and land where you have cell phone coverage and call me? Whoa. Why don't you land where you have cell phone service and call me? So, the good news is, though, that they could invest the money here, and they could give the firefighters and first responders just as good enough coverage. There's these huge towers over here in Mount Wilson they're trying to detect. You have crystal clear FM radio from those super towers. Maybe it's time we did that for our first responders. So I'm just taking notes. This is constructive criticism. They're doing the best they can with the limited resources. I don't know how they do it. They must be so super frustrated here knowing that, you know, the average Uber driver down here has better navigation because they have data.
Your California 5 Zebra King Frank 864, negative 29 and valid to 2007 Honda. Of July 2020 to Alaska Quesada versus David.
Sorry, I tried to mute the names there.
Quesada Valley on the 21st.
I believe it's a civilian.
Check clear, and I'm pinning.
I believe it's a civilian car. They're trying to figure out if it should be in this restricted area or not. But it could be a burned out car. I don't know what you're talking about. Well, they were just I tried to mute it, reading names of the owners or something. So yeah, let me look back at the chat. Ship 6 says a bunch of Oregon's firefighting helicopters are deployed in Afghanistan right now. We need as a nation to get the whole lot smarter about firefighting. Amen. Robert Rowley, oh hey, welcome back, Rob. And Rocket Racer, welcome. Yep, a lot more can be done if the government wants it. So true. And you know what? We have the power here to demand it. You know, what I keep saying is do not elect people, either it's local or national, that decide that there's nothing to be done. We just have to tax cow farts. Or this is so sad. The whole world can't reduce emissions, therefore the fires are bad. No, the fires cause global warming. It's not the other way around. So far, just looking at the data, there's been no change in the frequency of the Santa Ana winds or their there's been no actual link between that and their ferocity or how often they happen. And what, though, can be determined, we don't know how, but we do know deforestation from these massive fires is causing climate change. We just don't know how and what type. Same way as the deforestation of the Amazon, plus all these emissions and plus all this pollution. So that is changing stuff. We know that people are suffering here, even in New York City, struggling to breathe. That amount of emissions is seen from space. That's causing something to happen to the atmosphere. I'm not going to speculate on what, but these fires are contributing to more emissions that this is more CO2 emitted than California produces in years. You know,
to the west of the drop point, and if you guys can park there and stage until we need you, and then we'll call you in.
Okay, sorry, I was trying to figure out that was pilot chatter. So just don't elect anybody who does either the left or the right who says there's nothing to be done about this. That's because they're in charge while it's happening, and they're trying to distract you from, you know, the practical things that we can fix. So if you're going to say, you know, just pin down people at the town hall meetings and say, so are we going to hold accountable these power companies and actually make them obey the law and stop starting the fires? Because, you know, global warming and that sort of stuff increases fire intensity and then lengthens the fire season, that's for sure. But they don't cause ignition. These power companies that keep burning our towns down, like this Bobcat fire was probably started by the electrical problems that SoCal Edison just had. They're cooperating with investigators, so I'm not going to say that that's what happened, but they have already admitted that they have had a problem at the time of ignition, and Bobcat fire started next to their lines. So the current people in charge are not mentioning that. They're pointing the finger at the other party and blah, 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 blaming them. And guess what the other party's doing is pointing the finger back, saying, blah, 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 I blame you. And so that is not going to work. You know, you need to hold people accountable. What are you going to do about preventing these mega fires? Like in a practical way, the ignition. Are we going to fix our crumbling infrastructure? Are we going to give our firefighters radios that work? Are you going to actually get rid of these eucalyptus that are called gasoline trees by firefighters who are making our fires worse because they drop sap constantly, slough-off bark impregnated with flammable sap, and plus they're killing all of our birds whose beaks get glued shut when they try to eat the insects caught in the sap. Are we going to do something about that? Are we going to fight the other invasive fire-promoting weeds such as the Himalayan blackberry in Oregon, the Scotch broom, or the new grasses that are taking over the California landscape, causing the grasses to, grass fires to be way worse than they ever were? Are we going to stop planting the non-native invasive trees and replant with the native oaks that resist fire? Are we going to be smart about actually giving fire access roads so firefighters can quickly get in there and put stuff out? Are we going to put some money into early detection systems and drones that they need? Since it's too dangerous to put in pilots, can we get some drones? Are we going to also perhaps, let's see here, the other problems, there's too many to think. Are we going to inspect the power lines so they don't fall over the next Santa Ana wind event? By the way, a lot of the equipment is broken down. Can we give them new equipment and get the firefighters off minimum wage and food stamps So the best and the brightest are actually attracted to the job. Can we actually centralize the fire agency so that all the civilians who are confused will have one-stop shopping for the official word? How about that? And if it's crickets, I think we need to tax cow farts. No. And if it's crickets, we just need to open everything to logging and clear cut everything. Nope, that's not good either. You know, the forest thinning and sensitive forest thinning. Oh, are we going to do something about the beetles that have just killed 90% of the trees in the creek fire? And the invasive beetles are about to kill all of the trees of California if they're not stopped. If their answer is like, oh, we can't do nothing. No, that's not good enough. Next, vote for somebody else. And the clue is, if they blame something unsolvable, it's because they're not taking responsibility. They don't want you to know that they could have done things, but they decided not to. They're the people, they're nervous right now. They're hoping that we do not hold them accountable. They would rather us be distracted by space lasers and blaming China or something, or blaming other countries' emissions rather than take responsibility, because some of this is absolutely preventable, if not most of it. You know, these firefighters not understanding each other on the radio is just absolutely absurd. It's just absurd. So that's all I have to say. I have no candidate that I think is going to solve everything. I think it's a new crop of people, you and me. We should be walking around and inspecting power lines ourselves. Pen is mightier than the sword, and your cell phone video is nuclear. If you see a fire hazard, you can go tell the local authorities and report it, and if they don't do anything, take it to the media and put it here on social media, and then take it to the nearest news station, and then when they get involved, all of a sudden action will happen. Because if there's a disaster under their watch, they were warned. So we have a lot more power than we think. We can still vote. So when people point the finger and blame the other, one party blames the other, or one side blames the other, that's next. That's not going to solve anything. It's you and me demanding real effective change. Because we have to stop these fires, no matter what side of the aisle you're on or what your beliefs are. This is not good. These billion-dollar disasters are not good. This poisonous skies are not good. Losing our forests and giant swaths of them every single year is not good. And it's contributing. This is contributing to climate change. It's the difference. Climate change hasn't affected the weather patterns of California too much yet. I'm talking about the Santa Ana wind, so those will never go away. However, these fires that get too big because they had preventable ignition sources, these are causing climate change with deforestation and the gas emissions from the fires. So it doesn't matter. It's time to unite. I'm sick of the bickering. I'm sick of the finger pointing. That's the problem. You know, we're in 1950s technology here. That's the problem. You know, if we have billions of dollars for other stuff, we've got billions of dollars to throw at the firefighters. And it's time to stop hoarding the information. Hoarding, the information that one section has and won't share with the other. And hoarding the planes. One state, the richest state, gets to get the best equipment and decide whether or not the other states can have it. We're Americans here. We should all be helping each other. So if you're as sick as I am, you just use the power of your vote. Go to town hall meetings. When your local officials come in, to hold them accountable and say, yep, things like global warming are very serious long-term problems we got to address. But since this is causing global warming / climate change, whatever you like to call that, what are you going to do about it? What are you going to do about prevention? If they say something like raise taxes and randomly, up fuel taxes or something like that, that won't do anything. That is that distraction message. Rake more. That's not going to do anything. No. Next, if the people in power right now aren't going to do it, vote new people in. And that's on your local level, state level, national level. We have the power here. These are preventable common sense things. We can all unite here. They want you divided, then they'll never be held accountable. So right now, if any state has a problem, FEMA bails them out, so they don't particularly have too much motivation to prevent mega disasters. So we, though, have the vested interest in preventing mega disasters because we're the ones affected. They can get in their G6 airplanes. You know, the politicians and the elites, they can get in their G6 airplanes and go to Hawaii and wait all this out in the fresh air. You know, meanwhile, we're evacuated. You know, we're choking on unhealthy air. So that's the message I'll never stop talking about. Sorry if you're tired of hearing it, but we got the power here. We're in control. And instead of blaming each other, we can just kind of say, you know what? The situation is just not right. Status quo is not right. We can fix it. That's it. That's it. Let's come together for solutions. Sorry, I'm going to look back at chat. So, yeah. Who will rake up the leaves, Morris? Yeah, the star thistle. The star thistle, you know, those things kill horses. But, tax the beetle farts. That's awesome. Yeah, tax the beetle farts. Dude, why didn't we think of that before? Yeah, Morris is saying, Morris Saltikoff is saying they don't have a program that brings it all together. Rocket Racer, thanks for the praise. Yeah, there is no, like, one agency. I thought California, when I heard the word CAL FIRE, I thought, that means CAL FIRE is in charge of all of California's wildfires. That's one big agency, and I can go to CAL FIRE and click on the information, right? And I was using CAL FIRE as a historical resource because they saved a whole bunch of structures, and they had a whole bunch of really good, you know, from the year 2000 to year 2010 to up to 2018. They had this big database of everything that they did, with including photographs, how they saved structures, how they saved ghost towns up in the Sierras, you know, all this data, what their response was like, how many people were on the fires. This was incredibly rich data, but I was getting my fire education, learning about it, that could have been shared with other countries like Australia. Here's what we tried, here's what didn't work. You know, here's what happened when the weather turned like this, and here's what surprised us, and here is what we predicted and was accurate. Here's the structures lost, here's how far the fire spread, and here's all the weather at the time. And that was a gold mine of data. And they just deleted it and didn't back it up because of a lack of funding for servers. You know what? I could have just given them, I think we could have had a fundraiser and a bake sale. We could have given them 5-10 terabyte hard drives and it would have fit on it. They just deleted it and is no longer available to the public. And now I go to CAL FIRE and I find out that they say stuff like, well, that wildfire is LA County and not under our jurisdiction. I believe that's what it was about the Bobcat fire. Let me take a look. Let's go to CAL FIRE. CalFire.com. Maybe it was the Bobcat fire. Here's CAL FIRE. Alright, so now off screen, I'm looking real quick. Okay, that's actually selling oven mitts. What? Oh, that's .com. It's calfire.org, isn't it? Whips or gov? Calfire.gov. CAL FIRE apparently sells oven mitts, folks. So it's not calfire.com. Why do I have to search for this? Calfire.gov. That doesn't seem to exist. Calfire.org. I'm going to pull my hair out, guys. Alright, it's calfire.org. And it's taking forever to load because they don't have enough. Okay, there's too many people trying to find out information. And that's the other thing. That's got to be point number 100 of my dismay. Is that they don't have the hosting in order to... I mean, Amazon and eBay never go down. And they have millions of people on the sites. But calfire.org is not loading. Probably because of all the traffic. It's just a blank page. Really? There used to be an app called CAL FIRE. They would warn you of fires, and I don't see it on the Play Store any longer. And there used to be one called Code Red or something that would also warn you of things. But why isn't there just one? Yeah, Robert Brownlee says you're right. America's better than this. We are. You know, what's that slogan about being great again? In this situation, that's perfectly apt. We were a bit more effective at fighting fires in 1980 than we are now. What happened? Let's just roll back. Let's see what was in place back then. Oh, right. We also had public utilities in the 70s, and then we didn't have these power line fires, did we? Public utilities were not monopolies that exploited people and killed them. They were for the public good. So I just don't understand it. Someone reminded me that Pacific Gas and Electric has a long history of killing people. With the Aaron Brockovich movie, I didn't realize that was the same company. So they've been killing people a lot longer than I thought. They weren't just responsible for the deaths of my friend, nearly the death of my brother, and the deaths of like 80 plus people in the world's California's deadliest wildfire called the Camp Fire, also known as the Paradise Fire. They've been killing people a long time. Watch the Aaron Brockovich movie. I didn't realize that. They poisoned the well water of people and they were sick and dying. So what? I'm just wondering, why do they keep getting slaps on the wrist and allowed to exist as a company? You know what happened that made my stomach turn? Was after the Paradise Fire, their stock tanked because it looked like they'd have to pay out $1 billion in liability to the victims, and there was a bill passed, and the governor signed it on his way out, limiting the liability of the company so they didn't have to pay so much to the victims and didn't have to pay the state very much compensation either for the damage to the state. So it's the taxpayer, you and I, are paying for the Paradise cleanup for the most part. And then it authorized them to jack up the rates. The power in California is already pretty dang expensive. Jack the rates up on everybody to pay out the victims, families the much lower reduced rate that they should have. Even though they burned their grandmothers and grandfathers alive, these victims of the fire are just not getting what they deserve. You know what happened that made my stock turn? The next day I checked their stock and it skyrocketed. Then they were allowed to declare bankruptcy. And their stock was great after that. So, you know, there's a lot to fix here if we're aware of it. None of what I just said is false. You could verify everything. And the mainstream media is not covering it. It's no wonder that they keep wanting to blame other political parties because they are sweating bullets wondering if the public's going to come across this information somehow. This is totally new information. Here I am in Paradise, sifting through the rubble of my brother's house. He sent me there, months after the fire. They're still doing body recovery in the distance. The little white tents and little blue tents, and people in little white hazard suits so that they don't contaminate their own DNA, sifting with chopsticks through the rubble and tweezers looking for teeth of the victims. Here they are in the distance doing that. I'm sifting through the rubble of my brother's house, trying to figure out if there's anything that I could bring him. And what was the media focused on? You guessed it, raking up leaves, forest stuff, management, let's rake more. And the other side said, it's time to realize that global warming caused this. No, this is causing global warming. The fires are causing the global warming, not the other way around. And that's when you know that they just don't, they're so scared that you're going to find out, that the public's going to find out that this is what's going on. So, Robert Brownlee says, my mom plans on rebuilding in Paradise. that's just not a place anyone should live, honestly. It became a ghost town for a reason after the gold rush. It's a windswept high plateau surrounded by ravines that sees constant fire activity because that's a perfect place for fire to go. Plus, it's no longer the native plants there. You know, it's supposed to be a rolling oak savanna, kind of a hill, kind of a scrub kind of an area, and what they did is they planted a whole bunch of pine trees there that don't belong there. They belong at higher altitudes. Those that promote fire, those were planted, thousands of those for timber harvest, and instead of that, they decided to develop it once the rent crisis went so high in California. People moved there because it's the only place they could afford, not because it was a good piece of land. You know, and that's just a vulnerable spot. Just if she plans to rebuild there, she better have a pool in the back and a shelter-in-place option, because there's only 3 roads out to the south, and it takes approximately, if the same population comes back to Paradise, it will take 25 hours to evacuate all the population by road. And just as we saw before, you don't have the luxury of that amount of time when a wildfire just suddenly starts. I mean, what if a wildfire starts really close to the town or inside of it? So she should have a shelter-in-place plan. So what they should do to make that place a lot less fire hazardous is they should make shelter-in-place bunkers. That's not that difficult. Culverts are natural shelter-in-place bunkers at safe places. They could just build some of those in the hillsides strategically along the main roads, and then shut the door and ride it out. Have a bunch of bucket seats in there that fold down, and a bunch of water bottles and medical supplies. I mean, that's one thing that they should do, but there is no way to evacuate that town in front of a wildfire. We just learned that. Remove all of the non-native trees and keep planting the fire-resisting ones and restore that natural habitat. You know, it's deciduous trees up there, the oaks. Those are the ones that belong up there, and just get rid of those dang pine trees. I mean, they are right now. They're getting rid of the damaged ones, but I think they're letting the living ones stay up there, and that's just going to promote a new fire catastrophe. But with the ravines, they can't build new roads. That's not possible. It's too wide. So I would turn the whole place into a memorial park if it were up to me. You know, have it as a nature preserve. Let the deer have that again. Have some interpretive museums for what happened during the gold rush, but I think that people shouldn't be allowed to develop in the most super vulnerable wilderness spots. You know, without very special circumstances, such as never build a city if you can't evacuate people within 8 hours. If you can't build enough roads to evacuate that amount of people within 8 hours, then don't build past that capacity. It's fire common sense. It's why when you go into a nightclub, there's a capacity limit, because if people have to leave a burning building and have to get out within 5 minutes, the amount of people in that building have to be able to leave through the exits within 5 minutes to have survivability. So this is the same thing we can apply to the countryside. No housing developments if you don't have enough roads that are wide enough and safe enough to evacuate the people who live there within an 6 to 8 hour time period. And I would actually put that down to 3 or 4. I mean, the entire population. So just common sense like that, I think we could just prevent these disasters. There used to be more common sense like that, but pushing for new laws are what's going to happen. You know, developer types shouldn't have to think about fire safety. That's not their job. Their job is to develop the land and build housing. That shouldn't be their job, but the laws should be there, that firefighters should write those laws, those common sense laws, and they could just follow them. And then, you know, some places just should be a nice big park. You know, like there's no fire access to Table Mountain over there, and so that's a park. Instead of sprawling out in trailer parks and stuff like that, build good low-income housing vertically instead of sprawling out into, I mean, the hills of California are just super fire-prone areas. And then people like ranchers and people that, you know, have a legitimate business being in the hills, those are the farmers and ranchers and the nursery owners. And they have to take a sort of an acceptable risk on their own, but they're generally fire smart, you know. But putting cities in the super vulnerable hills and such, and new housing developments with one way out, only one bridge out, takes people 45 minutes to drive down their one way out dirt road to the one highway in the area, and to the one main road that will lead to the one main highway. That should just not be approved. Without, say, shelter-in-place bunkers being made. You know, we can prevent this. We can prevent the deaths. These dash cam videos of people driving through fires, that's the worst possible thing you can do in a fire. Shelter in place is the way to go once the window of opportunity has passed. Most people that die in their cars. So that's there's so many things that we could do here. So many things. But it's just, if we just don't change that, we are setting ourselves up for disasters. So yeah, looking back at the chat now, Rocket Racer says every year's getting drier. People can't even grow lawns anymore in California. Well, actually, as a Californian, I can tell you, though, that California has cycles, 7-year drought cycles. It's a boom and bust kind of a state. So you have to go back in history to kind of understand it. But local California weather has never been normal, the way the other states consider normal. It only goes through these cycles, and much of it has to do with the weather, whether or not there's drought, the warmth of the Pacific Ocean, El Nino and La Nina cycles. They only just discovered those things in like the 90s, and so there's still more to know about, but there will be a 7-year drought, then there will be 7-year wet and plentiful stuff with the floods. And California is not a state that is rainy. It really doesn't get rain. It's the snowpack that actually fuels California. So that's what all the irrigation is about, the snowpack of the Sierras, and that determines the reservoir depth. And so that kind of thing is it is not accurate to say that this California is just getting drier and drier and drier. Yeah, it's in the middle of one of those cycles. And then there's as you look at geologic history, the West has mega drought cycles that end civilizations like the Anasazi, and then unusually wet periods, and these cycle back and forth between a couple hundred years of dry, a couple hundred years of wet, and there's a lot more complications. So unless you've studied the actual climate of the Western Hemisphere, geologic type cycles, there's there's a heck of a lot more to it. Don't believe, when the truth is complicated like that, people are more prone to believe a simple lie. And California is devastated by floods as much as fires. Trust me, I know. Trust me, I know. I help as many as my relatives with evacuations from the floods as the fires. And so I remember, we had refugees at our house up in the foothills. We had fire danger for a series of years, then there was constant floods, flood evacuations, and then we had evacuees camping out in our yard and on the property because so many people had evacuated the cities. So that's normal. But in general, I know I am not a climate change denier. I am a big promoter of the idea. In my study of ghost towns and civilization collapses, climate change is the number one cause of that. But it's an oversimplification. They renamed it global warming to climate change for a reason. It's the poles. It's the South Pole and North Pole that are mostly going to be warming. And that doesn't mean that every spot on the globe is going to experience a significant warming trend. It could be different. Some places could be colder just because the jet stream changes, or just because of, the ocean's temperature. Pretty much the weather is controlled by the oceans, and climate's controlled by things like volcanoes and gases. And human activity is a big question mark for the tipping the scale towards. But as the world temperature is averaged, that's what global warming means. The global temperature average, including that of the poles, the high elevations and where glaciers are. That's the most place where you see the quote warming, but that doesn't necessarily mean that every individual spot on the globe gets warmer and drier. That's not what that means. So places that were previously dry could become wet. Places that were previously wet could become dry. And there's a huge amount of study that has to be done with historical data, not only the ice cores, but the mud core data for the western lakes out here. That gives us data, going back through the centuries. I mean, look at the Anasazi. In the middle of a desert today, they once had enough lush rain in the past to grow corn, where it's just as dry as a bone desert today. And that lets you know about pre-industrial climate change events. So there's so much complication to it that it can't be pigeonholed into, oh, if we just do this one thing, we'll be able to control the climate. We're still raking in the data. How did those things occur in the past? What exactly caused the Mayan collapse? They just identified a new mega eruption that probably doomed the Mayans and caused the climate change that made their crops fail. And it may have even affected the Byzantine Empire and caused the Dark Ages, which were actually a period of several years in Europe where, looking at the tree ring data, plants stopped growing. I mean, the atmosphere was so dark over Europe that plants stopped growing for several years. So that eruption from a volcano not only collapsed the Mayan civilization, but put one of the nails in the coffins for the Western Roman and affected the Byzantine Empire. And that partially explains the explosion of rats and such with the crop failure. They went out of the fields and they went towards the granaries in the cities, and they got on the grain ships, and then the rats went from Egypt over to Byzantium, and the rest is history. We're having some unusual weather right now, plus a new emerging disease. Well, that's very, very repeatable patterns. So everything's connected, and we've really got to study this stuff, but it's not simple. We're still gathering the data, but all we know as common sense human beings is that we should stop changing stuff as much as we can. We shouldn't eliminate entire forests or burn them down or let them burn down. No matter what's going on with the atmosphere, let's not try to change the makeup of the gases of the atmosphere. Let's not put chemicals in it like CFCs. Let's not put more nitrous oxide into the atmosphere because it chokes us and makes us, feel really bad like I am right now due to the wildfire smoke. Let's just not try to change stuff as much as we can, and that's going to be a good guideline, I think, and then later the data will come in. And let's try to restore the natural wilderness to the native plants and keep the species from going extinct, because we really don't know what happens. How exactly what will happen, but it's bad, because extinction is forever. Whatever the change is, that'll just be bad, and we don't have to say anything more than that. We are supposed to be the stewards of the earth. We can be the good stewards, not take too much, not change too much, fit in a little bit better with nature, not pollute too much. Whatever we're doing, let's back off it. Let's stop. A lot of what we're doing, the plastic and stuff doesn't belong in the environment, and I think we can all just agree about stuff like that, no matter what side you're on. So let's just stop bickering and make the changes. And I find it ridiculous that some people say that there are no changes going on. Guys, where's the glaciers? We're calling all glaciers, check in, are you doing okay? Most of them would be saying, help! That's a big source of drinking water, clean drinking water, and that just doesn't mean, though, that one thing's going to solve everything. Like, stop deforestation, just thin the forest instead of, cutting it all down. Common sense, let's not burn it all down, let's not let it burn down. And I think that's a good guideline. Just let's kind of set it back the way things were before we kind of exploited it to hell. So going back to, yeah, Cogito, welcome. We got our resident firefighter in the house. Remember the song "It Never Rains in California, but it pours." That's the rest of it. I keep trying to tell people that California doesn't generally get rain. Humboldt County does. It's on the border with Oregon. San Francisco gets a significant amount because, you know, it's the Bay Area. But other than that, California is green and wet because of the snow melt and the canal systems and the reservoirs. And it floods like crazy. Floods like crazy. So, I mean, just a couple years ago, the reservoirs were so low that you could see the old ghost towns in Lake Oroville and Shasta. Oh man, was that cool. And then, a couple years later, boom, they were all full and it was flood time. And there's the dam collapse disaster, the dam spillway collapse disaster. That was because there was too much water in Lake Oroville and they opened up the floodgates. Remember that? That was just a couple years ago. Poor Butte County. Not because California came out of drought like that. It just cycled. And then they had too much water. Then everybody evacuated, including my family, all downstream. If they didn't fix that spillway, which was collapsing, the secondary backup spillway collapsed, and so did the first one. I think most of my family would be dead right now. There'd probably be at least 25,000 dead people if they didn't fix that. And so we really, really need to fix our crumbling infrastructure, not only fire prevention, but flood prevention. This is a wake-up call, and I was just reading that some of California's dams need serious repair or they will fail in the future. That's just blowing my mind, you know. That's just blowing my mind. History will repeat itself. It's not the first time a dam failed in California. So going back to the chat, I've got a larger view. Awesome. Thank you, Cogito. Why do people believe we can control the global climate? I don't know. We can't even forecast the weather past the end of the week, let alone craft the weather the way we want it to be. However, I do know that we don't have to be tipping the scales. We are tipping the scales. We did damage the atmosphere with CFCs. We did rip away the protective, that's why people get skin cancer now so easily. We did destroy much of the ozone layer. You can't go outside in Antarctica without sunblock, even if it's cloudy, because you will just look like you have a radiation burn, because there's no ozone layer down there. So we can just fix what we did wrong. I don't think we'll ever be able to craft the climate like we wanted to, but we can just common sense. Let's set it back to the way before we found it as much as possible, before we exploited it and screwed up a lot of stuff. At least, put the forests back where they belong with the native plants. Let's repair the damage we did. We started most of these forest fires, even if they were on accident, with things like power line accidents. Let's restore it, lickety-split. Maybe let's just stop clear cutting in general and work on forest thinning and the things that benefit the young trees, because the trees don't grow very well. We're not doing them a favor. If you look at trees that are growing too close together, all of their branches are dead except for the top. That's a very unhealthy tree. And actually promotes. We should tag some and just say these are off limits. These particular trees. Here's a tag, punch right on it. This is designated. This tree should become old growth. Just don't touch it. And that's what kills me, is I go to the old, like the 1933 Tillamook burn. It looked like the moonscape because they didn't replant afterwards. And until 1960, they just didn't really replant, and it looked like the moon. Everybody in the Portland area that has memories say that it just looked like the moon when they went to the coast, and just blackened stumps and rolling hills of kind of gray ash and wildflowers, and that was it. And they finally got a clue, let's replant. But they only replanted Douglas firs, for the most part. And then now that it's starting to look nice again, now that these trees have matured, I go out there and I go, I have these old pictures of when it was old growth. I'm so glad that in maybe 50 more years, this will be old growth. I'll come back in 50 years. I revisit the next summer and they clear cut the whole damn area. No, let some of the trees become old growth. Just leave some standing in that acreage and don't just replant the Douglas firs. What about the Pacific yew tree that's going extinct? What about the fire-resistant cedars? You know, part of the reason these fires are getting worse is we're only replanting these fast-growing, fire-promoting, you know, coniferous trees. Cedars, sequoias, redwoods, they're fire-resistant trees, guys. The oaks, the deciduous ones, they still, you cut them down, you put them back. We can regroom the forest the way it was, a lot more fireproof, by putting the cedars back in order. But they need our help. You can't have Douglas fir trees around a cedar or around an oak. They'll grow too fast and they'll deprive those trees of light. This has to be carefully regroomed back to the way it was, and it'll be a fire-resistant forest like it was in the first place. You know, there's a lot of complications here. And when, like I said, when the truth is complicated, people will believe a simple lie. But taxing the cow farts, I'm sorry, it doesn't do it. But I think I just appealed to the people going, oh, because some of these trees are going to go extinct if we don't mandate their replanting. And if we do, we're going to have fewer fires that are this bad. The good beneficial forest fires are the ones that just affect, and maybe Cogito will tell me about it. Hey, Iceman. What you want to see, Cogito, are mature trees, right? And what you want to see is the brush quickly burn off fast in these fires that will refertilize the land and drop the ash. You don't want to see standing dead trees. You don't want to see the bushes light those on fire and then it becomes a forest fire, right? But if there are mature, older trees and the little bushes are burned off like yearly in either natural fires or in some sort of a, you know, backfiring action, that is the one that's going to be okay. The trees survive, right? The forest survives even though an understory fire happened, right? That's what I'm getting at. So Robert says, let's try ridding our forests of fuel that feeds a wildfire. Absolutely. You know, masticators. I keep showing the masticator videos. California's got a specific problem. Nobody is ever going to want a fire lit in California because in this valley there's no way for fresh air to come in and bad air to go out. That's why it has such pollution. It doesn't particularly have dirtier cars or anything. In fact, it's got extreme emission standards. California isn't that polluted. It's just the other states have ocean breezes that blow away the pollution. You know, like in fact, other states have worse, more cars and worse emissions. Like I think New York State does. Don't quote me on that, but it's comparable. However, New York doesn't have the smog because it's got the ocean right there to blow fresh air in. The reason California would never want to see any kind of fire at all, because any smoke just hangs in the valley. It doesn't get blown over the Sierras. There's only 2 exits for bad air to leave the state, and that's San Francisco and LA. So LA constantly looks smoggy because constantly all of the smoke and pollution of the valley is going towards LA. It's one of those spots where San Francisco gets a lot more ocean breeziness. Just happens to be where it's located in relation to some of the Pacific storms. So San Francisco doesn't look like that. But ozone, yeah, exactly, Cogito, ozone. We should fix that. We should fix the ozone layer. Let's just do that. And hey, Lurkface, welcome back. Yeah, no, the spillway was what started to fail at the Oroville Dam. The dam was never in danger. There was a crazy guy on YouTube who went live and screamed at people to evacuate all the way down to Sacramento because the dam is failing. No, it never was in danger. It was the 2 spillways. And the dam wasn't in danger because they were smart enough to build it at a higher elevation than the surrounding countryside. So at any point in time, if the water level reaches that height, it would spill over the hills. If you look at it's a bathtub. The Lake Oroville is a bathtub. And like I tried to tell that crazy guy, I tried arguing with him and he ignored me. He was just getting clickbait. He was just getting views because he was shouting that a dam was failing. He was like, that is the most disgusting abuse of YouTube or any other social media I've ever seen. He was getting a whole bunch of people frantically worried and visiting his site, and what he was doing was helping to get people potentially killed. He was telling millions more people to evacuate than should have, because if the dam fails, this tidal wave is coming. And so that was putting more people on the road, so that the people like my family, for example, downstream, were getting stuck in traffic because they couldn't make it to those places that were safe. Like Sacramento was safe, at the time. He was telling all the millions of Sacramento to leave. Oh man, I hated that guy. So to this day, whenever I see Reuters, I just corrected Reuters the other last month. I said, "Excuse me, your recent article about the dam spillway repair says the dam was in danger of collapse. Would you please stop saying that? It never was. You can't have different levels of water in a bathtub, and that's what a lake is." They built it like that. The dam's elevation is higher than that of the surrounding hills. So if ever the water level got up to the hill level, it would spill over the hills. They designed it pretty smart that way. So I have to correct even Reuters sometimes. I do go and type letters to BBC and all these people, because, the journalism, investigative journalism, is on its death rattle right now, on a deathbed, if not anything else. So if anybody has any questions for any of the fires, just let me know right now. I'll get to that and I'll give you an update. But I think that we have to brainstorm on these solutions. Going back up there. Yeah, Robert says, yeah, Lana, thank you for joining us, Lana. Try Alert Wildfires. Yeah, there's 3 different apps supposedly that you need for any help to be... I'm just thinking there should be one government app that's maintained very well. Should be the pinnacle of stability for Android and iPhone and whatever else. And it should come on phones rather than Facebook. And, let's just stop. Let's just stop being left and right and just be Americans for a bit and fix these problems. Rocket Racer, let's see here. The Moore says it's about 30-year burn cycle. Yeah, I would have to go back and look at the latest data. They're still pulling data about, and different areas are different than parts of the West. Like the Anasazi, they had a very lush situation down there in New Mexico and Arizona. And climate change happened pre-industrial, that was 800 AD. If I remember right, I'd have to go back in history books, but the cliff dwellings of the Anasazi, it gives us a clue. Cliff dwellings are fortresses, so that means they're under attack, and it was some area that was rich enough to defend. That means it was rich enough that they could support that many people with their agriculture, even with no beasts of burden. So that gives us a clue. If it's the same time period as some of the other collapses of the civilizations of Mexico, they're now finding evidence that some people were butchered and eaten with cannibalism. So it looks like the Anasazi lost their war. They had cliff dwellings because they were at war. And they were probably one of the places that could still grow food very well. And that probably a volcanic eruption or some other calamity, climate change event that may have made their land lush when it was desert before and turned everything to more of a desert or a non-growing kind of situation, probably because of a major volcanic eruption. So it caused chaos and wars, and finally they went looking for food. And it looks like it was probably some of the Mexican, today's Mexico, but that region, some of those more militaristic pre-Aztecs or post-Aztecs, whatever you want to say, that group of people that attacked the Anasazi. But today we can see the climate is now back to being bone dry. So stuff happens, even though you don't need industrialization for weird stuff to happen, and we need to study it to figure out what's going on. Yeah, all we know about Earth's history is the climate constantly changes. Look up the Precambrian situation and the Cambrian mass extinction, which was the worst one, where almost all life died on Earth, and the Cambrian extinction boundary. And then there was, then you get the new, Triassic zone. Whenever there's mass extinctions, they draw a line for geological history, and a new one begins, and that's what they're talking about, the Holocene, and trying to make something called the Anthropocene, because we're personally responsible for mass extinctions. So sad. But the Cretaceous is separated. The Cretaceous ends with the asteroid strike that kills the dinosaurs, and so if you look in between all of those places, that's a mass extinction event because of climate change. And some of them were volcanic, some of them were from asteroids, and now they're starting to get a clue. Like I've been saying a long time, human beings did not cause the extinctions of the mammoths and the woolly rhinos and the megafauna. There's no reason at all why human beings would coexist with nature for 200,000 years or more, and then suddenly have a change of heart and kill everything in sight. There's no reason. There's no reason except the funny thing is that's when human beings try to start saving animals and domesticating them, trying to save them from mass extinction. And some species we only have today because humans domesticated them. This stupid we killed everything has never held water. It's never made any sense. There's never been enough kill sites discovered for any sort of evidence that would support sudden... Okay, and by the way, the cultures of many different people who had never seen each other before would have had to change for everybody at once on the planet Earth, separated by continents and islands and such, would have had to all decided at once, let's kill everything in sight and make everything extinct. All the animals we depend on, let's kill them all. No, that didn't happen. The reason people assumed that is in the 60s there was a whole lot of anti-human stuff. What have we done? All we do is make war. We're a violent species. 2001: A Space Odyssey. There's a really stupid theory called the violent ape theory, that we invented tools in order to do violence. And so if you look at 2001: A Space Odyssey, when it begins, there's a guy in a monkey suit, an ape suit, and he picks up a bone and begins destroying stuff with the bone, throws the tool in the air and becomes a spaceship. That was because that was the prejudice at the time, assuming that humans were violent, because they thought that chimps were our closest ancestor or relation. Not ancestor, but our closest relation, and chimps are pretty dang violent. Oops, turns out it's bonobos that are the closest to us, and they're a completely cooperative, calm species that are totally distinct from chimps. Whoops. So we also can't find any evidence of warfare at all before the extinction event, when people got desperate, had to start farming because the megafauna was gone, and then they had to defend farmland. That's the start of warfare. So, as I've been saying, there is something like an asteroid strike that would explain the sudden climate change event, the Younger Dryas period, and now they're starting to find evidence that it was a comet, perhaps, that struck Canada. There's more and more building evidence. There's nanodiamonds being discovered. They're only caused by either comets and asteroids, peppered all over the landscape of Canada. So, bing, bing, bing. Yeah, the theory that made sense ends up being the one that was right. So, yeah. So, sorry about that, but I am... Jacqueline Vaughn, or the organ fire's out. Not out, but pretty much neutered. So, there's going to be a wind event here. Sorry, that whole rant was we're not as bad as we thought we were. We're actually very good for the planet when we decide to be. That whole thing was supposed to make you feel better, because domestication was about saving the dying wildlife. Like all camelids, pretty much, were on their way to extinction, except the ones we domesticated. So there used to be a whole bunch of camel species in the past. The only ones which survived were the Wanakos, the domesticated llamas. In the New World, like North American camel went extinct. guanacos and llamas and the alpacas. And in the old world, just 2, the dromedary and the Bactrian. Everything else bit the dust because we did not domesticate them. Humans, before domestication, herded around animals and guided them to safe places, desperately trying to keep species alive after that mega extinction event. That's my theory. I think that'll become a lot more apparent. We are finding evidence that people were trying to domesticate all kinds of critters and failed, like gazelles in the Middle East. So, the Western Oregon fires. Let's do an update. There's only 2 of huge concern right now in like the split Oregon into the west part. So the Bratton fire continues to kind of threaten Paisley, Oregon here. And Eastern Oregon's a high desert. People don't realize that. So Eastern Oregon here is a high desert. And then over here at the 242 fire threatening Klamath Falls and Chiloquin, every time I click on them, they have much better containment rates, over 90 at the Bratton fire. Phew. Let's just hope that they get 100% before there's worse weather next week. We're going to get hot, dry winds next week. But pretty much it's, unless it's the Slater fire, they made good containment on it. The Devil, they finally have staff. They finally have enough people to staff the Devil fire. So the Cave Junction people are still on alert. But as far as I know, that the Slater and Devil are okay. And as we go north towards the Obachain fire, they're getting a handle on that. There's a high containment rate. The Alameda Drive fire is out. The one that threatened Medford. There's some things still going on at Diamond Lake, but that's remote. But the rainstorm and the lightning that hit my house, that rainstorm, and the back-to-back rainstorms, the fact that it's raining now in northwestern Oregon, that is really rained these out. However, same thing with the big hollow over there by Mount St. Helens. Caveat, it's still technically, they're mopping up the Echo Mountain Complex by Lincoln City. Technically, these fires aren't out there in smoldering status, and they're barely creeping along. It's pretty much rain all the time, and in the near forecast, they'll get at least 1 inch of rain over here on the riverside. But the mudslides being caused by that are hampering their efforts, because they build a fire line, and the mudslide just rips it out. That's one of the bad things about fire. There's no absorption of water whenever there's been a fire on a fire scar. The vegetation's gone. It doesn't hold on to the water. It doesn't absorb it. It doesn't suck it up. So you just get massive rock slides, trees falling off cliffs, and they're working hard to keep 224 open to have access. So they're doing very good, very, very good work on the riverside containment, and they pretty much protected the population centers. So all of these, they're starting to lower evacuation and all that stuff. However, here's the eastern edge of the Cascades, and this is where the desert winds typically come up here and make a wind tunnel effect through the Clackamas the Clackamas River Canyon. So here is of concern. They're building lines to protect Mount Hood National Forest. And here they're starting to meet up with and thankfully communicate and cooperate with the people on the Lion's Head fire, which has been doing an incredible job of protecting Warm Springs. They put a fire line here, and so they contain the fire here. And this is just the hot spots burning within the back pocket. The fire can't move this way because they burned out all the vegetation in a 10-mile line. It was beautiful. One of the most beautiful fire lines ever constructed. That was what Thorin said. Cogito, don't you think that's beautiful? This is a 10-mile fire line. And a big line there. And it worked perfectly. And so they also made a fire line here, which worked perfectly to protect Bend. So the fire's trapped here, and they're just kind of trying to keep it from spreading to the northeast. But the high winds kind of situation kind of sucks for, and the higher than average temperatures forecast for next week is making it irritating. However, the west side continues to get rain because it's the wet season. So the dividing line between the desert of eastern Oregon and the totally wet non-tropical rainforest of western Oregon, that is right here on the Cascades. So it's a different climate over here. The Holiday Farm Fire hasn't moved an inch in ages, and it got totally dumped on with the rain too, and they've done a great job of just kind of not letting it move around more into the Mackenzie Pass. So I haven't even felt compelled to figure out what's going on with it. I probably should check into the web. But as far as I know, after those rainstorms came in last week, boom, that just changed everything. Same thing with the Archie Creek fire. The only thing that the rains didn't do much for was the Slater fire of the Devil. And I don't know that Klamath Falls area or Paisley got any rain. But tankers came and helped. There was airdrops on the fires. When it got too hazy in California, they went up there and they dumped all sorts of air support over here at Paisley. This is a high elevation mountain fire, actually. It's really misleading, but this is like a 5,000 foot climb, and it's 1,400 foot elevation in the flatlands. So this is actually a high altitude fire in these mountains here. And so that has been hard to get a handle of, but I was happy to see something 90 plus containment. Nice. This is like a hole of information. There's not much information. They don't update InstaWeb. Last update was 3 days ago for the 242 fire. But I see the containment's in the 80%, so they must be making progress. So that's pretty good. So Oregon is trying to tie stuff up, trying to wrap stuff up. The White River fire was out ages ago. Sky is clearing, but into next week we'll get more smoke because the east winds are going to blow the smoke if any of these fires produce much. We'll blow the smoke towards the west, and even the west coast here we'll see some smoke. So that's the issue with I'm trying to figure out if I should go to the beach or not. I don't want to go to the beach just to catch smoke, So that's one of those things. So I hope that answered your question. So, hey Cognito, are you still with us? And yep. We got a lot to do, and there's a lot of good information, a lot of brainstorming here. Yes, I think it's kind of useless to argue how much human influence is on the climate. We just know that it's bad, and it's like a tipping scale. It's a tipping scale kind of action that our activities are on. The Earth is still coming out of the last ice age. It's still technically the ice age. It's just leaving it. And we're helping it leave faster, unfortunately. We're helping it accelerate that change faster. How much? That's a debate I don't want to get into, and I don't think it really matters too much. I think we should just go back to restoring as much of the habitat in the land and keeping as many animals as alive as we can and species, and trying just to put things back the way and not change the earth too much. I think that's just a very good guideline, that we shouldn't change the atmospheric mix too much. We shouldn't erase forests or allow the fires to erase them. We should be better stewards of the land, prevent ecosystem collapse and species extinction, prevent overexploitation, and just protect the planet in general like we're supposed to. I mean, we're the only beings here with conscious thought that can be protectors. We're not good or bad. It is whatever we decide to be. We can be the good stewards of the land, or we could just totally trash it. So let's stop trashing it. I think everybody should agree we should stop that. I'm sick and tired of seeing whales plastic in their bellies washing up on the beach. Let's just not do that. Let's just not do that. Why don't we just wash our soda bottles? Why don't we have the glass ones again? Back in the day, Coca-Cola had a deposit system before anything else. So if you got a Coca-Cola bottle, you got money back when you put it back in the Coke machine, and then they washed it. There was no melting down. There's no energy use to melt down plastic and reform it, and there's no recycling. Like trucks going on the end of people's yards. Yet people recycled, and why did you wash it? Wash it. You don't have to melt plastic down again and do those emissions. And this is all just like, guys. Anyway, I continue to listen to the Bobcat fire chatter. I have to go in a range for some food. Yeah. They're almost out, if not out. I could be wrong. Yeah, this is, yeah, unless there's some gigantic, strange, out-of-the-blue wind event. That's not my supposition. I was listening to the Riverside Fire, briefings. And the guy who was the cowboy, I keep forgetting his name, the cowboy hat guy, he interprets fire behavior, how it reacts to the weather. He says, I do not predict a wind event like we had before on Labor Day. And that's the only thing that could really make these fires turn into monsters again. The job's not done. They got to protect the Mount Hood National Forest. They got to keep it from spilling over to eastern Oregon, western Oregon, north of Roseburg just seems really safe. So I continue to listen to the Bobcat fire chatter, and they're giving driving directions to somebody. So turn to left on the road where you see the pink flagging. Okay.
Before coming down from where we unloaded you guys.
Yeah, they're talking about giving directions. Once again, highlighting the fact that I think all firefighters should have iPads, and we should put internet connections out in these fire-prone areas that are really crystal clear, radio repeaters so their radios are crystal clear. Instead of giving directions like...
We're headed that way.
Yeah. Instead of giving directions like turn at the pink flagging kind of stuff, like press a map that all first responders share, and say, there, that's where you go. And then they can have Alexa or the Waze guide them kind of a deal. Because there's too much paper map stuff still going on. But a lot of this is fixable. So I hope that answered your questions, Jacqueline Vaughn. So let's go back to, it's around... I think we have fewer viewers here because people have hit the road. It's the end of their work day, and they're not going to be watching, and they'll probably come back probably around dinner time. And so I think I should go ahead and arrange for my food. Oh my gosh, he says, so we passed it? Listen.
Driver 11, equipment box Heskett, Blue 6. That parking spot is a large turnout area just west of the turnoff for Mount Wilson. It's identified with pink and orange flagging. All right, well, we passed Mount Wilson. We'll have to get turned around and head back. Yeah, you should see a spot if you've gone past the turnoff for Mount Wilson, probably about a mile up the road. You should have a turnaround point there where you can turn around and head back, or you guys could even stage there. It'll be about a mile up the road on the right. All right, we'll just find a spot over here off the 2, and we'll just hang out right here until we hear from you.
I can't make that up. It just continuously happens. Just like I said earlier, where everybody should have an iPad and the map. They just missed the turn. This kind of stuff costs precious seconds when you're fighting a fire. Right now they're just talking about reconvening for something, but what if this had been directions to go fight a fire because a structure is going up, somebody's house has just been lit up? I know that it's very hard to navigate across a dead landscape. I didn't even recognize Paradise when I went there, and I had been there many times before. And the signs burn up and fall over. So that highlights the fact that they need GPS. They need iPads and tablets or whatever. They need data up there and one shareable map system. They need to be able to One shared map means they could put their finger on the road like you can with Waze and say this is closed, or this is washed out, or this is where the hot spot was shown. And the pilots would just lift off there and go and verify it, and then the ground crews will just go exactly where to go and just be racing there, and none of this delay stuff. None of this, oh, we took a wrong turn. Pink flagging is missing from that bush, so we didn't see it, you know, like, what did we just hear? So, yep, a lot of this stuff, the fires get bigger because, you know, these different units and different agents can't see the same map at the same time. It's totally fixable. So, as many of my observations are about what's going wrong, I have yet to really make one that's not fixable. And so, that's something that we can do. We can give firefighters better equipment, and they won't get lost. They won't have to rely on the pink flagging anymore. So here I'm going to go for a little bit. I'm going to arrange for food. I once again skipped lunch. I'm going to put the firefighter chatter on, and I'll be monitoring the chat. If you have an urgent question about a fire, I'll take myself off mute and I'll answer it. But I do need to take a little break to eat, and at least order the food. And then just let me know which one of the fires you are interested in specifically, and I'll read you all the details if you like. And in the meantime, I'm here at the keyboard, but I'm going to mute myself, and we can just listen to LA County, Los Angeles area major event, which is mostly the firefighter chatter and the pilots here.
So to see, we have a pretty small project here, but where are they coming from? One air attack 914 came available, trying to find out where they're coming from. They have a load on board. You guys want them? Angeles Dispatch, Bobcat air attack on National. We'll take 914. Blue Ridge IP 9500. Memphis copy, Bobcat air attack. We'll still take it. Standby one. The Bobcat air attack. Of the two tankers we have assigned, 101, 131. We can hold one of those. Couple days air attack, go ahead.
Stand by for the afternoon fire weather forecast. Locally gusty north to northwest winds in the mountains through tonight, with weak offshore winds Sunday, strengthening on Monday with building heat through next week. Discussion. A weak upper-level low-pressure system moving through the Pacific Northwest Friday caused onshore flow to increase and led to cooler temperatures in many areas, though humidities inland still fell to 15% or less. Another round of gusty northerly winds is expected across southern Santa Barbara County and through the I-5 corridor tonight, with wind speeds topping out around 35 miles per hour below favored path of Grand Canyon. Great. Start a warming trend Saturday with temperatures jumping back to above normal levels by Sunday. Light northeast winds are possible, mainly during the night and morning hours, but should be under 25 miles per hour. A significant heat wave with triple-digit high temperature winds will begin Monday and continue through Wednesday. Some computer models are trending stronger with an offshore event early next week, though confidence is still rather low.
Okay, I'm going to mute that for you guys, because that is a weather forecast that is intensely scratchy. I'm just going to mute it till they stop babbling about that, and then I'll unmute it.
Will be needed Monday and or Tuesday as confidence increases in a stronger offshore wind event.
What she said there was, it's bad news. It's low humidity down into the 15s forecasted. It's crackling in my ear again. They're talking about fire weather watch conditions happening, and gusty winds and low humidity and drier, hotter weather. So the next few days are going to be hectic. Right now it's calm. They've still got a window of opportunity that's okay firefighting weather, not great, and then it's going to turn bad. So we'll see what they're able to do to prevent the fire from getting bigger down here at the Bobcat fire, and the others, such as the Bear fire in August. So all's quiet right now, but weather's worsening.
Go for training on V4. Senior trainee 50 Charlie V4. We've got that flare up worked out. A few. Copy that, thank you.
They're still babbling about the weather and incredibly scratchy. So I'm just waiting till that's over, then I'll unmute the pilot chatter again. If anybody has any questions or needs to know information about the wildfires, do let me know in chat, and I will give you an update on a specific fire. I'll be happy to do that for you. Okay, it's over.
Two spots on my side that I was looking at died out. No need for aircraft, thank you.
Guys, we have fixed wing as a McDonnell Douglas MD-87. Woo! There's our boy. We have a fixed wing. We have a tanker headed towards Mount Williamson and Mount Lewis, where they're protecting Paradise Spring. That is so cool. So let me get this, let's get the others away. So you can see him. Here's his path. Let's see where he goes. So we've got fixed wing aircraft here. We got it's the global super tanker. The global super tanker is aloft. Even better than the McDonnell Douglas MD-87 at the Bobcat fire. Over here at the August fire, the global super tanker has taken off. Sweet. There it is, there it is, there it is. So currently the transponder is having issues tracking the plane. So it's kind of stuck there right now, but we know it's somewhere over the August fire complex. So yeah, go, go, go. This is the world's largest aircraft that drops water. It's a 747, brought back to life, rescued from the scrapyard at the end of its commercial career, and used to fight fires. This is so awesome. I hope more of these come out in the future because they just dump huge amounts huge amounts of either retardant or water. So this is cool. I'm time stamping this 4:47 p.m. and global supertanker's in the air. I didn't think we'd see it today because it hasn't taken off since the 22nd. But here we go, boys. Here we go. You're welcome back. Welcome back, Sherlock. Check it out. It's the global supertanker. It's kind of frozen in time right now because, whoop. Yeah, where did it go? See the transponder. Whoop. So it probably just landed. It says it just blipped out of existence here. It's either out of coverage range or has already landed. Alright, so we'll, dang it, let's show flight history. I don't know why that had just happened. Yeah, that doesn't make sense. They just lost contact with it. Not that it's actually landed, because it left the ground at 4:02 p.m. So I think it just lost contact with its transponder, but we'll see if it catches up. But that's so cool. I'm sure it's a software glitch more than anything. But yes, global supertanker is aloft. It's not working the Bobcat, so we can't hear the pilot chatter right now because I think Northern California major incident is still offline as far as radios are concerned. But it is working the August complex, and that means it's in range of working the others too, like the 22nd, around that time, it was working the North complex / Bearfire. So we'll be patient. We'll be patient and see if we can get back where the plane's at. So this is pretty cool that you can see its flights. So this is what it was doing before they lost connection. This is great. So it leaves McClellan and it makes a abrupt 180 turn and goes up towards the August complex. That's weird. That's disorienting, and sorry about. Let me get rid of the. Let's get rid of that and push that up there. Here we go. That's still very disorienting. Come on. When I meant follow the flight, I didn't mean hop around like a bunny. So this is where it was. Yeah, stop that. Just stop. Alright, that's disorienting. But it is over here. Somewhere over here. It looks like Humboldt County. Kind of in between Weaverville, Eureka, Myers Flat area. And hopefully they'll reconnect with its transponder because it's still in the air. It just kind of lost track of it for a moment. So let's go back. And I shouldn't have pressed a button when I saw it stop like that. So let's search for the supertankers. Still hasn't gotten a hold of it again, unfortunately, but it's in the air. And it hasn't landed yet, so we know that it's in the air. So let's just wait a little minute here. But how exciting. Fires don't stand a chance when it's around. So last known position was over here in Humboldt County. And there's Tanker 911. That one's cool. That's a DC 1030. Those always freaked me out. I just get freaked out by the whole engine and the tail thing. Don't ask me why, but when I saw that movie that showed the Hawaiian flight where the behind the cockpit the roof peeled off, I figured if I ever sat here in a DC-10 and I was a kid, that the roof would peel off, I'd be sucked right into the engine, and that was my nightmare. That was my fear of flying thing as a kid. But if you don't know what I'm talking about, Yeah, there was a flight to Hawaii in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. The roof peeled off right behind the cockpit. And the people were sitting there strapped to their seats, just being buffeted by the wind, and they had to continue their flight all the way to Hawaii. Open air with no roof. And they made a movie about it too, but holy, man, that's a special kind of horror. 3 hours ago, yay, he landed. Who landed? Anyway, we're just looking. So the fixed wings are in the air. Earlier today, we just didn't see any, but they are around. So we got an MD, McDonnell Douglas DC-10, working the August complex. We've also got a McDonnell Douglas DC-87, working the Bobcat. And over here was the last known position of the global supertanker before it vanished into the Bermuda Triangle. But I'm sure they just lost contact with its transponder. So we'll pick it up again. That's annoying. But the last known position was by Ruth here. So, okay, now you're live. Oh, were you watching the feed in the... Oh, you went back and you watched the clip of the guy. Yeah, while I was monitoring these aircraft, I got a note on my phone. You can get alerts. And the alerts will tell you if anybody squawks 7700, which is international emergency... Not international. Yeah, maybe international emergency squawk code. So they flip a switch and they let everybody know that they're in trouble. And so, yeah, if you go back to the timestamp of when I began this broadcast, we ended that around 2:15-ish. But so you'll have to go back to around 2 hours into the broadcast. We're coming up on 5 hours. But do click the live button afterwards to come back to the present time. Otherwise, you're just going to be watching my live broadcast many hours behind. So, global supertanker, it's in the air. We're just waiting for its transponder to is that it? GST 994. Yeah, there it is. We have reestablished contact with the global supertanker. There it is. So it just did some sort of a drop over here near Ruth on the August complex. So we have DC-10s in the air, and we also have a DC-87 working the Bobcat Fire 2, as well as a bunch of sky cranes working on the Bobcat. That's rare aircraft. And we got all the scout planes out too. Chinooks, Vertols, you name it, they're all aloft right now. So what I'm going to do is my favorite thing. We're going to go to 3D view. So this is a real-time view, simulated view from the cockpit, sort of a deal, of what the global supertanker is currently flying past. So we know that the altitude is a mere 5,600 feet. And this is generally... California is not this green. Imagine all these bushes being brown and golden and occasional spats of green in this part of California. To the north, where the redwoods are, it's that green. There's some green here, but it's kind of like scrubby, dry, rocky, hilly oak trees and bushes and tumbleweeds kind of thing, and rocky outcrops. At the south end of the fire, it transitions to like a scrubby pine kind of deal in the middle. At the north, it's like the green trees and redwoods, right? I mean, this spans like 6 counties. This is California's largest fire ever, so each end of the fire has a different climate. But that's why it's been so... It's all rugged. That's why it's been so difficult to fight this August complex. Multiple lightning strike fires merged together into a mammoth fire. But here is the global supertanker dropping water. So we can see that it's currently over... It was just past Peanut. I didn't know there was a Peanut, California. It's going to Platina. It's over, what, Wynwood right now? Is that what that says? So it's generally heading back, I think, towards the valley, and it'll line up probably the land back at McClellan. I mean, this thing moves so fast. It could be in Oregon in 38 minutes from Sacramento. It can be in Portland in 38 minutes to 45, depending on wind. So it can reach anywhere in the western states in 4 hours. I mean, it could go anywhere from Arizona to Idaho if they really wanted it to go. So that's a real 747 tanker there. We're so lucky. We're so lucky to be able to witness it live. I'm going to see if we can't find... still not active. I was hoping the pilot chatter could be heard in Northern California major incident. Ugh. Oh well. Let's go back to the global supertanker. And this is the coolest thing about this. This is a website. Flight Radar 24. Not that. It doesn't have its real colors. It's now red and white. This is a generic airplane, you know, thing, but you can look around with a 360-degree view, and it'll have realistic sunsets and stuff, if not realistic textures. It tends to paint the landscape greener than it is. So we can watch it like so. You can watch it like that. And bewildered people coming here for fire information. Guys, this is the world's largest firefighting aircraft, and it happens to have just dropped, I think it dropped over by Ruth. And they're trying to save the little community and valley of Ruth in the August complex, which is California's largest wildfire ever. So it's headed back towards, I think, it may be on empty, headed back towards Sacramento and McAllen. It's kind of just going due east right now. But man, oh man, we can see the real landscape. This is the, pretty much, and there we go. Here's the drier looking realistic textures of California. This is the landscape and the difficult terrain out there. It's sparsely populated, but this is a huge fire affecting multiple communities. There's lots of cattle out there and wildlife and habitat to be lost, as well as people's livelihoods and ranches and such. So, yep, global supertanker is in the house. We were watching it. Yeah, of course, Mr. Aviation and Cognito are gone and touring, and those guys love the supertanker. Those guys love the supertanker. And I do too. So I'm gonna see if there's a way. Let's Google how to listen to global supertanker pilots. Just question mark. Maybe people have answered this. Checking it out. Yeah, unfortunately, Northern California major incident would have been the firefighter chatter. Let's see if there's a different... There's air traffic control, but that's not exactly what they talk to. These super tankers talk to other pilots managing a fire. So, how to listen to California pilots fighting wildfire. If anybody knows, I'm all ears. Well, now the transponder's working. It disappeared off the map, which freaks you out because that would be a crash, you know, unless it's if it's not a software bug or a problem with the actual transponder. So, yeah, it's now turned towards Sacramento. It's flying over Rosewood, kind of by Anderson. But at least it's not dropping 3,000 foot altitude, going through a mountain, coming out the other side like it was simulated doing days ago. But I keep telling people California is big. It's really big. It's the size of countries. It's the size of Italy. It's really, really big. And that's why there's so many different wildfires going on at the same time. It spans the whole latitude. Imagine from like the Alps to Greece, and it has all the different climates in between. Like that's the same amount of, you know, latitude. So, and it's wide. It's got everything from Death Valley, the world's hottest desert, to LA's climate is a bit more like Athens, Greece. And to the north, you know, it's a bit like the Alps, kind of, in the high Sierras. It's a bit like, you know, Italy's farmlands in the Northern California hills, where they grow olives just like they do in Italy. At the coast, the redwoods, kind of unique to California actually, but they're a non-tropical rainforest with some of the oldest trees in existence. Same thing about, you know, Yosemite Park and the Sequoia National Park, oldest trees in existence. And towards San Francisco Bay, it's like kind of like the weather of London, France or something. Every single area is a totally different climate. Then the hills, like Rocky Hills, are kind of like the climate of, kind of like the mountains of Spain. So it's like many countries all rolled up into one, and trying to coordinate and manage the whole thing is a mess, as we can see. But it's difficult. And some people are saying California is like Rome. It's too big to manage. There's too many millions of people now to manage as one state, and there's a bit of an effort to break it into two parts, just because everything is so different. The culture of Southern California is different than the one of the north, and the cultures in the valley are different than those in the hills and the mountains. And you know, it's hard to keep that unified and all working together, and just even to fight these fires. I mean, California is so big here that this is the largest fire they've ever had, and it's more than 300,000 square acres. It's kind of getting towards being a 500,000 acre fire. I mean, it's nuts. You can drive, you know, I have friends in like England. Apparently, you know, England's so small, you can just kind of drive to Scotland in a day. You can be in France in an afternoon. And so he goes, all right, so when I arrive in America, you're saying that the West Coast is probably the only thing we could see, because I think that you have to drive over, what is this, the Rockies on my map? And you're saying that those are big mountains, so yeah. I guess we could stick west of the Rockies, and so could we go to Seattle and Portland one afternoon? And then I think we should, over here, oh, I wanted to see Boise, Idaho. So the next day, let's drive from Portland to Boise, and then, oh, let's go to Vegas the next day, and then let's go to LA, and then San Francisco the day after that. So we wanted to go to Vegas and LA in the same day, and then he wanted to go from Boise to Vegas in the same day, or reach Boise in Vegas. And I was like, he goes, look, I know the mountains might be a bit, maybe we should, maybe, I don't know that we can cross the mountains that easily, but he goes, it looks like flat land in Nevada, and it doesn't look very far. I'm like, it's far. Really, it's far. And he was saying that we should go from San Francisco to Reno in a day, and I'm like, well, that's brutal. Maybe if you don't pee the whole way, do a trucker trick and, you know, have some sort of containers or party balloons or something. But that would be absolutely brutal. I mean, climbing into the mountains alone, that was like a 6-hour drive on a good day. And then you have some idiot that's broken down on the side of the road, and it's a really narrow, brutal passes to go up there. If you just tuned in, the global super tanker is aloft, guys. It's returning Sacramento. Yeah, it's going past Los Molinos. It's a cute little town. It's flying over Corning. They grow a lot of olives down there, and there's a great olive factory. I think is a kind of a tourist attraction. They'll sell you the olive soap and all manner of olive stuff. So it's like the Tillamook cheese factory that Oregon has. Well, the olive factory is like the California thing here. And looking back at the chat, yeah, you can't just casually drive over the mountains and go from Vegas to San Francisco in an afternoon. That doesn't work. That doesn't work. So, I haven't been through the mountains, but I can imagine. Maybe the little gold man has. After the plane lands, maybe I can show you the deep, crazy terrain and where the fire started for Paradise was in Feather River Canyon. And the difficulty the firefighters have here. A lot of these fires aren't terribly, like in other states, which is easier terrain. These would just be put out instantly. But the terrain is the big, hard thing. And then not seeing past the wildfire smoke and keeping airplanes grounded when a lot of these fires are detected when one single dump of one aircraft like this global supertanker would have been done deal. However, they can't fly planes where they put pilots at risk when the smoke column is just too thick to go in there. So I think in the future, when we can automate these things and remote control them and see through smoke with new technologies, maybe LiDAR and the like, they'll begin to able to send in many drones and extinguish these. But until the new technology comes around, these rough terrain fires will get out of control and be big, because it just takes so long to reach them. And as technology improves, we're just gonna have an easier and easier time fighting the fires and putting them out while they're small. That's the main deal. Talk about forest thinning, grooming, and raking all you want and all that kind of stuff. No matter what the conditions are, early extinguishing the flames when they're detected is the main thing that stops a disaster. Preventative maintenance like that is a factor too, but just put out a fire before it's a monster, Notre Dame, imagine if that fire was detected, all the workers there were at lunch or something when somebody left a tool or a hot thing on. If only somebody had been up there with a bucket of water, Notre Dame would have been saved. By the time they climbed into the scaffolding with those fire extinguishers, it was just way too late. But that's just the way it goes. So now we're getting to the rice field territory. We've switched, as we've been following the global supertanker, we've switched 4 different climates already. So now this is the wetlands down here. They were natural wetlands that were seasonal. The river channels during before the gold rush, before too much change was happened. Well, before the dams, then every spring after the snow melt, this was all a big flooded valley with wetlands and for the millions of migrating birds. And now there's still millions of migrating birds because they decided, it was a bit restorative to the ecosystem when they stopped wheat, for example, stopped growing that and realized that rice fields were the thing to do. They flood the rice fields, and now the migrating birds and all of the geese use this as the Great America Flyway for their migrations. And most of the songbirds in North America come through here, all the Alaska birds. It's not exactly the habitat as before, but it's the closest thing you can get, and they just feast on the rice. The farmers don't even care. There's enough rice here. This is some of the richest farmland in the world for rice. Super productive. And they just kind of rotate around which fields they allow the birds in. And they don't particularly care. It's really, really great. Plus a lot of wildlife refuges out here. And so we've now come down to the natural wetlands / during the dry season, it would dry out to oak savanna. So you do have patches here of drier areas where there's some of that original habitat, not much left. And over the hills is where you still have the oaks and the native, sometimes critically endangered native grasses. So we're now towards the wetland area, and that's where the major rivers connect. I think that river below is the Sacramento. No, I'm sorry, that's the Feather. But they all kind of merge out of the mountains and become the Sacramento River. And Sacramento, the town, capital, is at the convergence of the Sacramento coming down from the north, where a whole bunch of rivers feed into it, the Yuba, the Feather, and others. And the other river from the south, which I can't remember at the moment, was that the San Joaquin? Gosh, I should know that. You can't graduate 5th grade without knowing the rivers of California. It's like every grade school kid's test. And I've forgotten my 5th grade stuff. People are unsubbing because they're so insulted. She doesn't know her California rivers, guys. But, yeah, it's heading towards Sacramento right now. Passing over Gridley. So that wasn't the Feather, I'm sorry. So that was the Sacramento. It crossed over. The Feather is at Gridley. Oh my gosh. I just have to finish ordering my food, because the low blood sugar here is messing with my memory. So we'll continue to monitor the flight of the most elegant tanker ever, the world's only 747 super tanker. And if you have questions, go ahead and put it in the chat. It's open question and answer session. Oh, that's the Sutter Butte. Oh, okay. They're flat. Okay, in reality, they're not flat. This is kind of like a mysterious mountain chain in the middle of California Valley, the northern part of the valley. Geologists don't have a full explanation to why they are. It kind of looks like an ancient volcano in a way, or like peaks of an ancient volcano. They're buttes, not really a mountain chain. Some people call them the world's smallest mountain chain, and there's a geological debate whether or not they're overglorified hills, some sort of an old volcano, or what. They're kind of debating. But that's the Sutter Buttes. Just Google them, and you'll see some of the most amazing sunset pics ever. So that was when the mega floods happened before the dams. Everybody went here to the Sutter Buttes, because this was like an island in the sea of the floods. And even to this day, that's where the refugees go. That's where the Indians would hang out. And they had easy pickings because all the deer during the floods went up there too. And they were just like, well, here we are, trapped with thousands and thousands of deer. Hello. So this was the land of plenty for the natives. It still is a land of plenty, but it's half ruined. I would love to see California restored. The mining damage, the legacy of the 1800s style mining is immense. In fact, the reason why the floods are so bad now, they didn't used to be this bad, is the old hydro mining up in the mountains washed away entire hills and mountains, and all that silt went and silted up the river channels. They used to be deeper and wider, and so usually most seasonal floods stayed within the channels somewhat and spilled out just a little bit. And the mega floods that California faces is a man-made disaster. They eventually banned hydro mining because those are the remains of the hills washed down here, and that was going to make every single river of California only 2 feet deep after a time. They never did dredge. They should have dredged it back towards normal, but there's a delicate situation. If they did dredge it, it would be more like the natural ecosystem, but it would take a long time, and meanwhile the fish, it could disrupt the fish. So it's been a thorny, kind of a delicate issue. But if they were able to do that eventually, they could restore it more to the normal habitat. But in the meantime, we have levees that have to protect every square inch of this place. Every single town here is protected by a wall of levees. And when they break, there's mass, there used to be mass death incidents. These days, with helicopter rescues, most people survive. But my grandma's time, like in the 50s, every time the levees broke, you had entire towns just inundated and dozens of people killed. And it's just one of those things. A lot of these disasters are not really, Mother Nature's indifferent, but we kind of set ourselves up for these disasters, and we'll continue to have them until we fix things and get it back towards kind of what it was. Best we can. So we are coming up on, this is Yuba City, so this is the confluence of the Yuba and the Feather Rivers. That's Marysville. Marysville was once going to be the capital of California. It was way larger and more bustling than Sacramento. But like I just said, the hydro mining meant that it had to have a ring of levees because it's in between the Yuba and the Feather River. And from here on out, it's just called, the Sacramento, or sorry, the Feather here. But the here, permanently, the growth of the town was permanently stunted because it can't grow outside of the ring of levees, the protective ring. So while Yuba City has grown here because it has higher elevation towards the buttes, see the sprawling massive city, this was the tiny town. Marysville was the queen of the West. I mean, it had, most people visited back in the day from the old paddle wheel steamboats that came up from Sacramento, and they got off here. This is where the miners got off, and they went over to the mother lode to the southeast and due east, the gold mining, the Yuba gold fields and other extremely rich gold lands, and went back up to the hills eventually. But that's where the 49ers came, and there's an influx of wealth, and they had opera houses, Mark Twain's visiting and giving lectures. It was cosmopolitan back in the day. Absolutely cosmopolitan. And if you go there today, it's kind of like a Class D ghost town. Permanently restricted growth and lowered population. Yuba City has sprawled out. But it's, you can go there and walk in the footsteps of Mark Twain and see some of the older surviving buildings. It's a really cool place. Go to Marysville's Pioneer Days. And right for the opening of the Pioneer Days, they have a strange tradition. So like, here's one of the bridges. Pretend it's way back north where Marysville was. They have a strange tradition of driving cattle across the bridges into Marysville, and then they have a rodeo too. And so they stop all the traffic, all the busy car traffic, and they'll drive a herd of cattle across. But apparently that's been going on since Pioneer Days, and they just decided that they would continue to do that. Looking over. Mark. Oh, Malcolm. Welcome back, Malcolm. This is the global supertanker. It's heading back towards Sacramento. It just passed Olivehurst. So Mark Reisner says... No, sorry, Malcolm Marzo. Mark Reisner of the Cadillac Desert excoriated the Western Water Projects. He liked Sacramento's rice reason because it supported the Pacific Flyway, of course. Absolutely. This is more like grooming the land back to the way it was. In fact, it's improving it. There's much more food now for the migratory birds to eat than before it was cultivated. The grains can really, really help birds. Raw, not like, don't just go feed them bread, But they really feast on the rice, and it has made incredible waterfowl recovery when waterfowl was decimated back in the day for the feather hat trade. A lot of the waterfowl was just not even killed for the meat. People go out and blast them for the feathers. So it's made a mostly complete recovery, all the species on the West Coast, because the waterfowl in the past on the flyway, the Great American Migration, it depended on the weather, on how flooded it was and how much they had to eat. Because that's what a lot of the geese eat, is actually like grass and grains. And so if it wasn't green, if it was just dry or whatever, they would have less food to eat and less would make it on the migration. And they would be vulnerable to predators. They would be landing in puddles and not in, big expansive ponds. And so they get, those years, were hard for them. And now, every single year they can depend on, just take your pick, goose, look all around you. If you've been following this entire flight, you'll just realize how massive California is and how much food is produced here. There's a slogan, California feeds the world, and it, like I said, the farmers don't care how much rice the birds eat. This is super productive. you know, they're just happy to, you know, have the birds, and it makes for just incredible, you know, photographs and stuff. And it's one of those examples where, done right, the land can be made much more fertile than kind of the whims of nature, and year after year, wildlife can find a dependable food source because of humans being good stewards of the land for once. I would like to see a bit of this return to prairie, oak savanna though, because in reality the wetlands were only by the rivers and the flooding rivers, and you know, places like that. And with the irrigation, they've taken away too much of the native prairie for my taste, but maybe, yeah, that can be restored. There might be some projects. And then we'll have a huge return. I mean, there used to be just millions of deer out here. The Indians cultivated, you know, they did control burns to burn off the grass to refertilize the soil, and helped promote oak trees by strategically planting their groves. And they usually went from oak grove to oak grove as their meeting places, and they would sometimes shape the branches by putting big logs up in the oak trees. And even today, the older oak trees have very strange shaped branches that have curls and the like in them, and that's when the Indians were shaping them. And they were like the signposts, this way to the next spot, that way to the next spot, and in the distance they'd shade their eyes and look into the distance, and they'd see off that way. Even if it was too distant, they would know that the branch pointed towards the next group of oaks. And even if they had been traveling all day, they could at least sit down and look forward to an acorn meal. And so the acorns also, you know, that's why they went around planting them, supported all the life, like the deer. So they kept this with the burns. They kept the stupid pine trees out of here. Pine trees and Douglas firs, they went to colonize everywhere and turn the habitat away from savanna, which supports the most life, into forests, which actually don't support that much life. Deer don't need anything to do with trees. They go through the forest, but they're looking for meadows, and they eat the grass. So down here was where the deer wintered. And then they go back up to the mountains, and the fresh spring grass up there in the meadows for the summer. So we're getting towards Roseville now, and this is some of the rockier, drier land out here that you find by like Beale Air Force Base. So once again, we're switching climates. This airline trip has covered such amount of ground that we've gone through the Humboldt Forest, kind of rainforest area. Then we went to B. We went into the scrubby pine kind of hills, the south end of the Trinity National Forest area, and low elevation mountains with pine. And then we went through the rocky, you know, coast range with the dry hills and the meadows in between the little folds of the land. Then we went over to the olive growing region by Corning, which is more like kind of like the savanna. Out there they graze cattle. Like kind of here, this is cattle type land, and this is more like it was originally. This is the straw grass, you know, knee to waist high grass. And then we went through the wetland areas by the rice growing. Now we're getting back towards the prairie type land again. So you can see how California just has different climates everywhere, and every single one is a unique challenge. A unique challenge for firefighting. That fire up there, the August Complex, spans 6 different counties. I think it's Mendocino, Humboldt, Trinity, Lake, and whatever I'm forgetting. So looking back at the chat, yeah, the rice region is good. Cadillac Desert, is that a book? I probably should read about it. But I do know that California's, it was not like on purpose, but the pioneers that came out here thought that they should make it look like other parts of the country, that was better. And if they had seen how the natives had just incredible many thousands of head of elk and deer out here, just millions of them out here, and groomed the landscape. I mean, if they had been able to talk to him and listen to them, listen to the survivors. It was unfortunately pretty rapidly after the Spanish colonization and the missions, the malaria ripped through them, through their communities. And just one by one, I mean, most of the California tribes went completely extinct, with only about 8% of the entire population of California Indians surviving the 17 and 1800s. They just had no immunity. And by the time the 49ers came, they were just on life support. You know, some tribes having like 75 members, 15 members. And it was brutal. And Ishi, the last free Indian, died, of course. He came out of the wilderness where he was safe, because the rest of his tribe died of illness and the war with his tribe. So his tribe attacked white settlers when the 49ers came in. They thought it was an unprovoked, attack by savages. Since they did guerrilla warfare, the enraged, miners and such fought back in guerrilla style and said, just if you see one, kill one. Scalp bounty, kind of brutalness. And so he went into the wilderness, and he and his family and the remnants of his tribe, of course they lost the war they started. They didn't understand. All they saw was that people were invading and killing all their deer, and they needed them to survive, and so they attacked. But he thought that he would be killed, so he stayed with his family in the wilderness, and they kind of slowly starved and found it hard to live as a tiny group of people. And even though the San Francisco earthquake happens, I mean, San Francisco, that's 1906. There's automobiles in San Francisco. They have electric trains. San Francisco has steam powered. They have electricity. There's dams now. By the time of 1906, there's hydroelectric plants. They rebuilt San Francisco from the ashes. It's after that. It's like 1914 that they called him wild at the time, not wild like an animal, but wild like wild and free. A Indian walks out of the wilderness in Oroville, doesn't speak a word of English, doesn't know what anything's about, has never seen a car or anything, walks out of the wilderness and says, "I'm hungry," in sign language. So nobody had any inkling that there were still tribes out there that were not contacted, really, by white settlers. And so he taught people a lot about his people and culture, and the anthropologists made friends with him. He became a celebrity. The people loved him. He thought he was going to be killed because, his tribe made war with white people, but people were just sympathetic, like, no, that sucked. That wasn't cool. And so he shot the ways of his people. He was the last of the Yanni. Some people think that it may have been a separate tribe, but that's a subgroup of the Maidu, I believe, or related to the Maidu. But poor Ishi, too, succumbs to disease. He gets tuberculosis from hanging out in San Francisco. So it was just complete. Whoa, okay, I'm getting car sick. But he's coming in for the landing now. He's at 700 feet. Making final approach for McClellan out Sacramento. Man, Sacramento was full of sprawl. Old Sacramento was preserved though, like as it was in the Gold Rush days. You gotta visit that in the train museum. You got to. So Malcolm, looking back at chat. Sherlock says, "Lol, we probably get some of the California green and the Canadian geese that come home." Yeah, they're fat because of us. You're welcome. All right, Malcolm, if you want to know about any fires, let me know. I'm trying to have lunch still. I've been for 1 hour trying to have lunch, but there's still exciting things that happen. Like I saw the global supertanker and dropped everything and said, "Whoa," because it doesn't take off too often. It only takes a couple of flights during the day, so I believe it's done for the day. It takes more than an hour to fill it up. at least 45 minutes to fill it up, but we will continue to watch. We'll monitor it. So Malcolm Marzo says, Cadillac Desert is a classic must-read for anyone interested in the environment. It's the tale of the destruction by the dams. Ooh, was Chinatown based on that? That movie. Whoa, I almost fell asleep in the beginning, but by the end I was riveted. So rich farmers can get virtually free water subsidized by taxpayers. It details the corruption of the 640-acre Farm Act, ending in 10,000 corporate farms run by remote elites. Yeah, sounds like I should read that. California's full of corruption. It's a wonderful land with wonderful people and the most corrupt government you've ever seen. It's like working in Haiti, you know. It's almost as bad as that. And we're just seeing that inspectors should have been catching the fact that these high-tension power lines had never been replaced when the law says they have to be replaced every 35 years. To find out the one that started the Paradise Fire was 95 years old when it fell and its arm broke off in the wind during a normal wind event called the Santa Ana winds. Just, man, we have touchdown. Global Supertanker is home. And that's about right for the textures. This is about what it looks like in the Sacramento area after the rice harvest. It gets dry like that. But there's plenty of rice, but whoa, we're underground. Whoa. That was weird. So Sacramento has a big river confluence there. And that's why it became the capital. After Marysville was walled off with levees, only Sacramento had room to grow. And it was like where everybody came in from San Francisco, and they took the steamboats to Sacramento. And back then, it's hard for people to imagine that steamboats went all the way up to Redding. That's before the hydro mining ruined the landscape and made the rivers too shallow. Today, a steamboat navigating that would have so many issues. But really big Mississippi-esque steamboats. And you know what? Old Sacramento has one. I think it's called the... Oh, she has landed. What is it? Old Queen Mary? Queen Mary, Sacramento. I think Mark Twain was there. Yeah, this used to run around on the run. This is the kind of boats I'm talking about. Went on these, now they're super shallow rivers. People are like, what? But that's how the gold miners eventually got to the gold fields. You know, not in the early times, but these sprang up. So this is one of the surviving ones, maybe the only surviving one, called the Queen Mary, and this is Old Sacramento. You can see all the old 1800s buildings. Old Sac is something you gotta see if you see the West. You could spend days here. So dang cool. And then the train museum is not far. And then you should go see the actual train. The Amtrak station is still using it. Sacramento train station. I filmed a bunch of it. Well, not just the museum, but yeah, this is the museum. Oh man, it was a wonderland. They let us kids climb around on the cars too. It was, I don't know if they'll still let that happen, but my cousin and I, it's all indoors for the most part. And then they have new exhibits. But underneath this big, huge building where there are these old engines, and back in the day, they let you just climb right up and explore. And I never liked trains as a kid because I'd never really seen one before. California's lost 99% of its railroads and 99% of its stations. It used to be trains everywhere. And that would be something to restore. Just never mind electric. Like, even just regular trains are much more fuel efficient than cars. And carry more people and more load for the same amount of fuel by far. You know, if we went back to normal steam trains, I swear we'd have fewer emissions. But that's why I keep saying old technology for a new era. We could put clean fuel in the steam trains here instead of capture the emissions. But this is what needs to return to California. But other than that, too, the actual train station when you get off the Amtrak, Sacramento Amtrak station. I should know, I knew what these were all called. But this one here, if you drive there This is the grand station with the chandeliers inside and the mosaics, and it's just incredible. The big giant windows. This is one of the architectural marvels of the 1800s that still exists. None of these pictures do it justice. People, yeah, this slightly more, but it's incredible. These old 1800s benches are still there. You can sleep on them. The mural tells the story, the Golden Spike. This is where they started the Great Transcontinental Railroad from this station, and they went over to Sierra Nevadas, and they went over to the middle of the country somewhere, and they met the whatever station that was on the other side. Let's just look at this. And the Golden Spike was put in the ground, and the Transcontinental Railroad that bridged the east and the west was complete. And so that's what the mural is. This looks small. This is not a small area. In fact, this is not real. This image is fake. Wow, this is a very good fake image. This is what I think it'll look like after the restoration project. But can you see the fake people? Huh. Yeah, the Sacramento Preservation Committee has voted to approve the plan for the train station renovation. And it was in... Last time I wrote this was like Christmas a year ago. And so I was just marveling at it. And part of it was roped off. I wanted to just film everywhere. I wandered around. But yeah, it basically looks like that pretty much. But that's what the mural is. Okay, here's a real picture. So they're continuing to do the renovation project. But that's the station on the outside. And Sacramento Valley Station. This is what it's like right now. Just marvelous. It's got a cathedral. These are Gothic type arches and such. Pretty amazing windows. And that's the Golden Spike ceremony mural over there. Of course, didn't take place here. This is where it began. But there was a race. Which would it be, the east that ran to the meeting place and got there first, or would it be the west? I think the west was it. But this is the station, the platforms. And oh, there's some history back here. So, I hope they preserve these. What's that? So what's that? Anyway, ride the Amtrak from San Francisco to Portland. It's a really in the winter time. And get off at this station when they're stopped. And just look in there. Oh, you may not have time. The train's a little bit too far. Okay. Stay the night at Sacramento so you can tour the station and tour Old Sacramento. And then take it from there towards Seattle. And in the wintertime, it's going to reach... It'll be nighttime, but at dawn, you're at Klamath Falls. And then you'll be on the east side of the Cascades going north. And you will... Let's go back to the air tankers and monitor that. You will be seeing the sides of the Cascades that nobody sees. On the eastern side, there's no roads. Never been any roads. And you go in tunnel after tunnel at 90 miles per hour with the Winter Wonderland blizzard. And you can go to the lounge cars, and they have glass ceilings. It'll be one of the most cool experiences of your life if you can actually get there at a time when it's snowing. Dead of winter, during a snowstorm. Oh, it's the coolest thing. Going back to the chat. And I'm going to stop now. I'm going to put us on a tanker that we can monitor. Maybe go back to the Bobcat. We have the fixed wing up at the August Complex. It's pretty dang cool. Oh, let's go find the DC-87. That one's down by the Bobcat. A DC-87 is quite an unusual plane to be as a tanker. In fact, I don't know how many are. We saw that work in the Bobcat. Then I'll put the pilot chatter back on. So there's our lead plane. Where's our MD-87? Okay, that's a scout plane. We also have a Vertol. And a couple of the Sky Cranes. But oh boy, did we see the DC-87? Or sorry, what am I saying? The MD-87? Guys, I'm without blood sugar, so I'm going to have to eat here. But let's keep monitoring this. Let's look at the Sky Crane. It's just faithfully going back and forth, doing its thing like we've seen the last couple of days. And it's two skies, great. 2 sky cranes. And how do you say this? Tara, Tear, CH-54, and an S-64E. But they're both sky cranes, right? Let's multi-select that. And they're really working Mount Lewis, trying hard to save Paradise Springs, trying hard to save Big Pines, and they keep looking over at the Little Rock Reservoir area. So that's been the area of activity. Overnight they had activity at Mount Lewis. Yeah, I need food, I do. Reisner was a superb writer, history told through a bunch of colorful characters. Oh, cool. Yeah, and Sherlock is saying, yeah, trains are super efficient. We use them for everything up here in Canada. My country was taken off the train line. My county was taken off the train line, though, and it's basically a tourist attraction. Well, that's another part of the corruption in the United States. Back when Big Oil was starting to take control, big oil companies bought essential train routes just to tear them up so that everybody would be dependent on vehicles. There's just more corruption here. Any place that still has trains didn't allow that kind of behavior. But time to bring them back. Make the trains great again. Make the trains great again. Hey, Angie. I believe we're in global warming. Well, yeah. This is the end of the Ice Age. It's not technically over. So, yeah. I mean, even if human beings weren't here, that would still be happening. And what the actual thing about global warming is that we're tipping the scales off balance, and we're accelerating it. That's the idea. And I'm not going to get into debate how much we're tipping the scales or why. But you know, we've damaged the ozone layer and done a whole bunch of bad things. We deforestation, all kinds of planet abuse, you know, that actually really can change the climate. You know, we caused the Dust Bowl. That was a miniature climate event, the Dust Bowl. So that did increase the warming in the Great Plains, and it probably caused the Tillamook burn because it caused rare easterly winds to cook the forest. So, like the Dust Bowl, when that was just a mistake with plowing. Just plowing the Great Plains all at the same time pretty much caused the Dust Bowl. This is what happened. This is what my grandmother remembered. This drove her out of Oklahoma. This is not a fake picture. It's like a Sahara Desert sandstorm in most of Oklahoma and Kansas and those areas. Absolutely. Some of these towns were destroyed economically and never came back. This thing would bury your town with dust. You'd have to close all the gaps in the doors and windows with towels, and they wouldn't be able to open the door because the dust was this high, buried towns this high, and so all the crops failed. It's buried all the crops. It changed all the wind patterns. There was no rain, and all the crops failed in the Midwest. And instead of giving loans and aid, pretty much the government at the time, in the 20s, you know, this is before FDR. FDR helped people, but it was too late for my grandmother. And in the late 20s, you know, they were just starting out in life. My young grandmother here, they just got a farm. And they were paying off mortgages, and so they even had money in the bank to last a few more years. But they had money in the bank. So they go to the bank, and the bank has a sign after 1929 that says closed. It never reopened. They just took everybody's money. What the banks had done back then was put all their money in the stock market. That when people deposited their money, they don't just sit on your money. They use it. They give loans to people, and then they were allowed to buy stock. So pretty much every bank in the United States took everybody's money and bought stock, and all these banks failed because when the stock went and the stock market tanked, people got scared and said, I think I need all my money right now, please. And so there was something called a bank run. There was just a rumor, hey, this bank may be running out of money. So everyone in the town would go up and pull out all their money. And that caused the banks to fail. Even worse. So it's a combination of the two factors. And so here my grandmother goes to the bank. They say, we have no more money. Your money deposited with us is gone. And our business is closed forever. Bye. So she had no money. They had a farm, but it wasn't producing because of this horrible climate change thing. And it would be a while, it would be years before this is fixed. They had to figure out what went wrong, and then they had to fix it. And so, meanwhile, the rest of the country had really weird weather because of what's going on in the Midwest. This is not normal in any way, shape, or form. I mean, tornadoes are normal, but giant sandstorms of dust are not normal. And so, if we look, I'm not up on my history. These are real photographs. So yeah, climate change is real. Humans could cause it. Yeah, here you go. And it's unpredictable. When we change the landscape, nobody had any idea that just plowing, for example, and using traditional methods from New England, that doesn't work for farming in the Great Plains. Don't treat this area. This is what the European settlers did all the time. Is they kept treating America like Europe, and that's the only thing they knew for agriculture. That's the only thing they knew, and they just repeated what they knew about. They already had to deal with problems like tornadoes. Those are natural, but then this stuff happened, and it mostly was, climate change makes the Dust Bowls lessons new again. Exactly. So, of course, climate change is always happening, and sometimes we make it happen. That's just all the evidence you need right there. But what will happen in the future, we just don't know. It's unpredictable. The only good advice that everybody can agree on is since we don't know what we're doing right now, how that will affect the future, let's just try to make the landscape kind of look as best as it did before the exploitation and the changes. Then it will go be much more likely to go back to the way the weather and climate was, So that's just a big question mark about what the future is going to bring. But if we change too much, we know we're going to get change. Unpredictable, mostly bad, probably change. This is 1935. Yeah, it took a long time. In the 20s, this was starting to happen. Everybody ignored it in Washington. It's pretty much ignored, like, farmers, what do we care? The Roaring 20s is going, right? Everybody is leaving. Since farms were automated by tractors, when people weren't hand harvesting anymore, it used to take a group of 70 people an entire day to harvest 1 acre of a field back in the hand harvesting days. And because of the tractors, the new technology, all the youth were unemployed where they used to work on farms. Since it was automated, all of the blacksmiths were out of work. The people who raised the draft horses were out of work. There weren't as many jobs in the country. They all went to the city and started working in factories, and city people began to forget about country people. And so when this crisis is starting to happen, the government didn't do much about it. It took a long time for them to figure it out, that, this is where our food comes from. They matter. And, there's just some of the craziest pictures you've ever seen. So this is what made my grandmother just pack up and leave. They had some money in the bank. They could have paid the mortgage, so they asked for help and said, for the next couple of years till we get a good harvest, can you not have the mortgage come due? But there was no such thing as farm aid back then, no farm relief. And the nasty back east people came into town and just bought up everybody's land on the cheap. Otherwise it would be foreclosed on by the bank. And that's the birth of like corporate monoculture kind of stuff, and moving away from the traditional family farm. So the cause of this had more to do with plowing. And here's aftermath of this storm. It's just stuff buried. People died choking on this. If you couldn't find shelter, you'd sometimes die inhaling this stuff. Here's the poor, that looks like corn or maize, whatever you want to call that. So this is what happened. This is what Grandma did. And there's a mass migration. Climate change causes mass migrations. That's why the Huns showed up on the doorstep of Rome. And that's why Rome couldn't survive any longer. Because wherever the Huns went to the west, climate change happened near where they came from, probably near China. They attacked Chinese trying to go to greener pastures. Nobody knows what happened, but it was probably related to the giant mega eruption that seems to have ended or at least messed up some of the Mesoamerican cultures. But the Dark Ages happened, and it might have been a great volcanic eruption or two that spread this darkness across Europe and Western Asia. And then the Huns, you know, being a pastoral people, found there was no green land anymore for their herds, and they went into China and said, hey, well, we'll settle here. China said, no, you won't. China kicks them out, wins the war. The Huns move west, looking for the green pastures. The Dark Ages were truly dark. Vegetation stopped growing for like a decade. So there was mass food shortages. And then the diseases, as the rats came out of the field and went to the granaries, the Black Death was born. And the rats went into the towns looking for food. And the Huns come by, and I'm summarizing couple different centuries in one, you know. This, and I'm aware of that. But the Dark Ages, for example, at the time, the Huns come by, and they pushed every group of people in their way, fled in terror from the Huns. So you got the Goths, you got the Burgundians, you got the other tribes. They were once, you know, Germanic tribes and the like. You got your Franks, who were living in eastern parts of Asia, pushed into the west. They all mass migrated once and said, oh crap, the Huns are coming. Help us, Rome. Let us in, and we'll be good citizens, we promise. And Rome just kind of gave them the finger and screwed them up, and they got bitter. So they attacked Rome along with the Huns eventually. So climate change ends civilizations, and it's something to be taken seriously. Aha! Plains, farms need trees. Don't just plow, or you get the Dust Bowl. You have to put the trees around as windbreaks to prevent the nasty, nasty winds that come by. It was a plowing error. Plowing without trees caused that. They changed the way they plowed too, and they started planting trees. So this is a way to restore habitat in a way. If it's not the way it was before, it's better than that wasteland stuff. If you want to look it up, I mean, there's the urging farmers of the Great Plains to plant windbreaks known as shelter belts to halt erosion. Yep, that's pretty much it. So very, very simple, easy fixes for a lot of some disasters. Look at history. There's a precedent. Simply re-putting in the correct type of vegetation, putting that back in and removing the invasive weeds and the invasive species. A lot of restoration is not quick. It's not easy, but it's not difficult. It just takes some elbow grease. So looking back, there's a lot of prehistory global warming and cooling events. The cycles shift around, and usually the major climate crises that result in mass extinction events happen because of either A, massive volcanic eruptions, B, asteroid strikes, C, comet strikes. That's pretty much the major things that cause mass extinctions. I mean, the volcanoes of the ancient past put out so many gases in the atmosphere and killed so much vegetation that there was no oxygen pretty much in the ocean. And it killed nearly all life on Earth because that was ancient enough that there was very little life on the land. Very few life forms on Earth survived that because it was like 25 million years of an eruption that didn't stop. You know, where lava covered the earth, the sky was black as coal, and there was no light, and there were so few plants that oxygen basically left the atmosphere, and it was a low oxygen, high acidity environment because the ocean's acidified because of so much sulfuric acid, because sulfur comes out of volcanoes. Like an eruption, imagine Mount St. Helens still erupting today and still going and goes on for 50 million years. That's actually happened before. So yeah, so the actual debate is climate change happening? Anybody's a fool who says no. It's always been happening, even before humans. And then, but can we stop it? Not the way we want, but we can stop our influence. and let nature just do its thing in as much as possible. So we are tipping the scales, and we're considered a scale tipper. We're not the ones causing a warming trend. That's the ice age receding. And ice age, we can get a cold trend. There just has to be a bunch of really big, large volcanic eruptions at once. There was something called the Little Ice Age in the 1700s. So 1700s had the Little Ice Age, and that's why North America was exploited for the fur trade, because everybody was freaking cold in the 1700s. And unfortunately, the 1700s is when our weather began. So that was the Little Ice Age. It even affected Napoleon's march to Moscow. That's not normal. A volcanic eruption that caused the Little Ice Age, the series of them, caused Napoleon's invasion of Moscow to fail because it was different. It was the worst kind of winter Moscow had seen in hundreds of years because of volcanic activity. It's whether or not the climate is getting colder or hotter is mostly dependent upon what's blocking sunlight. So ice ages form because there's a tipping point. If you ever study snowball Earth, ice ages form because there's so much of the planet covered in white that the sun's rays are reflected back into space instead of warming the planet. So you get global cooling temperatures. So what starts this is that huge volcanic eruptions, like even if humans don't exist, like in the past, what starts this is the huge volcanic eruptions block out the sun. So you can have a decade without summer. There's mass starvation of all the creatures of the lands, and the trees and stuff start dying. And only a few critters can go a long time without food, mostly reptiles, alligators and such. They go into hibernation in cold water. They don't need much food. The snakes and stuff, they go into a hole and they don't need that much food. And the mammals, though, are in trouble. And especially the big mammals that require a lot of food, like mammoths and stuff. But anyway, it starts with maybe 10 years in a row without a summer, because there's no penetration through the ash. It's like a nuclear winter. It's volcanic winter. There's not enough sunlight, and so the world isn't warmed. And then you get a winter that doesn't end for like more than a decade. Constant snow, even through June, July, everywhere in the northern hemispheres. So when the ash finally settles and the volcanic eruptions finally stop, doesn't matter. So much of the world is covered in white snow that the sun's rays are reflected back into space. And what does that do? It makes it colder. So the next winter, there's even more snowfall. And what does that do? It makes it colder. So the next winter, there's even more snowfall. What does that do? It makes it colder. So the next winter, there's even more snowfall. And so all the last ice ages, that's how it worked. And the Earth never really is in stasis for too long. There's going to be these random shifts. But it's over many lifetimes. You know, it takes many lifetimes. And so what makes a glacier is just snow compacting on itself. It turns to ice. And so today's glaciers are not melting because of temperature. It's not warm enough now to melt the glaciers. They're going away because there's not enough snowfall to replenish them. So that is what's happening to the glaciers. Don't pay too much attention to atmospheric temperatures. Sea ice is not dependent at all upon any sort of temperature of the air. It's water. It's the ocean temperatures, what's happening. Sea ice melts from the bottom up. Warmer water hitting the sea ice melts it. That's what's happening in Antarctica and the ice shelves. So it's really an infancy kind of thing. Climate science is in its infancy. We barely understand what's been going on in the world. And I mean, plate tectonics was a fringe theory in my mom's college course. Plate tectonics didn't even really exist in my grandmother's time, or her mother's time. We didn't know that there were underwater volcanoes for a long time. And we just discovered thermal vents in the 80s. I mean, we don't know most of the planet's covered in water, and we haven't even explored the ocean. So most of the planet is completely unexplored, and we don't know what's down there. You know, we cannot explore the deepest parts of the ocean. We don't have craft strong enough. So this is, you know, what somebody was getting angry in chat. I'm sorry, let me go back here. Canada, oh, this is funny. Sherlock is saying Canada. Let's go back to the airplanes, by the way. Canada was upset when they changed the name. We were all banking on having a tropical resort after all of this. Right. They changed the name because it's a more accurate reflection. It's not really global warming. It's global average temperature warming, but that doesn't mean that anywhere is necessarily going to get hotter. There's places that are going to get colder just because of what changes. In fact, what was that movie? A crazy movie. It was blown out of proportion. It showed the Statue of Liberty covered in ice because first a tsunami hits New York and then it freezes with a blizzard bombs thing. And oh boy, that was funny. Jake Gyllenhaal was in it. That's totally true. If the jet stream and stuff is affected, and if the ocean temperatures are affected, that could shut off the circulating current that brings warm water towards Greenland and New York. That keeps the Atlantic warm and ice-free. That is true. If that Atlantic current was shut off because of too much deforestation or climate change or whatever would cause that, New York could be absolutely as frigid as Iceland and just as Greenland. And it could turn into permafrost, because that is what keeps the East Coast warm. Florida could become gigantic, because if there were more glaciers in New York, then this low sea level, you could probably walk from Florida to Bermuda. That would rise again like during the Ice Age. So that's why it's called climate change. We have no idea what exactly happened, but if the North Atlantic current was disrupted, there's no more warm storms going towards New York. It would become permafrost. So that's why they call it that. So we just don't know what the heck would happen if we screwed around too much with the environment. That's why I keep telling people it doesn't matter exactly what predictions and models and computers are saying. You know what? We're still finding new volcanoes all over the planet, all the time. We don't really know what their contribution is to gases. We don't know if limiting our own would matter at this point. In fact, a better way if we wanted global cooling would be to take and paint large swaths of the surface of the planet white. That would be instantaneous global cooling. Then we really should turn that back off. You know, maybe the rooftops white, something like that. Then we should turn that off, because if there's a volcanic eruption, we don't want too much global cooling. So whatever we do, we should be able to turn it off, what we're doing, if we do anything special, because we don't want to accidentally start a new ice age kind of thing, or a mini ice age. So that's but all the climate in the 1700s was in the late 1600s. The climate change caused the collapse of the monarchies. The 1700s were a time of famine, and the starving peasants overthrew the monarchies of France because of the crazy thing called the little ice age, because of a volcanic eruption or two, caused all the wheat crops to fail for years on end. That's why everybody switched to potatoes, because they survived the cold. But when we were still trying to grow wheat, there's mass starvation by the public, and that's why they overthrew the monarchies. And that's why France became a democracy and supported us in our own Revolutionary War. It's because they wanted an ally, because England was still a monarchy, and England was trying to put monarchs back on the throne of France and stuff. So, I mean, even our own country was born because of climate change. We would not have won without France. We didn't have a navy. France was out there shelling the positions offshore where and keeping the English Navy from doing too much damage to us. Like, that's a forgotten story. I can't believe there's all these movies about how we won the war ourselves, BS. Yeah, right. France had a little something to do with that. Benjamin Franklin went to France to convince him to help us. Imagine if he had failed. Imagine if it was still a monarchy, really. After that. it was the transition time. You know, it was the people who, I mean, the French monarchy did support us, and you know, that was the transition time for them as well. But you know, like in general, after that, the War of 1812 is when England tried to take the colonies back, and France once again helping us out now that they're democracy. Well, no, sorry, that was Napoleon wrecked their democracy. But you know, there was a window of time when they were pushing for democracy. But like I said, climate change. Angie is, I am not really sure. Hey, Bo, what's up? I still am not eaten. It's 6 p.m. Where's my lunch? Ah, sorry, guys. I have to go back to ordering my lunch. But yeah, it's real, and it doesn't take cars and factories. You know, it can happen just because of a volcano. It would happen if we weren't here, but we are actually tipping the balance and doing stupid things like polluting, and destroying the ozone. That's a mistake. I'm just telling you guys. It could be a mistake. Going back to the chat. When I was figured out a lot of stuff, we still don't even really know what's going on. Yeah, we don't understand our planet and how it works. We're still discovering. Most of it's unmapped. It's underwater. And we haven't even been inside all of the caves of the planet and what's down there. There are caves which are just completely unmapped and water comes out of them. And we don't know where it comes from. So, Angie says an ice age happens when caveman's ancestors, animals went extinct. That was just the last one. There's been many, many ice ages. In fact, in the distant past, this is an example of how fringe theories are true, but the scientific community doesn't want to accept them, some of them, just because of dogma. So, hard evidence for the fact that once ice covered every square inch of the Earth, kind of like, what is it, Titan's moon, Europa or something? It's called the snowball Earth theory, but there's hard evidence to back it up. Even at the equator in Africa, there's something called glacial erratics. So glacial erratics are rocks picked up by a glacier at one location and deposited sometimes thousands of miles away as the glacier moves over time. And glaciers can cut a mountain in half and say, "Excuse me, I'm coming here." And they pick up rocks. And then the rock is sitting on top of the ice, gets trapped in the center of the ice, because then more snow melts, more snow falls on top of the rock and builds more of the glacier. And glaciers are just moving rivers of ice. There's frozen rivers. And because they're slippery on the bottom, if you ever gone ice skating, wherever you put pressure on ice, it's slippery. So the pressure of the weight of the glacier on top makes it slippery, and the bottom it just moves. It just slips across the landscape pretty slowly. But everything in its way is obliterated. Mountains are cut in half, like Yosemite's Half Dome. Or the tops of the mountains are cut off, Half Dome. So Sierra Nevada mountains in California once had all these glaciers, and so Yosemite Valley was carved out by one. And so here's a big mountain, right? Probably, I don't know what it's made out of. The glacier slid past here, and you can see how it says, "Excuse me," cuts the mountain in half. Thank you for moving out of my way, thank you. So the glacial erratic will like pick up rocks from like the Sierra Nevadas. If it moved, like there's a glacial erratic that's in just a boulder, that's what that is. There's a glacial erratic near Portland, Oregon that came from like Lake Huron. It took many, many centuries for it to arrive. But this is what glaciers do. They'll just be like, yeah, whatever. Tabletop Mountain by Paradise. Tabletop Mountain was a mountain, and the glacier slid over the top of it and cut it off. Oh, there's several of these called that. But that's what's happened often. Just the one I'm talking about is in California. That's a mesa, that's different. But, I should say California. So, it's not really showing it from a distance. Yeah, but you can see, like that. That was just a regular mountain range. And a glacier came by and said, whatever, and just cut the top off as it's like a giant blade that can't be stopped on the landscape. It'll take centuries to move anywhere, but it will. It will move. So anyway, what was I talking about? Yeah, there's the Dust Bowl. Yep, there's Sacramento. Story time. Going back to monitoring the airplanes. So, yeah, Half Dome is just sweet. You can't describe it to anybody. You just have to go see it. And I hope that the Yosemite fires, get under control. It's like, I think it's closed right now, and there's fires nearby, and it's just a tragic thing. But what was I saying about? Oh, glacial erratics. There are rocks that the glacier picks up and will drop sometimes hundreds or thousands of miles away from the origin of where they picked up the rock. Because eventually all the glaciers melt that we're traveling. And, especially from the Earth's previous ice ages. So the evidence was right in front of everyone. There are glacial erratic rocks in the middle of the equator. In the deserts, like the Namibian desert, Central Africa. Which all of the geologists at the time said there's no way, ever, that there could have been glaciers at the equator. Never. Not possible. Not possible. And so here comes these younger geologists saying, but. And of course, the bad thing about scientific community, science is based on facts. You get new facts, you have to accept them. If they're verified by other teams, you have to accept them. You have to change. That's what science is about. It's based on facts. You get new facts, you change your theories. But dogma is the trust and belief in what other experts say rather than facts. So the dogma at the time, where all the other geologists said, my geologist came before me, and the guy who came before him, and the guy who came before him, everybody knows. That word, that famous, everybody knows there can't be a glacier in the deserts of Namibia at the equator. Or any equator. It's just not possible. So, even when the facts are right in front of them, like dinosaurs have feathers, here's Archaeopteryx, and here's glacial erratics. Some of these rocks have been picked up from an area near Europe, like northern Europe, and brought down to Central Africa, riding on a glacier that took thousands of years to travel. The glaciers move at the same rate of your fingernails growing. It took thousands of years for that glacier to get there, and when it melted, it dropped the erratics, dropped the boulders. It was plain to see all over the world glacial erratics at the equator. It was called a fringe poppycock theory that at one point the world was completely covered in ice. And it's true. It's no longer in debate. Now they're just trying to figure out how did that work? How did that happen? Once the world was covered in ice, there was no way for it to warm back up again. Not that we know of. Not that we know of. But nevertheless, the world recovered from the snowball Earth and became ice-free again for the time of the dinosaurs. So they think it was in a distant past, and pretty much all life may have died. They were thinking that life on Earth would have died, so how could this have been? If there was ice over every square inch of the Earth, and all of the oceans were frozen, and there was no light penetrating the ocean, we know that the ocean ecosystem is based on krill and plankton. There would be no krill and plankton, there would be no algae, there would be nothing. There would be no plant life, and then there would be no animal life. How could this be? They just shrugged and said, I don't know. All I know is there's glacial erratics. And so now that this theory is kind of proven, it's taken seriously. Now that they are looking into it, there's... In the 1980s come along, and we discovered geothermal vents, hot spots at the bottom of the ocean, and there are creatures down there that do not depend on light, like the little crabs and the newly discovered animals that feed off the heat and the minerals coming out of the geothermal vents. And the fish that survive there, they're completely oblivious to the fact that light exists, all these blind creatures. So we now theorize that that's what kept the Earth alive, was the geothermal vents. And eventually, perhaps, heat built up underneath the ice from underwater volcanic eruptions. And then that blew a hole in the ice. And that put, say, greenhouse gases or whatever to the atmosphere. That's the current theory. So, let's go. The Earth has done strange things, but for the most part, it never really. For the entirety of the dinosaurs' existence, there's no such thing as global, as any sort of maybe no even glaciers at all. There was no such thing as a polar ice cap. There was nothing. Antarctica was a tropical rainforest. So let's go back. Bo wanted to know how the fire is today. Update before, after the food. Everything's fine right now. I don't see any fire getting out of control in the west. But the bad week of low humidity, hot heat wave, and high winds coming out of the Nevada desert is going to hit California. They're going to be on fire weather watch, if not red flag warning. So the next couple of days is going to be getting interesting, and I'm just hoping they can get ahead of the fires and go ahead and prepare for the high winds. I mean, a lot of their preemptive strikes here are good. They keep firing the mountainsides by the Bobcat fire, and that's what they're doing in other places, and in Oregon too. They're lighting fires in front of where they think the fire might go when the winds come. Oregon won't be affected that much by it, but it's still going to be a warm, kind of a smoky, windy event for western Oregon, but not enough really to stir the fires back to life, because they've been rained on this more than a week and a half. There's 90% containment at Paisley, so hopefully they can wrap that up before they get the winds. 89% containment at the 242 fire at Klamath River, Klamath Lakes over there by Klamath Falls. So we're just kind of sitting here waiting for see what the weather will do. So that's basically what goes on. Huh? Okay, somebody outside likes to rev their engine. Or is that a lawnmower trying to start? I'm not sure. Who is a tanker, guys? We got a tanker. So here I'm going to go actually order my lunch, because it's 6:20. Guys, I've tried to take lunch for 3 hours. But when you ask questions, it gets me started. So, anyway, there are no easy solutions and answers, but I think the best one is common sense. Let's try to make the Earth like it was before we screwed it up. I think everybody can agree that would be the best course of action, because we have no idea what will happen if we keep screwing it up. So let's turn on the pilot chatter.
Just near Panorama.
Alright, I'll be back. I'm at the keyboard. I'll be back later talking.
the road that 485 is on, based on my GPS plotting, we are still north of it. It's going to be a little bit south, so you're going to want to head a little bit south on Largo and look for some dirt roads that come off and head to the east. Yeah, copy that. It's plotting south towards Big Pines off Largo. Tango Branch 5, C4. Go for Tango, Tango. Okay, the entrance to the location is that ranch just south of entrances on Big Pine. Go due south from that Caldwell Lake, that first little ranch road. And it's way out on that ranch road, and he's using a lat long in decimal or degree, minutes, seconds. And when you're ready to copy, then I'll let you know what it is. Copy that. Degrees, minutes, decimal, seconds. Do you know what datum is in? Is he in WGS 84, another datum? I have no idea. He just gave me a screenshot. I'm not sure he knows either, so you're ready to copy. It's if you get to that, I tried to send you a screenshot, but it's not going through. Hey, copy that. I'm ready for the coordinate. 34 degrees, 25 minutes, 29.3 seconds north. Break 117 degrees, 47 minutes, 29.6 seconds west. Can you give me the north coordinates one more time? Degrees, 25 minutes, 29.3 seconds north. West 34 degrees, 25 minutes, 29.3 seconds. By west 117. 47 minutes, 29.6 seconds. That's negative. 117 degrees, 46 minutes, 29.6 west. Entrance is off of Big Pines, east of Vista del Lago near Caldwell. West of, and you know where that red roof barn was, right where Caldwell Lake is? It's on the opposite side of the street is where the entrance is to our ranch. You just go down that road, hang a left, and it goes through the mountains. It looks like quite a ways out in the middle of nowhere. Okay, that's a good copy. 51 Charlie and myself are en route.
Made one Alpha training. Look out, 801 Alpha training. Relay for me. I'm trying to get a hold of branch 1. Copy, right behind you. Tango from training on V4. Tango. Do I need to take care of the logistics for 53 Charlie? Yeah, if you could, that'd be great. Copy that.
Copy that. I think we're, based on GPS plots, we got to be pretty close. No joy this direction. Water tender 128, Tango Tango training on V4. Water tender 128, Tango Tango training on V4. Chow, please. Division Alpha or Alpha training here, attack trying to get you guys on air to ground. Branch 5, Tango Tango. Over 5. Yeah, we're having difficulty locating, is air attack still up? Would we be able to give them the coordinates and maybe they can circle?
There's something over on the other side. See if I can see with this higher vantage point.
Air attack's not up anymore.
Yeah, sounds good.
Air attack, just trying to get a hold of the area where Texas Canyon may be doing some firing. Is that in Alpha tonight?
That ranch entrance is right there on Big Pine, right around where the retardant went across the line, across the road. Yeah, copy that. We're in that ranch area right now, Caldwell Lake on the south side of Big Pines Highway, UTL. It's way back there. It's a couple miles back on that dirt road. South side of Big Pines. Negative. It's north. It's west of Largo Vista, north of Big Pine. Copy, north.
One, air attack, air to ground command. Have any other needs for air attack before we call it a night? All the aircraft on the fire are down right now for the evening, unless you need something.
Task Force Kelly, Golf Training on command.
You wanted us to look at that line and just see if anything's across it.
Copy. Staying straight. Copy. Can you figure out the best access?
On a V4. Go ahead, Golf Training, Task Force Kelly. Yes, sir. If you're done with engine 26, and yourself and J22 as well, you guys can hit the spike. Yeah, I copy that. Head to spike camp, and engine 26 will be headed down to ICP tonight. Okay, I copy that. Thanks. Appreciate the work.
I'm off for a hike. I'll be up on tack.
on command.
Go for Alpha training.
Yeah, I'm just showing you at 338 back on 4th in area 38, securing the quarters.
Pointer attacking for the ground command. In there, Mount Harbor down there. Full section. Everything's well behaved. It's kind of getting set up underneath a little bit of an inversion right now. And looks pretty good. They were it's pretty heavy maintenance by the time I saw them. Now they'll be on. We'll maybe talk to you tomorrow. I'm going to close out with thoughts here in a little bit unless you have something else.
air to ground command. Last evening update, we finished the work in Gulf with the retardants there. That's all completed. And just took a look over in Alpha to understand they might have stopped their burning for tonight based on unfavorable conditions. And we took a look around in there, nothing that should be where it's at, so everything's looking pretty good. The fire's kind of getting a little bit of an inversion on it right now. The smoke's settling in some of the drainages, and all is well. Depart unless you need something else prior to that.
Gulf EMT Busby on command.
Attack, I just want to confirm that you're good with releasing us for the evening.
Angeles, engine 1909.
Angeles?
In area 21, en route to Square Divide. Golf, Mike on V4.
15 minutes from round.
Kansas, engine 317, 09, over admin.
It's the Global Super Tanker, guys. It's back. The Global Super Tanker's on the August fire. We're still listening to the Bobcat fire chatter of the pilots, but check it out. Here's the Global Super Tanker.
Division Mike, Bobcat communications. Over Mike. Mike, Bobcat communications. Citizens report to Fire Station 79 of smoke and flames from a mulch pile. Advise when you're ready for the address. Go. 11735 Murphy Lane.
Copy.
Bobcat communications, copy. Bobcat communications, Division Golf EMT Busby on command. Division Golf EMT, go ahead for Bobcat communications. Bobcat communications, Golf EMT Busby, can you get in contact with EMT Chavez and have him call me on my cell? Chavez, Bobcat communications, LA County V4.
Hey guys, go ahead and make your way up to the cafe.
Water Tender 581, Tango training on V4. Chavez, Bobcat communications. Tango training on V4. Silver Water Tender 581. Hey, let's go ahead. Have you head into base, please. Copy that. Chavez, Bobcat communications on V4. Golf EMT, Bobcat Communications. Division Golf EMT, Bobcat Communications on V4. Bobcat Communications, Busby, I made contact with Chavez, thank you. Bobcat Communications, copies. .9339 Golf, Mike on V4.
Bravo 71, base picture. Fine about there, we just want to make sure you copy. We're 6 minutes out, positive fuel. Get it.
Go Tango training, thanks for that.
Too low terrain. Too low terrain. Oh, this program's funny sometimes.
Great. Angela, Bravo 71, we'll
So it looks like the global supertanker, which we are tracking now live, has just made a series of drops, and it's now moving to the east side of Covello here, finding the August complex. And it looked like it did a bunch of drops up by Ruth. And this seems to be flying low to protect the entrance to the Covello Valley. Whoa, it just went backwards. Okay, so that's what happens when that's what happens when the program loses track of where it was. It just kind of assumes since it was flying that direction, it's still flying that direction. So when it reestablishes contact, it realizes, whoops, the plane was never there. So it just rewinds the plane to where it really is. But this is a sight to see. This is at least its second flight today. Maybe the last one for the day as night is falling. But man, we are witnessing history. This thing is one special plane.
Release from the Bobcat, return to quarters. And it's 10:32, tone 9. Battalion 32 is back on force, area 20, en route to quarters.
Battalion 32, I believe, copy.
Hey, driver 11, 15.
Tango. Delta EMT on command 59.
Off of Big Pines.
Offline and heading back to ICC.
Communication copies, EMT and medic offline, go back to ICP.
Hey, 125, it looks like there's a switchback off of Big Pines. I will head back up there and maybe we can scout it in, even if it's a my vehicle or we can get something.
Andrew. Still want you at 338, King Quarters out of service. Good night.
Tango training on B4. Trainee 51 Charlie on B4. Hey, sorry for the delay. I'm heading up with food right now. Is that engine still at the bottom? If not, I'll drive to the top. Hey, carry on your mission. I think we've found the best access. It's tighter than Type 3 country. I'm going to try to make access with my vehicle. Get hold of 53 Charlie. Copy, my bad. 53 Charlie, Tango Tango training on B4. Tango Tango trainee 53 Charlie, affirmative, the engine's still down at the cabins. Engine 3566. Alright, copy that. Hey, sorry for the delay. Drive time for base. No worries. Branch 5. Tango Tango, you still up? I received my text message. Affirm. Bobcat Communications, call training on B4. Bobcat Communications. Bobcat Communications, call training
copies. All Division Golf units are off the line. Correction, all day Golf units off the line.
Go ahead. Up to the ranch, and then the road gets a little gnarly. If you guys want to stay right by the ranch, let me just take a quick look and I'll hit you up. 51 Charlie. I'm going to go as far as until I find a turnout, and I'm going to turn the vehicle around and try to hike up to him. I'm going to validate this road before I go any further. I'll hit you guys on tack.
And with 1032 out of service, don't fix it.
Charlie from Tango Tango on command. Charlie from Tango Tango on command. 51 Charlie, command. Engine is making access off of Moonlight Ranch.
Yeah, that's a firm. You can go in about a quarter mile, and then there's a couple sections where the road washed out. But that's going to be the best access.
Copy that. Let's not expose any of our people any further. Let's hike in, hike them out, and we'll deal with the vehicle tomorrow.
Yeah, copy that. That's Lancer. We're almost to him right now, and we're not committing any more vehicles or apparatus.
Got it.
Trainee, down 6-9. Alpha, turning out command.
command. Hey, before I release the fuel tender, all your rigs got filled? Not 100%. South training here, so hail him on command. And once you know the status of your engines, then he'll release the fuel tender from here. I'll get that information shortly. Delta trainee on command. And you got the Alpha up there for tonight, correct? Affirmative, I'm heading to 75 to tie in with you. Delta trainee on command. For Bobcat communications. Delta resources are off to the camp, with the exception of one Alpha strike team who will be working for night shift. Communications, you're a little broken. I copied Delta resources and back to ICP with the exception of one Alpha strike team staying for the night. Affirmative to all. 9339 Golf, Mike on V4.
Check.
339 Golf, Mike on V4.
Tango and Mike, for the evening, you'll be a direct report to night operations. Acknowledge. Go for Bobcat communication. Copy. Crew's heading off the line, back to camp. Engine 34 is in quarters, 6 attitude.
Okay, I'm still here, but working at the computer. If anybody does have any requests for me, I will check out any fire that you want to know about and read you the daily report and whatever information they have available yet. I am playing back 12-hour time lapses of the fire, brought to you by the power company that may have actually started the fire. It was under investigation for doing so. SoCal Edison. No joke, they are cooperating with investigators, but it looks like their power line may have started the fire. So I find it very ironic that as they work very hard to save this building from the fire, that watermark is on there. So these are 12-hour time lapses, and you can see this lovely pink sunset. And the radio chatter is all about the night shift coming on and the day shift leaving. And apparently some sort of a fire engine either got stuck or broke down, and they are abandoning it for the night and just hoping that it's there in the morning. Oops. But just goes to show we should probably throw more money at our firefighters so that they don't have equipment that breaks down, because that's like the third breakdown that I've heard in the last couple of days. So let's play this lovely, lovely sunset. And it's so nice to see that Mount Wilson Observatory is indeed still there. Next few days will bring in some terrible weather, some weather watch conditions, fire watch conditions, not quite red flag, but not good. A heat wave plus dry desert winds from Nevada and very low humidity. So they've been prepping for this, and hopefully everything will hold, but the next couple of days will be sketchy. So we will continue to monitor that situation. So here it is creating the time lapse. Most of the day looks completely the same because of the intense smoke and haze over there. This is by Mount Wilson. There's 3 main portions of the fire. That's one at Big Pines / Paradise Springs area. They slammed it hard today with a lot of helicopter Bambi bucket drops, and then they hit it with fixed wings. There we saw for a bit DC-10s, McDonnell Douglas MD-87s. That was a surprise, plus 2 sky cranes. Later we saw the Global Supertanker. We made at least 2 runs on the August complex, and that was fun to watch too. But overall, it's been a pretty mostly boring day for the fires, because this is one of the last days of decent weather before this. Excuse me, let's listen.
Charlie, Tango on command. Tango, go ahead. This is Charlie. Status. Yeah, we found the vehicle, and we are hiking out with the driver now. We're leaving the vehicle in place. Copy, where are you coming out? Give me a Moonlight Ranch. Copy. And engine 4125 is at the road right there, so we'll be hiking out and popping out right there.
I wasn't here a little bit ago, had the headphones off and had to do a phone call, but I'm not sure what happened. I don't know if the vehicle that transported them is broken down, or if it was a different vehicle they were searching for to try to retrieve, but they are hiking out of the Moonlight Ranch, whatever crew is there. So, wish them luck with that. We get some really cool sunsets with these time lapses. That's why I like to do them just after the sunset, this time of day. So it was smoky, hazy, and awful looking most of the day, but we've got some amazing Really cool sunsets on the time lapses, plus there's a really nice webcam view I'll show you right after this one's done of the view of the lights of Pasadena and LA, plus the moon in the way. It's really nice. So here comes the sunset. Wait for it. Ah, that was nice. And check out, these are current conditions. Look at that picture. Absolutely awesome. You can see the red glow of the sunset over here to the right. Just really nice. You have similar images here. You can see the fire glowing in the background. I think it's just on the same tower but the opposite direction. This is looking north by northwest. This is looking pretty much due west. And let's refresh it. That one looks pretty good. This one not so good because it's already transitioned into night vision. But let's go back to the first one. This one's just nice. So for now, everything's pretty quiet. We're continuing to listen to the Bobcat fire. They're switching the shifts now to night shift. But in a minute, I'll see if we can find a couple of videos that will summarize the day. Stay tuned. Alright, looks like we got an update. What was it, 1.5 hours ago? Let's refresh. Looking at InstaWeb. So we're at almost 14,000 acres, 114,000 acres in size. That's pretty immense. That's almost the size of Los Angeles itself, burning in the mountains just north. 55% containment, so that really didn't change throughout today. So looking at things, crews will continue to prep and add additional depth to secure the lines north of Mount Wilson in the northeast area between Highway 2 and Big Rock Creek. That's where they're trying to save Paradise Springs.
Communications.
North medics are available at 39 and 2.
Bobcat communication copies. North EMT, available up 39 and 2.
Alright, these continued strategic firing operations are done to secure the fire lines perimeter from the fire, making...
Communications, South EMT on B4.
I'm just going to mute that for a minute. They're mostly just talking about replacing the night shift. These continued strategic firing operations are done to secure the fire's perimeter from the fire, secure the fire's perimeter from the fire, making a run at the fire lines. Let me read that back. This one heck of a run-on sentence. These continued strategic firing operations are done to secure the fire's perimeter from the fire, making a run at the fire lines on unburned fuels within. Woo! So, I don't think they edit this. Crew, engines, equipment, and aircraft work in coordination to build holding lines, plumb the lines with water, and while firing aviation assets, slow the movement of the main fire. That barely makes sense as far as grammar goes in English. So crew, engines, equipment, and aircraft work in coordination to build holding lines, plumb the lines with water, and while firing with no weather punctuation, aviation assets slow the movement of the main fire. Okay. West of Waterman Mountain, firefighters will continue to focus on strengthening the lines where the Mount Wilson operation occurred. A focus of our efforts today and tomorrow will be securing the west side of the fire before winds shift to the northeast Sunday. Engines will be available for smoke checks near the communities. Repopulation efforts continue with help from LA County Occupancy Support. Last night, crews continued to work on holding and improving containment lines while securing the perimeter on the fire for hot spots and mop up around the structures. This is about yesterday. Crews using minimum impact suppression techniques, also known as MIST, completed a portion of the line on the western perimeter. Fire activity remained near Mount Waterman Ridge, where crews worked on building direct handline. Weather. Today the weather will feature warm conditions with afternoon breezes. Okay. So this was recorded an hour and a half ago and it's nighttime. But it says, today the weather will feature warm conditions with afternoon breezes and somewhat higher humidity. Tomorrow, I guess that was talking about today. Tomorrow, high pressures will move in and a significant warming and drying trend will begin that will feature near record temperatures. Okay, they needed punctuation here. They needed a dash. Near record temperatures and critically low humidity through the week. In fact, I'm just going to show you what I'm attempting to read. This is some interesting grammar. I really am a good narrator, I swear, but I'm struggling here. Tomorrow, high pressures will move in, and a significant warming and drying trend will begin that will feature near record temperatures and critically low humidity throughout the week. This trend will also feature breezy northeast winds. So that means winds coming out of the northeast desert, like the Antelope Valley, Death Valley, Nevada type of winds blowing to LA, to the southwest. Not good. So,
following is a report of a brush fire assignment in the Susanna Mutual Threat Zone.
Hang on, let's listen.
LA County Fire is responding to a report of a vegetation fire in the area of Browns Canyon Road and Mormon Canyon Road in the city of Chatsworth. Reported by aircraft, smoke and flames seen. The incident will utilize the following communications plan. Admin will be LA County Blue 3. Command will be LA County V1. Primary tag will be V-Fire 25. Secondary tag will be V-Fire 24. Air to ground will be on LA County air to ground. Crews and dozers will be on U-14 direct with a Victor of 119.975.
Whoa.
The co-operator stand by for roll call.
They're rolling out a big crew because there's a new fire.
Ventura County Fire.
Browns Canyon Road and what?
Acknowledgement, will you be responding?
Bobcat communications on V4.
All Alpha resources are off the line.
Alpha training copy.
Full brush assignment.
Is responding with a full brush assignment as well. Heli clear, 20:03 hours.
Okay, I didn't
County
cut.
for Metro Fire, can you repeat the complex?
Command will be on LA County V1. Primary tag V-Fire 25. Secondary tag V-Fire 24. LA County air to ground.
68 copies.
Crews and dozers will be on LA County U14 direct. Victor 119.975.
Copies.
Well, it looks like they're rolling out to a brand new fire, and they're not taking any prisoners. That's quite a big assemblage of crew. And it looks like Browns Canyon Road. I have found one. At least it's taking me here towards the Porter Ranch, but I don't see a Browns Canyon Road. I forgot the cross street. I may just have to rewind. But that's Santa Clarita. They're talking about Ventura having some sort of a jurisdiction. So the cross street is going to be really important here. I'm hoping they'll just say it again where this has been. Let's just see if there's been a detection from space. It was reported by aircraft. I don't see a ghost detection anywhere, except, you know, where the fire actually is at Mount Wilson. We could do this. We could go to Pulse Point and then see if Pulse Point has it. Ventura County Fire. See if we can just add them to the map. So our agencies would be what? Ventura County Regional Dispatch. Let's add LA County. So LA Fire. Los Angeles. Wow, that's a lot of fire divisions. Just add them all. Let's add Malibu. Don't see anything. Alright, let's just display incidents. Oh, there's all kinds of medical emergencies. This would have been like right now, right here. It would say, you know, a fire. So we may not have the correct. Hey, Galactic, whatever happened to you? I haven't seen you since the night of the lightning. Or have you been back since? I've been trucking.
Night North, this is RA601 checking in. We are back up at the top with a new crew.
There's a new fire somewhere. Browns Canyon Road. I forgot the cross street. I may have to rewind my own feed because embarrassingly I didn't write that down. but they're rolling out a big crew to respond to this, and I don't know if it's near Ventura or what. They mentioned Ventura.
Yeah, go ahead for Charlie. That's negative, heading in right now.
So I don't think I'm in the right place, but when I go to Browns Canyon Road, LA County, it takes me over to the Porter Ranch town center. I don't think I'm in the right spot. But that's a different county. Hey, Robert, welcome back. It's very smoky and Quincy again. Yeah. Well, it shouldn't be soon with those east winds coming. You can get a heat wave, though. Let's look at your wind forecast. But they're just responding. They just rolled out a huge crew to a new fire, and I'm mad that I just missed the address. Browns Canyon Road somewhere. I don't know where that is in LA. I'm trying to figure it out real quick. Browns Canyon Road. Okay. In LA County, that's by Mormon Canyon. South of Santa Clarita. And by the Porter Ranch. They said it was a vegetation fire, and the cross street was, let me just look around. Nothing that I can see. Well, there's a Nike missile launch site up there? Really? Huh. So that's steep terrain. Right next to the 118 Ronald Reagan Freeway. So let's go back to it. It's like an access road. It's almost like, look how steep this is. This is Browns Canyon Road right here. Whoa. That is some kind of steep climb right there. Looks ritzy. Satellite. Ritzy and dry. But those are some nice houses. Crammed in like sardines in the tin. Does that look fire safe to you guys? How many feet apart are these houses? Wow. Yeah, that's impossible to defend. Wow. And there's a one way out, pretty much, for this. This is what I keep saying. This is why we have disasters. This entire area right here, all those people, if they were asked to leave at once, there's like one road out. Or one little bit. Maybe this one's open. This one, wow. So somewhere in this canyon, this climbs high into the elevation. This is where there's a vegetation fire. And they're rolling out a lot of response right now to it, and so we can listen again to what they're saying. But let's see if there's any. All right, here's the road. One lane road ahead. Huh. Yeah, it's more of a bike path kind of a deal, but I guess you can get engines up there. It was reported by aircraft. They said visible flames, so it's not like this is a... Maybe there's a fire. There's a fire somewhere here. Look at this brush. Good to see some native oaks, but very thick brush too. It's funny, the Google car made it up here. Huh. Anyway, that's where they're responding to a new vegetation fire, and let's just fingers crossed that it's going to stay. Yeah. Yeah. This is indefensible. This should be illegal. It used to be illegal. Look how close together the houses are. I bet these are multi-million-dollar homes too. Wow. What we settle for these days. This would be considered low quality housing. Anything close together like this with no yard. In the past, this would be like, I don't want that crap. Look what we settle for today. Oh, and let's just landscape with dry brush going up to the homes. Who the heck designed this? It's better to have no vegetation right here, just like rocks or something. Some sort of a different kind of arrestive thing for erosion. They just ask for these disasters. Oh, here's some power lines too. Yeah, one of these homes goes up to just the entire neighborhood. Well, part of the reason you can't defend structures is they're just not built like they used to. Oh, all of these trees could be a line of fire going in between too. Yeah. Not enough of these homes have pools to make it safe for firefighters to shelter and kind of defend these homes either. There's just... Yeah, I pity whoever lives here. Probably paid a lot for this. Excuse me, let me go back. See what I was looking at. One moment. My thing's having a problem. There we go. That's not me with the blurry image, that's Google. So there's a vegetation fire in this neighborhood up above it. But every time I look at this stuff, I'm just like, guys, who approved this? I think firefighters should be writing the laws concerning what you can do with development. No, but if everybody here wanted to evacuate at the same time, no, that's just going to take hours. Very few roads out. It looks like they're going to develop the rest up here too. Like they're not done. Wow. Are these tile roofs? I hope so. But nevertheless, They're too close together to defend either of them. The fire would just make mincemeat, just hop right over there. Even just a normal house fire. Man, you better hope that your neighbors are very safe with their cooking. Let's have brush landscaping up the hill right behind our homes. Wow. This is just an example where you shouldn't build anything like this. Especially in this fire kind of zone. That close together. Very few roads. I think that there should be new laws. You just like the occupancy of a building. Don't build dense housing in fire dangerous areas where you can absolutely not evacuate this within 3 hours. It will take many hours of people honking because the only other road they have to go on is this one freeway. So if you have to evacuate everybody in this whole area, look at the dense housing up there, and there's only one freeway. And most of these entire neighborhoods have one road out. Pretty much one major road out. And it's a maze. This is so packed in. This should never been allowed. Vegetation growing up right next to the homes. You should keep all vegetation like 100 feet away in a radius. What a nightmare.
In the area of Browns Canyon Road and Mormon Canyon Road. Our engine 75 is on scene, reporting nothing found. All assisting agencies can cancel. Engine 75 will continue to investigate.
Wow. So somebody, an airplane reported smoke and visible flames, but they can't find it. So they're canceling units. But if an aircraft reports that, that sounds pretty legit. It's one of those things where I think that aircraft, like the public should be able to.
Metro LA County copy.
I think the public should share the same map with the first responders, but when they just put their finger on the map and say, here's a reported fire, you have to have your name and your address and everything about that, and it won't carry as much weight, unless you're like an official. But then all units could just go to that spot and not be looking for a fire, just know exactly where it was reported, and then have the phone number of the person and immediately call them to say, where exactly was this? So right here we have Browns Canyon Road and Mormon Road. So this is exactly where it was reported by aircraft. So this is Google Maps. Where's Mormon Road? Oh, Mormon, okay, right here. We don't have the little gold man. It would have been wiser, I'm just saying, it would have been wiser to keep these ranches out here and to keep low population in the indefensible, just completely indefensible, cramming in people. This is 2020, so all of these are still being developed. Like, we've just lost our minds with stupidity. Do you think all these people, if there's a fire up here, do you think all these people right here, all of these many thousands of homes, could ever get on this freeway, especially if these people have to be evacuated too? That would take, you'd be beyond 24 hours. These people just wouldn't get out. They just wouldn't get out. This would be a freeway, and there's no real good places to shelter in place except for a couple of pools, and a couple of swimming pools, a couple of schoolyards. This could easily turn, if this, in the future, with Santa Ana winds, this could easily be a mass death event. Just setting it up like this. I mean, this is kind of like paradise on repeat here. It's unbelievable. Wow, look over here. Look at this. This is faux density. Stop sprawling. Put some high rises out here. Those could be made fire safe. This is a nightmare. What the hell happened to the very little wilderness there actually was out here? They're just like, oh, we don't care about it. What the hell is this? Wow. Okay, I never really have been to California in the South other than Disneyland. I've never seen this, and the fact they're still building like this after all of the fatal monster fires that LA County has seen, such as the ones in the 90s that were just so bad in like 1991. No lessons learned here. This is completely stupid. Complete stupidity. None of this should be allowed. All of this crap here, instead of building these one family dwellings to sprawl everywhere with endless traffic and impossible evacuation, why didn't they just build some high rises? It's absolutely insane. So the funny thing is now I start to understand why so many people get the wrong idea about America and think that this is America. Think that this is the way that all the other states are sprawling and all the other cities. It's not. Most of America has very low population for most of its landmass. In fact, there's tons and tons of new ghost towns every day. What's happening is small towns are getting smaller and the existing large towns are getting larger. But as a ghost town researcher, I can tell you the vast majority of America is not like this. However, there is such a population density here that most of America's population actually does live just here, but they get the wrong idea about the rest of the country because they think this is normal. That's absolutely not normal and just not seen in many places. So if you do live here, you assume that all the other towns are expanding because population's expanding. Absolutely not. Mountain towns are pretty much being abandoned all the time. The farmland's pretty much being abandoned. In Kansas, they'll give you a house to move to Kansas. They'll give you a free house if you decide to move to Kansas. That's how bad the depopulation is happening, like in the Midwest. Most small communities are struggling to exist and failing. And because of, to have a job, you kind of need internet. You just can't be in the middle of nowhere without internet. There's so much more automation of jobs that used to be in the countryside that there's just fewer job opportunities. Farming, you can almost run a farm remotely now, completely. There's no more need for combine operators. Combines now are GPS controlled, guided by a GPS guided drone, and remotely operated, or just plow the fields and harvest them themselves. So there's fewer and fewer jobs in the countryside. People just have to go to the cities. But that's just pure stupidity. I'm pretty shocked.
Night north, 14 Alpha.
Yep, the concentration of wealth bugs has as a very... I'm sorry, we're going to look at Quincy's weather. Yeah. Cities, no matter how big they already are, have to grow to get more tax revenue and more this and that for more projects, for more people, and they only need more infrastructure because of more people. But if they lose people, they start to die.
Night north, 14 Alpha. I'm trying to move into a better location.
I mean, the way that the current system works, current system works is every place that is growing has to grow or it fails economically. So they're just, no matter how horrible it already is, they're going to encourage new growth, no matter how big a city already is. There's more than 35,000 gangsters in Los Angeles. More than 35,000 gang members. And people wonder why that exists. There's no possible way to police the amount of people that are here. No possible way. There's just too many people here to ever get control. When I show foreigners, you know, like Australians and stuff, which is a very low population country, they ask me, like, why do Americans feel like they need a gun to protect themselves? I don't know. If you lived here, you have 35,000 gangsters around you. I just keep telling him that I'm not making the gun control argument. I'm just telling him, you don't have that in Australia. That doesn't exist. There's no border with this completely gangster-controlled, lawless country called Mexico, which is having, you know, they routinely find, like, the severed heads of 50 people in piles, you know. This is completely, Mexico's a narco state controlled by cartels, like the Sinaloa cartel, you know. I just tell him, watch Narcos, and you'll understand. There's no, you guys don't have that. You know, that may work for you, but this is a different ball game out here. You don't have cougars that are going to jump on you either, or bears. You know, we had a killer cougar when I lived up in here in the foothills, and we were locking the doors at night because it kept attacking the livestock, ripping the faces off horses. You know, I saw what it did to a donkey that was pregnant, and I'll never get that image out of my head. And then a couple of killer cougars were pouncing in the area on the people riding their bikes across country, and then people were missing, and then they kept being found half-eaten. You know, like, you really need to protect yourself. I don't think dingoes will do that to you, you know. So when I told him a little bit about that, he's like, oh, yeah, it's a different place. The cougar followed me, the killer cougar, or at least the one that was killing all the livestock. And I had tracks, you know, by a pond, and I came back around, and I saw that its tracks were on top of mine, leading away from the pond. I had no freaking idea. And then, you know, more and more livestock attacks happened. So it was pretty scary. Other people had experiences. Turkey hunters were intimidated because they saw it watching them and following them. And that usually is what occurs before a man-eater attacks. So, I mean, it even unnerved the turkey hunters. They only had birdshot, and so they just slowly backed away, you know. But when it has no fear of man, that's just like the steps that it takes towards finally doing a human attack if it runs out of livestock. So it's a different ball game out here, I tried to explain. So let's go back to Quincy. Let's look at the fire hazard and outlook for Quincy and the wind. So let's go to Quincy. What? Here we go, Bloomers County. That's a temperature forecast here. We're 91 in Yuba City and Chico, 89 in Redding. Or is that current? Wait a second. Is that the current temperature there? Yikes. Alright, so Quincy is what? Is it 75 there, Robert? So, looks like the winds right now are blowing the smoke towards you. Looking down at the chart and just looking at this. So that is why you're getting the smoke. But the winds completely change Sunday. They're going to be hot, dry, heat wave stuff. Wind gusts up to 37 miles per hour by 2 p.m. on Sunday. The wind shift will change around 8 p.m. on Sunday. It'll blow away from you. The hot, dry desert winds are coming, though. It's going to be a cool night, around 51 at 5 a.m. on Sunday. Highs of 74. So it's going to be 82 and 85 on Tuesday. But all those winds are coming out of the desert. And they're not looking good at all for fire. It's going to be around the ground, around you, around 37 miles per hour wind gusts.
Tango on command, how do you copy?
Let's listen.
Got you on command, loud and clear. You're still R5 TAC 6, correct?
Yeah, firm. I'm at base here, Valeyrmo. Couldn't hit you.
Hey, I just want to let you know I've got one Type 3 engine. It's a Prescott 951 down in the homes off of Big Rock. And I've got two Alphas on the road on Big Rock to support them if anything crops up. I know that our divisions are bordering. Just so you know, I got some guys down there.
Okay, copy. And that's for structure defense at Paradise Springs or just for perimeter control?
Primarily structure defense, but holding the perimeter control if it does bump it.
Yeah, I have two Limas that are 24 hours if needed, and I also have one Charlie that's on the valley floor if needed for that area as well.
Standing two Limas and a Charlie, thank you.
Night north from 01, Alpha trainee, on command.
01 trainee, I'll try to get you on TAC.
Okay, so I'm going to mute that for a bit. Let's look at your air quality. Very little in the way of nitrous oxide, but, you know, not so good with the parts per million here. And the aerosols, not too bad, but you do have pretty bleh kind of air quality. So yeah, looking back at chat, Sherlock, who's in Canada, says those suburbs look super not fire safe. Yeah, that's a disaster waiting to happen. I mean, in order to make that safe, you would have to at least widen. You'd have to put in extra freeways. You'd have to demolish half those homes to make wider roads. It's just impossible. You'd have to put everybody in bunkers, but that's why that shouldn't be allowed. They should be putting in vertical, you know, high rises. That's the dumbest use of space ever. In fact, down there where we were seeing, not only should they not be building suburbs up against the incredibly fire-prone, high-altitude, rugged terrain, things right directly in the path of the Santa Ana winds that have had historic fires of massive proportions. Not only should they not build there, where's Santa Clarita here again? Where is it? Not only should they not build there, they should be having a buffer zone. So out of these hills, there should be a zone of nothing. Nothing. Instead of putting Pasadena on some sort of evacuation order, how about you have a zone of some farms? You know, some like irrigated farms. Or just nothing. Nothing that can catch fire. You know, just make some really cool recreational facilities that doesn't matter if they burn, you know, like a strip of some sort of like a BMX mountain biking kind of a thing around here, but some sort of a buffer zone so that the firefighters can just defend down here. I just you know, that seems like they just prefer billion-dollar disasters. FEMA will bail them out. If I was FEMA, look, the houses are right up in, just right up next to them. This is where the Santa Ana winds come several times a year. at least twice usually, hurricane force winds that come out of the desert in Nevada. And they did this. We've known about these for approximately 500 years. The Spanish, with their missions, were writing about this in the 1700s. That's what it's called, Santa Ana. They got to name it. I can't look. How are you supposed to evacuate this? They keep building up into here. This is impossible. You would have to just bulldoze a lot of what's already been going on here. And why does everybody have all this lush vegetation? This is what the Northerners are complaining about. Why? You can't afford this with their water. You know, at the LA River, they paved it over. It is now just looks like a big canal that's dry 90% of the time because they used up all the water here and it no longer reaches the sea. Talk about screwing up the environment. And so then the reason they can afford this is they take all the water from Northern California. Meanwhile, the farmers up in Northern California are feeling the pinch. They have to like buy their water from the system. There would be plenty if these people would stop this madness, stop trying to have lawns. You don't live in Scotland. Why do you have a Scottish lawn in front of your house? Put up a cactus. That's what should be here. And put rocks in your front yard so that it's not going to catch fire. This is why Californians, I'm telling you, have two different cultures. Absolutely two different cultures, with the North enraged at the South and constantly saying, we should cut them off. We should not give them any more water until they're responsible. I'm just telling you like it is. This is not me saying that. I'm telling you what the sentiment is. Because I've never really looked at this before, and this is shocking to me. I just brushed off those kind of comments, like, whatever. But, wow. There's no way to put this out. They're just going to experience a repeat of this again and again. And to fix this, you got to tear down a lot. Or actually, no, you don't. Actually, the only thing you have to do is let them not rebuild. This, if any of this burns eventually, just law. This was stupid in the first place. Sorry. It's now entertainment venues only. You know, parks, things that can be a fire buffer zone from these out of control fires that go in the hills. You know, we should put a canal here or something and have little boat rides or something. Because that's what Portland did eventually. Portland wanted to rebuild Vanport, the town that was wiped off the map in the city. Portland's second largest city was wiped off the face of the earth in one day. One flood. Just boom. Town, 230,000 people erased. One flood. Because it was built in a stupid place. It was supposed to be temporary for the World War II effort. And they didn't dismantle it. Portland didn't dismantle it like they said they would. After the war, in fact, they decided that all the black people should live there. And all the elderly people should live there. And all the poor people should live there. And all the veterans that were disabled should live there. Because we don't want low-income people in Portland. We don't want a ghetto. And so they put these people where they were super vulnerable. And it was the only place to afford anything. And sure enough, that flood came. And the only reason it wasn't a mass death event is just like I keep showing people, it was packed in like this. It was very much like that. You know, it was, where are we looking at? Here? They built it like this, but it was temporary for the war effort, so they went against all reason. In fact, this looks so much like Vanport. I can't tell you, it's almost like the same people designed it. But there was one road out. One. And when the tidal wave of water hit and it began to fill up because it was 15 feet below the level of the Columbia River. In 1948, when that happened, it was Memorial Day weekend. When that levee breached, first, the wall of water was just lapping at people's ankles, and they were warned about a flood, but they thought they'd have time to leave, so they had their cars and stuff packed, and so they gathered up the kids, and everybody in these homes at the same place in Vanport had one way out called Victory Avenue. And it had a ramp that went up to Highway 99, today's I-5. So what happened? A traffic jam. Honk, 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 honk. Meanwhile, the tidal wave now, more of the levee collapses. And all of the houses over here are knocked off their foundations and splintered together, and it instantly kills like 25 people who are still stuck in their homes who had no cars. Each one of the houses are now floating, and as they're pushed by the ever-increasing strength of the tidal wave coming in from the Columbia River, just smashing through the neighborhood, all the houses are knocked off their foundations one by one, boom, 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 boom. And they're floating and swirling, and wherever they collide, they splinter into matchsticks. And the poor people stuck inside cling onto stuff, they cling onto wood, and then they go under. And everybody here that's in their cars, they're seeing this. They're all in their cars, waiting, honk, 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 honk. All of a sudden, the water's up to the wheel wells. All of a sudden, the water's coming up underneath the floor. All of a sudden, the engine is cut down because they can no longer open the door of the car. Thank goodness back then it was windows you could roll down manually, and suddenly because they can't open the car door against the force of the water. So people got on top of their cars, and then they made a bucket chain and handed the children all the way down the roads, handed the children over, and they on the shoulders of the men. And then police start arriving and fire engines. They're looking at the top of the levees going, what do we do? It's not like the firemen had boats or the police. And they, once the cars were flooded, there was no chance to do anything with the traffic jam. There's no way to drive in it. So they just kind of looked there, and helicopters are not invented yet. So there's airplanes overhead, not able to do anything either. There's a lot of people on the rooftops. Mostly they were black people at the time because they lived further away than the exit. So they had to climb up on the rooftops and help people out of the water who were swimming and clutching to stuff. And it was just like Hurricane Katrina, the one before Hurricane Katrina, where all the poor people and the minorities and the veterans and the elderly were put in the most vulnerable, cheap housing. And mostly the local citizens went and got their little rowboats and went out there and got people out. And so officially the death toll was 15, which is complete BS. They even admit that a lot of the bodies probably washed out to sea and washed out the Columbia River that night and made it out to sea. But officially that was the death toll based on the amount of people missing and the amount of bodies found and recovered. But it's one of those we'll never know the full extent of the disaster. It was a man-made, preventable disaster, and a lot of the people were living unofficial. Portland has never had affordable rent. It's been carefully designed that way, because Portland's a town that doesn't, quote, want a ghetto, and so they've had horrible racist policies and such, and just they never build enough housing, and so people who are low income have to go and live in the burbs. They have to live in Gresham. They have to live in Hillsborough, Cornelius, Milwaukee, other places. They have to come in. So they have excellent transport. They have excellent, they say they're a green city, that they have excellent green, light rail trains. But the reason for that is so that the poor people can commute out of town, the ones who can't afford the cars. The entire working class of the city comes in every day on the light rail. It's like Paris. Paris is one big empty town, and Portland has condo towers for the rich that are just mostly empty. But they charge rent so high that, like, even if 1/7 of the condo tower is occupied, they're still making crazy amounts of money. What Portland did that was disgusting was say they were going to rebuild Vanport and put the poor people and the blacks back in it, and the elderly and the veterans, everybody who was undesirable for the town. So the federal government stepped in and said, "Are you freaking out of your minds? You cannot do that." It was technically federally owned land at the time, and it still might be. And they said, "You cannot build any housing here in this bowl with 4 sides, levees on 4 sides, 15 feet under sea level, under the level of the river on a good day, not in flood. Heck no, you can't." So the solution the feds had was you can only build entertainment venues. So today the golf course at well, that's not called Vanport anymore. There's a golf course there that uses the old sewer system of the old town. And boy, did it look a lot like this. Let's just give you an idea of what I'm talking about. We don't learn our lessons. That was the 40s. Then Hurricane Katrina happened. We just don't learn our lessons. Here's what Vanport looked like. Some of the houses. This isn't really good pictures. Here's after the flood. The flood just flipped cars and stuff. Knocked down poles. Here's the place flooded. You can see the houses floating. But that's every bit as big as the neighborhood I just showed you. But that's post-flood. So let's look at Vanport. Portland never made any memorial plaques or anything. They tried to forget. You know, they really tried to forget. It was their shame. Here we go. What? There. This was before the flood. You see? Now it looks so similar. There's only one way out. North Victory Boulevard. Here. Right here. Right here. This goes to 99. I believe this kind of may be skewed. It's kind of upside down. Yeah, I've driven this. So the golf course today is over here. History just repeats itself. Yep, here's after. That's cool. You know, you can ask people on the street of Portland, so true or false, did Oregon's second largest city get erased off the map in a single day? People go, no, because they say that Salem is still there. Well, now Salem is Oregon's second largest city. It used to be Portland, Vanport, Salem. In fact, I think Medford is bigger now, but that's, debatable, I guess. I've interviewed some of these old timers, and some of the survivors just tell me there's no. Oh, here's Portland Meadows Racetrack. Wow. So this is today's I-5. What just happened above me? This is today's I-5. It was Highway 99. And this is not a comparable image because Highway 99 is not visible in this one. In fact, Highway 99 is down here. But anyway, you get the idea of what happened. So not only is that Vanport over there, but that's Portland Meadows Racetrack, and this is the flooded Delta Park, because what it did was it breached twice. It breached way over here, and originally flooded the town, and people were trying to get out. This is kind of like where the road was. And it breached right through the 99, cutting off access to Washington. It breached through the levee here and flooded out Delta Park. That's Portland Meadows Racetrack. So that flooded. So they said you can have recreational only, but this should never happen again. That wasn't even Oregon's worst flood. It was like the 4th worst flood. It happens. About every 20 years, this kind of thing happens. Or 15, depending. You cannot build homes here in a super vulnerable spot. You could have your racetrack, and they had a little IndyCar type of a track, a little oval over here. It's underwater here. You could have your horse races out here because you could evacuate horses. You cannot build housing in this floodplain any longer. Are you kidding me? Portland wanted to, even after the mass death event, and it would have been thousands dead. But it was Memorial Day weekend, so people were out camping. Very few people were home. Most people came back and they just saw this and said, what? This is how they left for Memorial Day weekend camping? They came back to what? This was unbelievable. So what happened with citizen rescue? So proud of that. Everybody in the neighborhood over here, the Killingsworth neighborhood, some people had their own personal boats and they just went out and rescued the people on the rooftops. Just totally nuts. And what's the similarity? You see why I saw the similarity? This is Vanport with fire. This is even more densely packed. But each of the Vanport units were multi-family, so it's an argument to be made. There were 2 stories with several, like each one of these buildings. These are all cookie cutter. They are pretty much all the same. They just put them up for the war effort, and they built this in less than a year. They just went, we need a town to house the war workers. All these people were building the ships for the Liberty ships out here. So, just, yep, all absolutely preventable disasters. Why are we blaming Mother Nature for our stupidity? We know the floodplains. We know where the fires go. We know the wind. We know the seasonality of these and regular occurrences of these floods. We know the regular occurrences of these fires. Yeah. Anyway, let's go back and look at chat. There's no pool in every yard. No. There's not enough pools to shelter in place here. This one is better than the others. What I was originally talking about is this. This. What do you see here? Look how close the houses are, and there's no pool. The general area, there is no pool. Look, there's one. What I was talking about is this is worse than Vanport. Look at all the neighborhoods this densely packed in the fire zone. There's no way. There's one freeway. This is worse than Vanport. Look at how many people here can't be evacuated. We have to learn the lessons here. I'm discovering this as I'm seeing this. I can't believe what I'm seeing. After all the 1991 fires that were so deadly, they didn't make new housing codes. They allowed houses to be built this close to each other with only one road out. I mean, they already had neighborhoods erased by Santa Ana winds. So, sorry about that. Yeah, I saw the Fort McMurray disaster. Do you want me to look at Google Earth for some reason? Let's listen to some chatter. Yeah, why don't you just make high-rises? Those are safe. Don't evacuate people. Just put green lawns and parks around the high-rises that you can defend these. We can't afford more billion-dollar disasters, and we can't afford these ridiculous cities to build like this. Like, if I were FEMA, I'd be like, no. You don't get money to rebuild. That's stupid. Just like Vanport, the Fed should step in and say, are you nuts?
Division Mike, Bobcat communication.
I don't think any insurance company should insure this. I think they should start over, honestly. But how would you do that at this point? This is decades and decades and decades of stupidity. As not the people.
Bobcat communication.
I'm not calling the people here stupid. You have no choice. When you go to look for a house, you have no choice. It's just like the poor people going out into the wilderness and living in places that are bad and defenseless like paradise. That's the only...
Vision, Mike. A Juniper Mesa Road, 2 miles east of 113th Street East for hot spots, sparks, and red spots on the ground.
Alright, that was a citizen's report. We never heard about whether or not they found the vegetation fire up here. But I'm not saying that people are here stupid. They're not. They're just as frustrated as anybody else with the planning, the city planning stupidity. And they just bulldoze history. There used to be a lot of history, like they bulldozed a lot of old Hollywood, you know. For example, the Ambassador Hotel. They just bulldozed the place where RFK was assassinated. The Ambassador Hotel was one of the most amazing, like, tourist draws ever, because every celebrity who's ever lived has been in the Ambassador Hotel. It was the most exclusive nightclub, called the Coconut Grove in there, not the one that burned down in Boston. Ironically, the Coconut Grove nightclub fire in Boston was the single largest fatal fire event in, at least structure fire in American history. But the other Coconut Grove was in the Ambassador Hotel, and they just bulldozed it. And the conspiracy theorists, and I'm kind of curious about this too, say because they were going to go back and measure things because it doesn't make sense. And I believe it's true. There were more bullet holes in the walls than Sirhan Sirhan had in his gun. His gun only held so many bullets, but there were extra bullet holes in the walls. And so there were crime scene photographs, and there was a team that was going to go investigate that with lasers. And all of a sudden they bulldozed the entire, like, hotel. But it appears now that while Sirhan Sirhan shot at RFK, they just decided to not say what really happened because his bodyguard, or was one of the law enforcement guys, to his right, whips out his gun and holds it up as soon as he hears shots fired, and he accidentally pulled the trigger and shot RFK point blank in the head. It was an accident. But his autopsy shows powder burns underneath his... He was like shot behind his right ear with a powder burn. You know, Sirhan Sirhan was feet in front of him. So that's interesting. It's just they're covering up embarrassment, not like a conspiracy. It was just a tragic accident, and that guy is dead now. He never made a deathbed confession as far as I know. But they have a way of just kind of covering for their officers and not really... I mean, the riots now kind of give you a hint about that kind of thing. They really... This place could be cleaned up. That's all I'm going to say as far as corruption goes. Yeah, the Ambassador Hotel. Ambassador Hotel. I don't know that I want to look at Fort McMurray too much. It might be PTSD kind of triggering stuff. So yeah, here it is. Quite an amazing place. Gated. You know, this is where all the celebrities who ever lived here came. You know, Charlie Chaplin, John Wayne, you know, Ronald Reagan himself, of course, because he was an actor. You know, Clark Gable and Carol Lombard, everybody who's everybody. Betty Davis, you know, Jean Harlow, everybody came here. And this was the place where presidents stayed when they came to town. They just randomly bulldozed it. Oh, we need to build a school. Really? Right there? You have to build a school right there? This is one of the main tourist attractions to California. So it's not really a conspiracy. It's just sloppy cover-up stuff, you know. That's not the first time it happened with celebrity deaths that they don't really get to the bottom of. Who shot Jean Harlow's husband? You know, like, just celebrity deaths just tend to go really unsolved in this county, especially if they were an embarrassing kind of a death. So anyway, let's go back. I don't know if I want to look at Fort McMurray on Google Earth. Okay, let's do it. As a special request, we'll do it, but I'm not looking at the footage. Fort McMurray. Some of that stuff is intensely hard to watch. So, here in Alberta. Exactly, Sherlock. If you wanted to make this safe, it would be like demolish every other house. You know, in the past, that used to be the size of what your yard was, and now they cram in your neighbor to where your yard should be. Well, it wasn't just about having a nice yard, it was about having fire breaks. You know, if your neighbor's house burned down, maybe yours wouldn't, and that's just going to be out of control. So when the Santa Ana winds happen, fires will break out all over town, just because of the conditions and the down power lines. And so just like we saw at the wind event here at Labor Day, up in Oregon and such, I mean, the same fire department got 58 calls in 2 hours for new fires started by power lines that got pushed down by the tree limbs falling on them. I watched out my window as 2 of them started, just black columns rising into the sky to the southeast. Look north, gray columns of smoke rising to the northwest because there's vegetation fires. In fact, I started to get nervous. I'm like, all around me, fires are breaking out, and I never thought of that would ever happen, ever, near wet, rainy Portland, where it rains like 300 days of the year. Just never. But that was a once-in-a-lifetime dry windstorm, a 65-mile-an-hour wind gust drying out all the vegetation and blowing for 48 hours straight. Everything that was pretty wet just went tinder dry. You could look outside and you could see every single deciduous tree with leaves. The leaves are normal color, right? They're even changing. Like our leaves are changing because the wet season was here, the mist and the rain and the fog. But there was a once-in-a-lifetime collision of a high and low pressure system. Perfect storm thing. And every single time I looked out the window, all the leaves were shriveling up and they were just drying out because the humidity was just nothing. And while Portland sees tons of power lines and power outages down there every single winter because of the storms, it's always wet storms. We haven't seen anything like that since 1933, but it's routine. It's absolutely routine in the Santa Ana winds. This is like Oregon had a taste of the Santa Ana winds, but that's every single year, twice a year. In California, they should know better. They do. In fact, I guarantee you, they do know better. They don't care. Alright, so, like I said, they can get in a G6 airplane and go to Hawaii's fresh air anytime they wish. So, check out Fort McMurray town on Google Earth. The scariest thing in the world is stupid people, Bugs Bunny says. I don't think any of them are stupid. I think they're heartless. You know? They should demolish every other house here. Fort McMurray at a wildfire went through it, yeah. So Sherlock says my bro moved out there for a while for work. He ended up working with his buddy at WestJet, but ended up manager at McDonald's. Did he live through the fire, Sherlock? Because this was a scene of hell. I'm not even sure which part burned. I don't know what I'm looking at. Let's look on CalTopo. That'll have fire history, I believe. Let's go to Fort McMurray. I'm not spelling things right. I'm too tired. I haven't eaten yet lunch today. I just realized it's 9. I've been broadcasting since 5 in the morning. It's time to go to bed. Okay. So I can see the problem with the winds right here coming down like a wind tunnel kind of through here. I'm not familiar with how the fire took out this town, but I am familiar with the horror, the views, you know. Let's turn on fire activity. No, I mean history. So it must have been too long ago. See what we see here. Let's just read about it. I remember all these images. So it's May 1st, 2016, a wildfire began southwest of Fort McMurray, Alberta, Canada. Let me lean back to read this. On May 3rd, it swept through the community, forcing the largest wildfire evacuation in Alberta's history, with upwards of 88,000 people forced from their homes. Firefighters were assigned by personnel from both the Canadian Forces and Royal Canadian Mounted Police, as well as other Canadian provincial agencies, to fight the wildfire. Aid for evacuees was provided by various blah 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 Red Cross. Okay. Sweeping through Fort McMurray, the wildfire destroyed approximately 2,400 homes and buildings. Yeah. Another 2,000 residents in 3 communities were displaced after their homes were declared unsafe for reoccupation due to contamination. That's what I keep saying. This is like Agent Orange fallout in the snow. When that many buildings and that many vehicles go up in flames, the burned plastic peppers the land with dioxins. That kind of contamination is equivalent to DDT and Agent Orange. You will definitely get cancer if you're exposed to enough of the dioxins. It's a done deal. This is the #1 thing that kills firefighters today, is they get cancer from the dioxins. So, yeah, and what do we see? A traffic jam. Not enough people. I see what you're saying, Angie. You're drawing my attention here because it was a traffic jam, so people couldn't evacuate quick enough. Yes, okay. Yeah, thanks for bringing this to my attention. Hey, Juan, welcome back. Yeah, it is a death trap. These are death traps. So, oh, so Sherlock, your brother was here after the fire? Yeah, it's story time, Juan. Yeah, so thanks, Angie, for bringing this to my attention. So, their homes were declared unsafe reoccupation due to contamination. That's what you see in Paradise, too. Some of the homes were untouched. They said tear it down. And they had to dig up 3 feet of the soil underneath pretty much everywhere in order to decontaminate it. Some homes that were untouched by the fire because the firefighters saved them are probably going to be so polluted that if the kids play in the yard, they may get cancer. It's like Love Canal. I hope not. I hope I'm wrong. I hope they are not corrupt and that they actually tested the soil of these places. But, I mean, the Paradise Fire, the Black Cloud, the Paradise Fire, Highway 99. I'm just going to show you what I mean. My brother showed me pictures like this after he got out. That's what you could see. Day became night. So this is this is dumping toxins all over the local landscape here, the dioxins from all the burning up homes up there, the thousands of burning up homes and thousands of cars. This is black toxic smoke. So it's just unbelievable. I'm sorry. If anybody's having PTSD, I'm stopping. Sorry. So the fire spread approximately, 590,000 hectares, which is 1.5 million acres, before it was declared to be under control July 5th. Continued to smolder and was fully extinguished August 2nd, 2017. A year later, over a year later, wow, it is suspected to have been human-caused, originating in a remote area 3.9 miles from Fort McMurray, but no official cause has been determined to date. Yeah. Besides the ignition source, that was a death trap by design. You can see the poor little town. The whole we can't evacuate people in time thing. Kind of similar. Paradise. Fort McMurray. So let's see where it went wrong. Like, what happened? Why didn't people get out in time? And what were the fatalities? No direct deaths, but 2 indirect. That can't be right. I'm very surprised by that. Okay, so looking at this, yeah, all right. Growth, political controversy. The Alberta government was criticized for cutting $15 million from the province's wildfire suppression budget in April 2016, just prior to the outbreak of the wildfire. Yeah. Wow. While they whined about that and said it's not our fault and it wasn't that bad, the local air tanker companies argued that the cuts created a personnel issue that would make it more difficult to keep staff on duty during wildfire season. Bing, 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 bing. Correct. Cuts were also made to the fire preparation budgets, too, which funded activities such as creating fire breaks. But it's not certain whether or not these activities would have been beneficial against a wildfire powerful enough to traverse the Athabasca. Did I say that right? Athabasca River. Alright, looking back at chat. Yep, get my beauty sleep. I gotta go. Yeah. There, Angie says there's a road called Beacon Hill that got hit by a wildfire. Okay. Here at Fort McMurray? Is that where you're at, Angie? I forgot. I'm so sorry. Alberta now has strange stuff going on regarding police funding too. I'm finding that hard to fathom. So there's all this boom, the oil and fracking boom for Canada, all these boom towns, but they reduced the budget for things like fire in a tar sand petroleum area. Okay, anybody see the problem? I swear, we should just take an average 6-year-old. You know, children are immune to BS when they don't have, you know, preconceived notions yet, and they haven't been propagandized or brainwashed. Let's just take a random child from anywhere else in the world, stick them in here. They probably do a better job of fire prevention, because they won't be tainted by greed or anything. Yep, one way out. One way out for people fleeing that massive fire. Yep, one way out. Okay. Money creates greed and corruption, yeah. But well, also we have a culture that encourages it. We have to admit. You know, it's not true with other cultures. You know, the Amazon hunter-gatherers are a totally different culture than the people destroying the Amazon. Then again, they don't use money, so yes, you're totally right too. So, when money is the ticket to survival, which is true in our culture, you do not survive without money. Just go ahead and get cancer without health insurance in America and tell me how you don't need money to survive. When our culture requires it, people associate money with security, and they keep there's a psychological need to build more and more and more. It makes you feel more and more secure, but you'll never really feel secure. So that's kind of some of the psychological profiles of like money hoarding types. Some of them grow up poor and they're traumatized by, you know, family members or something that couldn't afford medication and died, or had an amputation because they were diabetic and couldn't afford insulin. And they just decide as a young kid, I'm never going to be poor. I'm going to cut the throats of my fellow man, but I'm never going to be poor. My family's never going to end up like that. Same rationale as a gangster. I mean, you look at the psychological profile of people like El Chapo, that's the same. Once again, everybody should watch Narcos. It's such a good show. So, alright. What I'm going to do here is, I'm just going to leave this running. And I'm going to go get food. I have to. I'll come back and say goodnight. So, see you guys in a bit. So I'm going to turn on, you know, the chatter. We'll go and look once again. That's Bobcat fire. Man, that's earlier from tonight. Isn't that beautiful? Let's refresh. Still pretty beautiful. But it's a quiet night, and there's not much action happening, so viewership and stuff is down because this isn't really part of the news again. It will be when the wind picks up. Angie says, oh yeah, Juan says, I wager Sherlock hit the nail on the head. Catherine had agreed to be a real headache on the mind. Absolutely. Oh, I'm sorry, Juan. I didn't see any word in the Klamath Falls. I had an old flame that used to live there. She lived being by the forest and the wildlife. Yeah. Okay, I'll check that out. So sorry I didn't see that. If you hit @ Catherine Davidson, then it highlights my name in orange. So let's go to K Falls. Angie says, I know this because I saw a dash cam on YouTube of a person evacuating. Yes, that almost never works. You never see the dash cams of the people that try to drive through a fire who didn't make it out because their camera burned up. But it's so difficult to find information on the 242 fire. It's been like a dark spot on the map with absolutely no satellite activity for weeks. So we click on things like hotspots, and it's just like the satellites don't go here. I just don't understand. So we'll go to InstaWeb and read about the 242 fire. They're saying 89% containment, but they haven't made an update in 3 days. So let me do social media. Latest info 242 fire. There's a Facebook. Yeah, don't you love it when you have to go to social media to get your information when the official sources just don't bother to update things in 3 days? Alright, so there's a alright. Fire summary from the 22nd. Like I said, this hasn't been updated in days. Facebook postings will continue until transition to the Fremont-Winema Forest assumes information updates. This is one of those crazy things. Every 21 days they rotate out a crew and a new one comes in and has to orient themselves and take over. I don't understand. Let's see if there's any videos. Looks bleak. They say 89% containment as of 3 days ago, and yet there's no word. Ugh. So InstaWeb doesn't have info, and for the latest info, this says see InstaWeb. Alright. Daily update, and yet that was the 22nd. The final morning operations report. Oh, the 21st? What do you mean final? Probably for this crew. So the new crew just hasn't made any reports yet. Wow. So let's go to the media. They must have a newspaper or something. 15th, it says some evacuations were lifted. Ugh. Oh no, please tell me they saved the logging museum. Ugh. Too close together. Too close together. Wow, so this is created a pyrocumulonimbus cloud. Oh my god, I said that right. Yep, it's basically a mushroom cloud, but fire. That's a wow. A firefighting airplane emerges from the cloud. Wow, these are amazing shots. If I get another copyright thing, dang it! I'm trying to educate. Alright, but this is extremely old info. Latest news 2425. Once again, 3 days ago from KlamathFallsNews.org. Do I have to drive there? Or maybe Amtrak's still running. I could be there tomorrow. Okay. There's a Klamath Falls News YouTube channel. Okay. So today's the last day of the Department of Forestry Incident Management Team Number 2 will be in command of the fire, transitioning to a Type 4 team. So they're changing it to a mop-up type of team rather than a go, 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 you know, kind of battling kind of team. So it'll happen Wednesday morning. The objectives for the Type 4 team remain the same. Fire crews will continue to mop up where it warrants and continue suppression repair. Local team will staff the fire with multiple engines, water tenders, and dozers. They expect 100% containment by the end of the shift on Friday. Today. So please update. And there's a tally of structure loss. It's going to cost more than $7 million to put out the fire. Just to fight it, not to rebuild. And not to clean up. So they had 505 people on it at one time. I'm going to link this in the chat for you. There you go. So that's the latest on the 242 fire. And unless this is a work of the... Yeah, unless this is the work of actual government, then we can't show this for copyright reasons. Klamath Falls News. Or as everybody says, K-Falls. Alright. They still have Indian powwows out there. It's really cool. They come into Portland too. And you can see the ceremonial dances and costumes. And you can trade with them. I mean, there's still trade with the Indians out here. I mean, they sometimes want money, but sometimes they want odd things, like they ask hunters for porcupine hair. I had only been out in the wilderness for a bit, and, you know, I was hanging out with a guy who fly fishes, and so he was on a forum about fly fishing, and so I was there. He was going to buy some squirrel hair for the squirrel tails for fly fishing. He makes his own ties. He ties his own flies. I'm sorry. And so the Native Americans up there at K-Falls were saying, come to our powwow and trade porcupine hair with us, and we'll trade you squirrel hair. So what they use porcupine hair for is their ceremonial roaches. That's what the natives use for porcupine hair. I think it's called a roach. That, you know, this is made out of porcupine hair. Not the quills, the hair. So porcupines have really long hair. It's silky and smooth to the touch. And you can sell both things to the natives. First of all, they're good to eat. You know, they actually taste good, people say. Not that I know. And then you pull the quills out, and you sell. And this is the quill work. This is the quill work. Ah, dang it! Here, it's got even smaller. I hate. So this is the quill work. These are folded over quills. This is what they used before beads. Before, you know, white man beads. And here's some glass white man beads, right? Before that, they dyed the quills and they wove them into a pattern. I gotta sneeze. Oh, okay. Yeah, I hit the mute button. But the dye, you know, can be so amazing. And so, these are the quills, folded over and dyed, and these are the hairs. You know, these are the quills. I'm sorry if you couldn't see this. And that's quill work, and this is hair. And so porcupines are actually now pretty good for hunting, and because you can use every part of the animal. And the skeleton you can sell to a you know, they make skeletal mounts for museum displays. So they were saying all this in the you know, why you should hunt porcupine for us, kind of a thing on that forum. It was really intriguing. And so they said, first of all, eat the porcupine. Second of all, keep the skeleton too. Third, pluck the hair for us. And fourth, pluck the quill for us. And you know, you can use pretty much all parts of the animal. And it helps the forest, because if there's too many porcupines, they create dead spots on the top of trees because they might eat the bark in a ring. And so that's when you have the tops of trees break off, that kind of damage. The Native Americans used to keep the numbers down, but there's, well, a lot fewer Native Americans there used to be, so they just kind of run around chewing through damaging trees in the areas. But people don't think that you can eat porcupine, but you really can. So that was their request, and I replied. I was intrigued by the idea and said, so where do you find a porcupine? How do you track it? I've never seen one in my life, and I've been in the woods a long time. I know they're out here in the west. I've been in the Sierras, I've been in the Cascades, I've been in the Coast Range, which they're not really native to the Coast Range. And they said they had very simple Indian advice for me. They said, look up. And I was like, what? Look up. When you're in the forest, look up. They're just chilling in the tree branches. And most hunters are looking down, and most trackers are looking down. And they don't really leave a whole lot of paw prints, you know. They're hanging out in the trees. They're just sitting in a tree, eating the bark off of it. They're kind of like tree beavers in a way, sort of. Not really, but look at this headdress. Wow. That is some fine art right there. And so, yeah, you can go to the powwows, and they'll be wanting to buy porcupine hair from you. And if you're a fly fisherman, you can trade them for some squirrel hair. Squirrel tails. Or badger fur. Whatever you want to do Native American art and craft. And it's not true that you can't pick up feathers. Like if you find eagle feathers, it's not true you can't collect them. It's true that you can't keep them. You need to go give them to the nearest Fish and Wildlife. But if you find vulture feathers, they really need them for their ceremony. You just give them to Fish and Game, and they're on waiting lists to get feathers. Everybody here who has a feather is extremely lucky on the waiting list, especially like an eagle feather. And those are a symbol, a status symbol. And like that's eagle feathers right there. So it's not true. Don't leave the feathers on the ground. Pick them up and just drive immediately to the nearest Fish and Game and go give them, and then they'll distribute them to the Indians. So that's what I did as a kid, is I found a whole bunch of golden eagle feathers where 2 golden eagles had a fight. It was amazing to watch. 2 golden eagles in the sky locking talons, and they spiraled down towards the earth, and I thought they were both going to die. But just before they crashed down to earth, they let go of each other with their talons, and all these feathers are raining down. It was really cool. So here I collected all the feathers, and just sheriff came by, and I said, "Look what I found," as a kid. And he said I have to confiscate those. But when I realized it was going to Indians, I was like, that's okay. You know, I'm happy. So do pick up feathers and give them to the natives. But that's what porcupines are about. So yeah, you could still go to Klamath Falls and they'll buy the porcupine here from you. Looking back at chat, Judy said, "Oh hey Judy, say a prayer for me. I'm so sad to leave my dad and sister to go home." I'm so sorry, Judy. Yeah, but come back and see us, and maybe I'll meet you out here one day. Yeah. Sherlock says, "I think there's a program we can warn you and check if stuff is copy protected before you play it. Maybe that'd be cool." Robert Brownlee, love hearing the truth. Yeah. Are you satisfied with my forecast with Quincy? Sherlock says, "When I was a kid, I was told the fishers hang out in the trees. You find a lot when you look up, really, the what they called fisher cats." So, I believe so. They're not cats, and they don't fish. That's the funny thing about a fisher cat. Yeah, fisher cat. It's like a civet. You know, it's a mustelid. It's a part of the skunk family. Skunk and weasel. Wolverine. They're like a miniature wolverine, but a little bit bigger than a marten. And a marten's more like a big tree weasel. But they're all in the same family. They're not... That's what the thing is. They eat squirrels, right? I think they eat squirrels. This is what they kind of look like. But they're nocturnal strictly, so you just don't see them walking around. Usually high altitude. And you have to have a camera trap and the right lure. But you can buy it. If you learn how to trap animals, you can learn how to camera trap animals too. You know, no matter what your interest is. But all weasels have no fear. No mustelid knows fear. That's the funny thing about them. They'll fight anybody and anything around them, including the wolverine will just chase off a grizzly bear. And skunks just spray. So what people don't realize about skunks is they don't smell bad as a defense. In fact, most animals are attracted to skunk smell. Dogs and canines and wolves and coyotes, they love that smell. They smell skunk, they want to roll in it. They just delight in it. It's like they're catnip. So here are skunks running around, attracting all the predators, right? That's because most people don't know what skunk spray really is. It's an acid. They produce an intense blinding agent, acid. The smell is just neither here nor there. So they are adept at looking behind themselves and just squirting directly into the eyes of the curious predator. That blinds them. It absolutely blinds them and hurts. It's acid. And people think the smell is bad, but it's used in perfume. So people catch skunks to sell the skunk essence. Diluted enough, it smells wonderful. And it's the basis for many musky perfumes. And, I could tell you all sorts of things. Anyway, but it's time for me to go. It's time for me to eat. I'm just going to come back and say bye. Good night. Oh, I mean, they may eat anything, but they do not fish. So they're not like a fishing cat. That's not what fishers do. Yeah, they don't like to spray. It takes a while to regenerate it. So what they do is they aim and they do the handstand and they stamp their feet as a warning. A skunk stamping its feet is the warning. And you only have to teach a predator once. So Angie says, I live in Prince George, BC. Cool, cool. There are actually two ways out. Go north and go south. Right. But there's one road, right? On Fort McMurray. That's what I was trying to point out. Just because there's south and north doesn't mean that there's more than one way out. That's what I mean is there's one road. The fire will always be blocking one of the ways. So, all right. So I'm gonna reconnect. We're gonna hear a commercial maybe. I haven't heard anything from the night shift here at the Bobcat fire.
From faulty breakers to broken windows, to leaky pipes, roofs, and water heaters, homes and businesses around the country can't work until the pros do. That's why Lowe's created credit programs that work for pros. With everyday 5% savings on eligible purchases, plus through October 31st, 60 days promotional financing on your Lowe's business account, or extended terms on eligible account receivables. Learn more in-store or online at lowesforpros.com. Putting money back in your pocket. Just one more reason Lowe's is the new home for pros. Subject to credit approval, U.S. only.
I don't see any aircraft on the fires right now. Otherwise I'd zoom in. Let's see if the August fire has anything going on. There's a helicopter. Let's look at Oregon. Maybe they have a scout plane. Ooh, there's a G450. I wonder if that's the plane that you see on display permanently at the Hillsborough airport. There was some rich guy, and there's a lot of speculation who owns this plane, but not only did he build his own hangar, he had to build it close to the highway as possible. Not only did he have to do that, so that people can admire his plane 24 hours a day, because he built a glass wall for one side of the hangar, and he lights it with like spotlights at night, so at any time of the day or night you can admire his plane. That's Southwest Airlines. Cessna. So Hillsborough has a training school, but some people came in and told me that a lot of the PC-12s and other pilots were flying out here to do the very dangerous scouting work during the Riverside, Beachy Creek, Lion's Head, and we tracked them one night. This one plane takes off from Hillsborough. It was extremely dangerous piloting. So the smoke cover, filled the sky like a wall. He went over here to get heat signatures from the spot fires. There are fires, hundreds of them, that broke out in this general area right around Labor Day. And mostly, of course, the power lines. So, to detect the hot spots at night, this hotshot pilot, man, I want to find out who that was, takes off from Hillsborough, tours the Riverside fire, tours the Beachy fire, goes over here and tours the fire at Otis, the Echo Complex, goes up and tours the Tillamook fire, comes back and tours the Cherry Grove / Hag Lake fire, and then goes here and tours Bald Mountain and goes home. It was like, whoa, that pilot has some balls. Because here's high elevation. This is like 700 feet. 750 feet elevation, and he was less than 10,000 feet elevation. No, he was at less than 7,000 feet elevation, and this is 700 feet elevation. So he didn't, if he nosedived or had a problem, he would have just been toast. You can't recover from that. You pull up all you want, you're gonna crash. So that was some fancy flying. Pretty awesome. So that was probably on my first broadcast, probably the first night or something, maybe the third or something like. Yeah, it was probably the third to fifth night, something like that. So anyway, unless YouTube deleted my video, they tend to do that. So I'm just gonna put up a display of the fire at night. This will auto-update itself on the Bobcat fire. Let's refresh. Can I do that? Can I? Hey. Oh, whatever. Alright, so they're just not talking. Either that or the feed is dead. I'm not quite sure. But I'm going to go eat now. Juan says, yeah, you'd assume so, unless, of course, it was a woman. Wait, what? What was I saying a minute ago? What do you mean I'd assume so, unless it was a woman? Oh, you mean the skunk? Is that what you mean? Alright. So, I think I'll just leave it right here. All these pages should refresh themselves on their own. Yeah. So we can watch the fire, and I don't see any other angles that are better. You'd be called Wilson. I mean, yeah, I think the other one's better for seeing the fire.
Edward 11, status check.
It's alive.
Edward 11.
Alright guys, really, I'm going to eat now. I've been saying that since 3 p.m. in the afternoon. I'll come back and say goodnight. But, bye-bye.
14 is also in code 4, 18 and 10 are leaving around the quarters.
nice north training 14 Alpha. We'll be heading out now.
485 from 51 Charlie on 10. A1, when you guys come down at the bottom of the ranch, you'll see 4132. Tie in with him for the plan. That's 4143 down at the bottom.
From faulty breakers to broken windows, to leaky pipes, roofs, and water heaters, homes and businesses around the country can't work until the pros do. That's why Lowe's created credit programs that work for pros. With everyday 5% savings on eligible purchases, plus through October 31st, 60 days promotional financing on your Lowe's business account, or extended terms on eligible account receivables. Learn more in-store or online at lowesforpros.com. Putting money back in your pocket. Just one more reason Lowe's is the new home for pros. Subject to credit approval, U.S. only.
King 14 Admin, Tow 12. And King 14, they're out to quarters from ICP. Over to left, same traffic. Hills that are 11 admin, tone 12, 10-7, have a good night.
That is it.